All right, guys. Welcome to Blades in the Dark, Chapter 15, Dimmer. It has been 1 week since you began working directly for the Ministry of Preservation. 1 week since you added a prototype electroplasmic carriage to Lord Mora's collection. A few days since Emmeline returned from the Deathlands with the bound spirits of Fleda Wilson, Alessia Sanat, and Rethvalona, and 1 day since Nebra arrived back in Duskfall, having satisfied whatever drew her and her family back to Iruvia. Your network of orphan informants that you recently acquired from the Wraiths bring news out of Crowsfoot, a district you are no longer welcome in. Rumor has it Basil Baz and Mylera Clev have resolved their differences. Baz is still running for an office that only exists among the city's criminal population, and for whatever reason, the Lampblacks, the Crows, and what remains of the Red Sashes are all working together to manifest this for him. Mylera Clev has proven herself to be a competent strategist, however, and you can't help but wonder what she means to get out of all this. Meanwhile, in Dunslow, the district citizens have still been complaining about sudden headaches, nosebleeds, and feelings of disassociation, with some going so far as to claim these symptoms are being caused by the repaired lightning barrier towers that run along Reaper Street. So far, the Sparkrites have been unavailable for comment. The Bluecoats have been quick to silence these agitators. In the meantime, the brigade continues to track the district's hollowed epidemic. First observed walking aimlessly along Reaper Street and Barrier Road, they've now been documented as far north as the Dunslow Ghetto, as far east as Ragtown, and as far west as Farmhand Way. It is too early for the brigade to know whether such growth is linear or exponential, but they've turned to the gondoliers for help in the matter regardless. Throughout Brightstone and Charter Hall, book burnings have become the new craze. These have been spurred on by Preceptor Dunville and a recent city council rule that outlawed the publication, distribution, and ownership of texts containing arcane, esoteric, or mystical subject matter. That is to say, anything that goes against the Church of Ecstasy's mainline stance of radical ethical materialism. Among the titles bound for the Pyre, you guessed it, is of course Principles of Oblivion, mainly its second edition, though any extant copies of its first have been likewise outlawed and slated for destruction. As the days, such as they are, have been growing colder as you progress further into the winter, for the first time in a while your crew has known peace. Working directly for the Ministry of Preservation has seemed to resolve any outstanding hostilities between you and the Billhooks, and the Dimmer sisters, always rather reclusive, have been out of the public eye for the better part of a month now. Still, since you broke into their manor, the messenger has advocated for eliminating them once and for all. They even got the go ahead from Lady Slane and the tacit consent of the Ministry of Preservation. The fact of the matter is, you did them wrong. You broke into their sanctum, you stole their spirit luring sapphire, you killed their elder sister, and when the Bluecoats came after you for your crimes, Cole pinned everything on Adelaide Mack, one of their cultists, who now languishes in a ruined metallic sphere in the depths of Ironhook Prison. It would be foolish to think that you've escaped their notice or future plans of retaliation, and while they exist, they will always pose a threat to the crew. And they are not without sin either. They kidnapped your Whisper, and they tricked your Spider into selling his soul, though that last part is still only known to a select few. Taking them out would be the vengeful thing to do. There's also the matter of economics. At the height of their power, they had a stranglehold on the city's spirit trafficking trade, and beyond you were the only ones smuggling in weird and arcane items and materials. With the city council having just outlawed forbidden texts, a whole new market is about to open up, and the crew to first take advantage of it stands to make a considerable amount of coin. They also have claims: a fine old manor house and grounds, an ancient temple ruin and subterranean canal complex, and an ancient gate that can be paired to the one you have access to out in the Deathlands. It's a shame to have those sit idle now that the Dimmer sisters are a mere shadow of what they once were. Perhaps it's time they joined the Foghounds and the Vultures on a list of gangs that just couldn't make it in this city. Whatever the case, it is now late afternoon, early evening, half past the hour of thread. The crew goes about their business. But before we check in on anyone else, Nebra, having missed 2 games, you're entitled to 2 downtime activities. And before we get into what those might be, because this might color or somehow influence what you choose to do with those activities, I would like us all to flash back nearly 4 weeks ago as Nebra and her family travel to Iruvia. Now, I will apologize to the others as Nebra's first scene here might be a bit long, but for those who have been following along, there are, I am sure, some interesting God knowledge reveals to be had. So, Nebra, you and your family, at the behest of Elstera Evrathi, left 4 weeks ago via steamship from the docks to Iruvia. As you remember, it is believed by House Anixis that your brother Omar is the reincarnation, this generation's version of Lord Ixis, which you know to be false. But for whatever reason, the real Lord Ixis, in the body of Elstera Evrathi, has decided to propagate this um, misunderstanding. Ashish has been treated like a king in Iruvia, in all honesty, being viewed as this literal demon lord come back to life. But in order to make sure that he is who he claims to be, he has been subjected to these Dalai Lama like past life tests, which Elstera Vrathi has been all too happy to pass your family along information to allow him to pass these tests correctly. But this has also kind of indentured your father Raoul to her, and it's unsure at this point how much your family knows about Elstera's true nature. You're starting to guess your father probably has some inkling, and maybe your mother doesn't, but it's still hard to say. Regardless, when she asked, commanded that your family go back to Iruvia, there was no other option but okay. On this steamship, on this journey that took about a week to get to the shores of Iruvia, where you then continued on train to the capital, you uncovered some realizations, some revelations about Lord Ixis in the form of Elstera of Rathi. Now, perhaps this is something that both Nebra and Tiffany, as the player, have kind of already come to assume. But let's just get this out um, and solidify this. It would appear that while Lord Ixis, the Prince of Shadows, deception, and trickery, is unmatched in what we might call gaslighting and manipulation, they themselves are incapable of overtly lying. They seem to, under no compunction, to answer when questioned and can rely on partial truths and technicalities, but they cannot give voice to a blatant falsehood. And it is unclear at this time if this has always been such a restriction or if perhaps this is a consequence of their fall and their binding to this reality. The second revelation is one you wish you could forget, one that keeps you up at night. And even bringing it to mind now, Nebra, I am going to need a resolve roll to resist incurring trauma.
Okay. Sorry, it's been a while, so I have to go. I just click on resolve, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So, the way resistance roll works, you take 6 stress minus what you roll. So you take a total of
Okay.
2 stress just from recalling what you saw,
hmm
even now. And what that sight was, Nebra, was one night while passing by her quarters on the steamship. You saw Lord Ixis in their true form. It appeared as a monstrous entity of smoke, ash, and shadow. They were so tall that they needed to bend over double to fit within the confines of their steamship cabin. Their dark, massive, hulking body was immaterial, almost insubstantial, with vaporous demonic features. Now, because of their merger with Elstera, their form incorporated some more feminine characteristics, but was still overwhelmingly demonic. Their body was adorned in a gaseous exoskeleton of jagged spikes and horns. Their eyes and mouths emit a hellish glow that spread like an inferno, illuminating what to your mind looked like a circulatory system beneath the fog. of their form, and perhaps worst of all, a tortured, screaming human face sometimes manifested somewhere in the smoke of the demon's body, and you knew that was what remained of Kotor, a mortal sorcerer now entirely subsumed. As stated, the journey took about a week. Your ship docked at Bright Harbor, a location suspiciously devoid of warships and decidedly not being invaded by the Imperial military. You continued your journey by electro rail train to the Iruvian capital Uduasha, the crown of the Black Desert. This was established before the Cataclysm, originally the site of a great temple within a caldera in the Asha Mountains of central Iruvia. Over centuries, the temple attracted more and more followers, first as a makeshift settlement of tents and mud brick houses, and eventually as a large metropolis, climbing the walls of a great crater in rings of stair-stepped streets and tiered terraces. The city is arranged around a central crater created when 4 falling stars crashed into the caldera 1,000 years ago. Udu, the well, an ethereal, eternally burning conflagration, the very fire of the stars. The city's ring streets are broad and flat, spiraling gently downward from the outer walls to accommodate the passage of heavy wagons laden with rock and mineral from the mines to be processed by city laborers. Narrow, twisting staircases link the ring streets up and down the terrace construction of the city for quick travel on foot from one level to the other. Each of the elite noble houses of Uduasha take their name from one of the 4 demon princes said to have fallen from the heavens, and with their name comes an implied celestial authority. They divide the great bowl-like city among themselves, and the lower classes have no choice but to serve or risk courting the ire of the legendary demons, expressed by their chosen earthly agents, of course. Now, literacy rates are high in Iruvia compared to other parts of the empire, and scholarship and occultism are embraced and fostered among the growing learning class, unlike places like Duskfall, for instance. And because of this, the consequences of your publishing of Principles Oblivion's 2nd edition are more prevalent here than back in Akros. And traveling through Iruvia, you notice a new class of citizen, more muscular and misshapen than seems natural. They have been emerging among the ranks of the Vasu scholars and the Gwalim cultists, and with this new mutation, a palpable sense of wrongness clings to Iruvia like a fog, centraling around this dark crater, the crown of the Black Desert. Your train pulls in to what the locals called Rakuet, officially known as the Imperial Ward. Rakuet literally meaning the hand that meddles the stew, an Iruvian phrase that illustrates many people's feelings of imperial involvement in the region. It is a cramped district outside the gate of Uduasha proper. It houses the Lord Governor, a token force of imperial military soldiers, one single spirit warden, agents of the Northhook Company posing as Ministry of Preservation officials, and the overseers who command Peshra Rail Station, to which you are now pulling in. This Imperial Electro Rail Station connects Uduasha to the wider world, a situation that most Iruvians find to be an annoyance at best. Peshra is modest and unadorned compared to the opulent grandeur of most Imperial rail stations. Its plain stone halls often often bereft of travelers, save for bulk cargo shipments. Though today, as you step off into this very plain rail station, you are greeted by an entourage. You see a luxurious carriage surrounded by maybe a dozen guards that you recognize as being owned and operated by House Nixus. The carriage is enclosed and made from dark polished mahogany adorned with gold leaf accents and intricate carvings and traditional Iruvian motifs. The windows are draped with delicate embroidered curtains for privacy, and when the doors open, the interior is revealed to be lined with plush, silk cushions and rich jewel tones. The carriage is drawn by a team of impeccably groomed horses from Severos, their harnesses embellished with gold and silver fittings. and running from the carriage to meet his parents and his sister is your little brother, Omar. Now, Omar looks different than you knew him growing up. Now, your family were diplomats, but the wealth of the noble houses had always kind of eluded you. But here is Omar, a slender boy with dark hair and eyes, youthful face reflecting his tender age. But he walks or runs, as the case may be, uh, with an authority of an importance, and he is dressed in a very similar way. He wears a sherwani, a knee-length coat-like brocade garment, richly decorated with intricate embroidery and embellishments, motifs like paisleys, florals, and geometric designs picked out with silver thread. He wears a decorative sash around his waist made from fine Iruvian fabrics, and his head is wrapped in multiple layers of the same rich, brightly colored cloth. It's adorned with jewels and a brilliant feather affixed to the center of the headpiece by a decorative brooch. He is heaped in a mass of jewelry, multiple layers of gold and jeweled necklaces featuring pearls, emeralds, rubies, along with gold bracelets and armlets that are intricately designed and studded with jewels. Rings, each featuring large gemstones, are adorning his fingers, and delicate yet opulent earrings. These elaborate danglers hang from his ears and swish as he runs towards you. Um, and he does so, screaming, "Mother! Father!" And he leaps up into your mother's arms as he gets close. He is followed by two other figures who you recognize from your time in Iruvia and your family's kind of close alliance with House Anixis. One is Captain Hyansa. He is the commander of the House Anixis guards, a skilled assassin who is sometimes taxed with killings too secret to assign to someone outside the house's inner circle. You know him to be well traveled, deadly, tenacious. He is a tall Iruvian man with a lean and muscular build, indicative of both strength and agility. His olive skin is weathered by years of travel and activity, tattooed with Adrathi runes running in lines beneath his eyes, piercing green with a keen, observant gaze, capable of both intense focus and calm detachment. His dark shoulder-length hair is currently allowed to fall freely, though his beard is neatly trimmed. He wears a sable caftan and ceremonial gorget over a black linen tunic and matching trousers, the elaborate embroidery done in black thread to be almost invisible. This is belted at the waist with a wide sash of the same color that scabbards a talwar and a pair of flintlock pistols. To his side is Suwana, the firstborn of House Nixus, a subtle, intelligent, and ruthless young woman. She's in her early 30s. Her skin is warm, has a dusky hue. Her eyes are a deep, piercing brown, and probably the most striking feature of her face, um, framed by naturally arched eyebrows. Her wardrobe balances opulence with practicality. She wears a simple, loose, robe-like dress, immaculately tailored, made from fine wool. It blends shades of deep emerald, midnight blue, and royal purple. It is constructed out of one large square of fabric draped from her shoulders and embroidered with delicate motifs of pomegranates and vines, symbolizing the fertility, power, and prosperity she promises her house. Her jewelry is minimal yet exquisite. A slender gold chain around her neck holds a single flawless emerald, a symbol of her keen intellect and unyielding resolve. Her fingers are meticulously manicured and bear rings that signify her victories and alliances. She wears a headscarf made from sheer silk, say that 5 times fast, and it is draped elegantly around her head and shoulders, partially covering a jeweled diadem made from gold and encrusted with emeralds and sapphires. As Omar runs up to his mother, you can see Captain Hyansa kind of lurch after him, and you know that he has been kind of the primary caretaker of Omar, who he mistakenly believes is this demon god. Um, whereas Suwana walks more slowly over to greet you, which she addresses your parents first. She says, Prakar Deepthi Vanasa It is so great to have you back here.
I think Nebra will at this point kind of start bowing to Sawana, and she's like, "Thank you. I'm very honored to be back in my home."
There are many things we have planned while you were here. Tonight, in fact, our allies in House Ankayet have prepared a feast for the mother and father of Lord Ixis Reborn. It would be an honor to have the sister of the great demon attend as well.
But of course,
Please. And she kind of snaps her fingers, and the servants go to collect your bags and start loading them up in the carriage. Swana is like, "You may ride with us back to our estate." And at that, Elstera steps in and says, "How about you take Prakar and Depthi back? Allow Manasa and I to walk the city. It has been so long since she has been here. I do not want her to forget where she comes from." And this is the first time you kind of notice that Captain Hyansa and Suana, who have been giving so much deference to your little brother, seem to kind of focus in on Elstera. Kind of give her a look like they're curious about why her words are so commanding, uh, and without her seemingly needing to put any more emphasis uh, on her statement. Um, and of course, hearing this, there's nothing they can do but obey. Of course. Please, though, do be safe. Iruvia has seen some changes. And so they load up the carriage with your parents' baggage. And Elsera puts her arm against the top of your back and leads you down the street. I am not very pleased with you, Manasa. You and your
yes, I
friends have meddled with something you do not understand, and you have made things that much more difficult for me. This is not the place to get into the entire cosmology. You may one day have questions, and one day, if you ask in good faith, I can provide you with answers. But know as the influence of the gods that were forgotten seeps back into this world, so too do the powers of those like me. And while I welcome such power, there are those who remain sleeping, who will soon wake with that surge of energy. And too many cooks spoil the broth, as they say. It will only make what I have planned more difficult.
what can I do to right this wrong?
Walk with me. The first step is understanding. You and your friends did these things because you did not know the implications. So let me show you firsthand what you are the cause of. She walks you, and we can kind of montage this bit, but she
Mhm.
walks you through Ayanuet. Oh, sorry, no. She walks you through Betuet first, the northern district. It is the home to craftspeople and laborers and miners that lend the district its name, Betu. It is a place of simple, sturdy buildings and broad roads to handle heavy cargo wagons. Most of the structures are ancient but well maintained. Uh, the people here are not rich, but are highly skilled and well versed in communal efforts, able to do much with little. The Great North Road cuts down the center of the district, carrying a constant stream of trade goods, minerals, and crafts to and from Petra Rail Station, for indeed, it is right on the other end of the wall from this district. It is packed with single story homes and with domed roofs and tall towers divided into cramped apartments, while long, low warehouses and shops line the main thoroughfare. Here, miners trudge to their homes covered in soot and dirt from their labor, and heavy cargo wagons trundle down broad, well worn streets. Hugely lit, or brightly lit, though huge braziers at every corner illuminate these streets, and uh, merchants show off their trade goods of great stones that are not yet processed for their riches. Hawkers call out from their stalls and shop doors, offering finely crafted goods for sale. And it's through this district that Elstera leads you to Sarek Spire on the eastern edge of the district. This stone, fell from heaven, like the other four, that brought the demon princes to this world. The demon spire of Sarek looks like an obelisk of black glass that towers high above the human-made structures of the district and sinks some distance into the ground. Its crystal facets reflecting the forge light of the local craftspeople, and wrapped fully in black gauze and silver wires, veiled cultists, the Gwalim, are seen coming and going from tunnel entrances around the spire, granting access to the buried heart of the spire and, if rumors to be believed, the demon prince within. These Gwalim, some of them, are misshapen in the way that you've seen many of the people of Iruvia who have adapted the rituals printed in the book. And you can see that small hairline fractures are beginning to show in the glass of the demon spire. From here, Elstera leads you through the Eastern District, Ayanuet. It is considered by many to be the most beautiful man-made place in all of the Shattered Isles, its name literally meaning cultivated beauty. This ideal is embodied with dozens of terraced gardens, parks, waterfalls, amphitheaters, and promenades. Huge mirrors reflect the lights of hundreds of public fires, multiplying their light in a dazzling display meant to mimic the light of the sun prior to the cataclysm. The wealthy elite go here to relax and enjoy the many fine restaurants, theaters, music hall, and art galleries. They stroll through green parks, along burbling streams, and glittering waterfalls. Landscape workers toil, ever out of sight, maintaining the beautiful facade, while destitute beggars are quietly escorted back to the well by uniformed security personnel. Slender, elegant minarets, landscape terraces, balconies, and elevated walkways connect polished stone manors and gardens. Wide, tree-lined, immaculate avenues connect with quiet, romantic side streets as one walks through the public spaces of the district. She leads you directly through these parks and public spaces, for no demon spire fell in the Eastern District. The Southern District, however, houses two. It is named after the Iruvian word for gold, sukru, sukruat, and it seems to perfectly represent the fabulous wealth of the noble families who dwell here, on the highest tier of the city, overlooking the rest of Uduasha like carrion birds circling a fresh corpse. The staff and servants of the noble houses rush to their appointed errands by foot and by carriage. Estate security astride their mammoth war steeds patrol the streets in gleaming armor. Dockers from the riverlocks pass by on lower tier streets, obscured in the shadow of the grand estates. Yet from here rises a circular tangle of cramped dwellings, the Snarl, housing the legion of servants who attend the noble houses. These cramped lower tier streets are hidden in darkness below gated avenues, admitting only those with the proper credentials or bloodlines. The upper terraces are crowned with luxurious mansions and manor houses, towering minarets, landscape terraces, balconies, and elevated walkways. And an ancient fort at the southernmost point acts as a stronghold against attack from the Ashava and Cloud rivers, as well as a lookout point to see for many leagues in every direction when the beacon lights in the black desert are aflame. Alstera leads you first to Kuset Spire, on the eastern edge of the district. The demon spire of Kuset is slightly thinner than the one before, and rises like an obsidian needle above the human-made structures of the district. Ad hoc shrines have been created at its base by offerings left by supplicants beseeching the demon prince of justice and vengeance for swift retribution on their half. Small marble figurines of the demon prince's throne. Elstera next leads you to to Ixis Spire on the western edge of the district. Of course, it is now cracked and broken halfway up its height, with the upper portion of the spire toppled over next to its base. For the demon prince of shadows has long been walking the Shattered Isles. Finally, she leads you into the western district, Vashsu-At, a district name for the scholars of astrology, history, and warfare, the Vasu, whose ancient, legendary academy is perched atop a high terrace. The magnificent campus of the Vasu schools, accented by its metal-capped towers gleaming in the blazing light of the well far below. Students train on campus, crossing swords and dueling practice, studying the stars, and poring through tomes of strategy and history. The scholars of astrology, history, and warfare train the elite captains and commanders of Iruvia to understand the secrets of the heaven in order to understand the secrets of the earth and those in the hearts of men. They listen closely to the silent whispers of the demon princes imprisoned in their spires and instill what they hear into the next generation of Iruvian leaders. Wearing their distinctive crimson robes, the Vashu scholars slink away to secret appointments with strange beings hidden away in the darker places of the city. Narrow stone lanes for foot traffic along the upper terraces give way to broader streets for coaches and wagons below. Stately towers capped in copper, brass, and silver tower above elegant townhouses and stylish family homes. The Wintercliff Dormitory sits to the north of the Vasu School, a massive building that encircles two courtyards across two city blocks and seems out of place with its foreign, northern, that is to say, Akarosi architecture. And it is here Alstera leads you to Kayat Spire, embedded at the northern edge of the district, where once the semi-translucent demon spire of Kayat stood whole, allowing glimpses of the sometimes shifting shape within. Now, like the demon spire of Ixis, it is cracked and broken halfway up its height. The upper portion exploded into pebbles that the Gwalim and other pilgrims come to hold and feel with their unworthy mortal hands. And that is where Alstera, without looking at you, eyes affixed to the broken spire, says, "It is my brother. He has awakened."
I think at this point, Nebra will basically prostrate herself like right in front of Elstera, and she'll say, "Thank you for showing me the error of my ways. All I ask of you at this point is to allow me to earn your forgiveness and earn back your trust."
He takes a deep breath in that must be a reflex that Alstera has, for you cannot imagine Lord Ixis needs it. And they say in a voice that is partially Alstera's and partially the Dark Lord's, "You shall have it. You and your family have been loyal supplicants to me and my cause. In the days and months to come, there will be those who stand against me, those who awakened by the influx of power, by gods forgotten, locked behind the shattering of the sun. I will need you, your family, and when the time comes, your friends, to stand against those who would prevent me from my ultimate goal."
Sorry, out of character. I'm just like, ah! Yeah, well, she'll still be on the ground, and but she'll say, I'll do everything that you ask of me."
Be on guard tonight. The Enkayat claim to hold a feast for your brother and your family to honor the mortal parents of Lord Ixis reborn. I fear there's a more sinister reason for this banquet, for my brother wants to see Ixis with its own eyes.
He's going to be in for a surprise.
Good. Surprises are where I work best.
So I take it you would want me to attend this feast.
I will be there with you.
Okay,
Just be ready for anything.
I will.
And if my brother does reveal himself, let me handle it. Save yourself and your family, that you might serve me to come. It will do neither of us good for you all to die here tonight.
Of course.
Cool, cool, cool. So, you spend the rest of the day with your family in the Anixis estate. Um, and later that evening, you head off to dinner at the Enkayats. The Enkayat estate is located off Kethris Way on the eastern edge of Sukruat, not terribly far from the Anixis estate. It overlooks the Vasu school, which the family funds in the neighboring district. The garden leading up to the manor is magnificent and designed to complement the building's architectural splendor. Pathways are lined with fragrant jasmine and roses, living plants the likes of which would blow the minds of those you left behind in Duskfall. Uh, These lead to fountains with delicately arched water jets. Pavilions with cushioned seating provide serene spots for relaxation, shaded by ornate canopies and surrounded by radiant energy grown ember thorns that provide light and allow for the growth of lush greenery and blooming flowers. The manor itself is a sprawling structure, its opulence immediately evident from the intricately designed facade that features a harmonious blend of domes, minarets, and ornate arches. The grand entrance is framed by a series of pointed arches embellished with delicate filigree and tilework, resplendent with patterns of flowers, foliage, and fruit. The heavy wooden doors inlaid with mother of pearl and accented with brass studs. You stand with a similar entourage to the one that greeted you um, at Peshra rail station. Suwana, Captain Hyansa, your mother, father, and brother, now going by the names of Prakar, Deepthi, and Asish, or Lord Ixis if you're freak. And of course, Alstera of Rathi. The grounds are populated by servants and perhaps slaves in the Enkayet fashion. That is to say, um, wearing very little clothing, almost like think like if you've seen like Spartacus Blood and Sand, like kind of fetishistic type gear, who or even like 300 if you think of like the Persian king. Um, who are kind of there to uh, cater to the guests' every desire. These servants open the wood doors to reveal a vast foyer. The foyer's floor is a mosaic of colored tiles that form intricate geometric patterns. The ceilings are adorned with elaborate plaster work, each corner featuring minaret like finials. The walls are lined with silk tapestries depicting scenes from the epic history of House Ankite. Their vibrant colors and detail embroidery adding a layer of richness to the space. To the right of the foyer, a grand staircase with intricately carved wooden railings and steps inlaid with marble leads to the upper floors, the handrails capped with velvet cushions and the newel posts topped with minaret domes reminiscent of those seen atop the towers of the Vasu school nearby. Your entourage passed through the main hall, which is a vast open space with highly vaulted ceilings supported by slender, carved columns topped with lotus flower capitals and draped with luxurious fabrics that add to the room's regal ambiance. And finally, they lead you into the dining hall, which features a long, low table surrounded by plush cushions and set beneath a ceiling painted to depict the four demon lords as celestial bodies. And here you meet some people you knew only in passing, really, from your time in Iruvia. And these kind of form the entourage of House and Kayat. And those are Eshala, Master Jera, Lanaya, and Avrad, and Kayat. Starting with Master Jera. You know him to be the most senior and respected servant in the city and a major domo to House Ankayat. He vets all of the personal servants hired to attend the noble elders on the conclave. He is strict, obedient, and wise. He is a tall Iruvian man with a commanding presence. His build is trim but robust, reflecting a life of disciplined service and physical activity. His complexion is weathered, with deep lines etched in his face from years of responsibility and care. He has graying hair and a neatly trimmed beard. His eyes are a piercing dark brown, reflecting wisdom and experience, capable of both sternness and kindness. His attire is impeccably clean and well maintained. He wears a midnight blue caftan adorned with subtle gold embroidery, signifying his status among the servants, which he leads. This is belted at the waist with a wide sash that scabbards a scimitar and a pair of pruning shears. On his head, he wears a short, cylindrical, truncated hat constructed of a felt fabric that matches his robe. And he is surrounded by these half-naked servants dressed in this traditional Ankai style, and he's kind of giving them orders to make sure everything goes to plan today. Over in a corner, you see the lovely Ashala. Much like Suwana is to House Anixis, Ishala is the firstborn scion of House Ankayet, someone who is bold, keen, and loyal. An Iruvian woman in her early 30s, a striking figure who stands poised and commanding attention, her every movement exuding confidence and authority. She drapes herself in a vermilion stretch of unstitched woven fabric, arranged over her body as a robe, one end attached to the waist while the other end rests over one shoulder as a shawl. Around her neck, she wears multiple layers of heavy gold necklaces, including one that features a cameo depicting the Ankayat crest. Her wrists jingle softly with the sound of gold bangles and bracelets as she moves and gesticulates. Her head is covered in a two-piece veil made of close-fitting cotton cap and a tube-like scarf. A delicate chain with a central diamond pendant falls just below the line of her headscarf and rests gracefully on her forehead. She seems to be in conversation with Lanaya, who you knew to be a close acquaintance of Lady Yonkayat that you know back in Duskfall, for she too is a Leviathan hunter. She captains one of the family's four vessels in the Sky Fleet, each named after a bird. Hers is the Horned Screamer. She is adventurous, brave, and loyal. She stands tall in confidence with a relaxed but ready stance, seemingly prepared for action and quick decisions, even in her muted conversation uh, with Eshala. Her build is athletic and svelte, with well defined muscles honed by the demands of Leviathan hunting and occasionally piracy. She has tan skin, slightly weather beaten, with high cheekbones, a straight nose, and a strong jawline. Her face is both striking yet rugged, and a faint scar runs up her cheek from the right side of her mouth, where someone tried to give her a Lockport smile. Over a finely crafted, richly colored tunic of navy blue, she wears a long, flowing coat of thick, dark fabric lined with plush material for warmth out at sea. The coat is embroidered with silver thread along the cuffs, collar, and hem, and is fastened with mottled silver clasps. A broad, ornate leather belt holds the coat in place and is adorned with a large, polished buckle. From her belt hang two sheathed scimitars side by side. Her head is covered in a long rectangular scarf wrapped around and tucked in place at the shoulders. And finally, the final member of this entourage, Avrad and Kayat, a newly appointed eminence of the Sixth Order. You know him as a man who was the custodian to the Tower of Stars, a cyclopean monolith that loomed above the well. It still does. Its dark windows, like many eyes ever watchful, its inner workings and true purpose a mystery to all. It is connected to the city by a narrow bridge over the eternal flame, and many believe the tower to be a stellar observatory. And you know that this is at least partially true, for the upper floors do open to the sky and are festooned with all manner of optical devices. But rumor has it the more exalted adepts of the tower do their work at the crystal windows at its base, looking downward into the eternal fire, and perhaps beyond. As a man, Avrad is enigmatic, calm, and strange. He's an Eruvian man, though his age is indeterminate. He is dressed in elegant, flowing robes of deep crimson, suggesting he once identified as a Vashu scholar. His youthful, even handsome face is partially concealed by a silk shamag embroidered with ancient arcane symbols. His spine, however, is unnervingly contorted, giving his silhouette a subtly unnatural aspect even when cloaked. He leans on a staff capped with a bronze owl with the same effort to keep himself upright, and the hand that grips the staff is elongated and ends in claw like nails. The visible skin appears mottled and discolored as if touched by some eldritch corruption, and it brings to mind the deformations you witnessed when dealing with those grinders affected by Lockport's mutagenic rain. Um, and it is from here that Ashala sees the Nixus entourage, and you have arrived, my guests. Welcome. Please be merry. And she kind of claps her hands, and servants arrive with trays uh, of amuse bouche for you to enjoy before dinner proper.
I'm going to see where or Nebra's going to see where her parents and where her brother are currently situated.
Yeah, so as much like just any kid, right? I think Omar slash Ashish slash Ixis is like sitting down next to mom, like in between mom and dad, down at the table. I think your parents have immediately sat down, and again, this is like seating on cushions, much like we've seen at the Nebra or the Cinnamon household. Um,
Hmm.
and they've kind of gathered plates while every now and again, um, Suwana will kind of give him a smile and a wave, and kind of give the impression like I'm gonna talk. I want to talk to you. I want to be a good hostess, but it seems like Lanaya, this Leviathan hunter, is kind of taking
Hmm.
up a lot of time. And then, um, of course, Avrad is just really creeping on Alstera.
Like how so? Like is he like real like in her personal space, or how is he doing
No, no,
that?
he's kind of off to the side, and again, he looks like it looks like he doesn't sit, he's standing, but it looks like he's the type of person who'd want to. It looks just to keep himself upright is taking an immense amount of effort. And he's kind of leaning on his staff, and just his eyes are affixed to uh Elstera. I'll say like he has like that predator stare, right? Like wherever Elstera moves, his eyes kind of track.
Okay. And does she detect that, or does she look oblivious to all that?
No, she does detect it. For her
Okay.
part, she's much more subtle. Like you can see, like she catches it, but it is kind of keeping him in the peripherals of her vision. So it's not to kind of relay her hand. You get the impression that Ixis, being the Lord of Shadow Deception and Lies, is good at keeping things close to the chest when needed.
Got it. Okay. I guess in that case, Nebra will try to sit next to her family, specifically her brother, and try to get his attention real quick.
Yeah, you get your brother's attention, and he's like, "Ah, Manasa, isn't this great? Look at all of this food. This has been what it's like. It was nothing like when you were here. Ever since you left,
Hmm.
I've missed you terribly, but I've been treated
Uh
so
huh.
good. I get
Of
the
course.
finest chocolates, cinnamon toffees." And he just kind of lists all these desserts he gets to eat, like for dinner.
Yeah, well, of course, little brother, you're a very special boy, and a very special boy deserves gifts. Um, and in that case, Nebra will actually pull out. And I don't know if you want me to mark this for load or anything like that, but she does have throwing knives as part of her kit, so she'll grab one of those and actually present that to Ashish as like a present.
Cool. Yeah. No, you don't need to mark load. I get this is a flashback. I'm kind of forcing upon you. Um, Yeah, that is fine. Yeah, like he takes it. He kind of gives you the look like he would have much rather like a toy or like a sweet, But
Hmm.
um, he's kind of like, oh, okay.
I know you are young, but you have you're about to take a great responsibility on your shoulders, and know that the captain has been protecting you, but it doesn't hurt to be able to protect yourself. So,
It's about when you say that opposite you, Lanaya
hmm.
sits down. This is the Leviathan hunter slash pirate, and
Sure.
she's eating something clearly, and she's doing it very kind of uncouth, just like very open mouth, chewing, and giving you like this big kind of shit-eating grin, like she knows something you don't know. Um, but otherwise, just kind of listens in very unstealthily uh, into your conversation.
So when so when she's eating, does it look like she doesn't really know how to eat, or is it just she's just messy?
It looks like she's like actively trying to make you uncomfortable. Like she thinks you might have preconceived notions about her or something, and she's trying to play on that to put you off kilter.
Okay. In that case, I'll turn my attention away from Ashish and formally greet her. She's like, Lanaya, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you. I hear that we have mutual friends in Duskfall.
We do. I've met the good lady Ankayat. She does good work with the Leviathan hunting, I've heard.
Have you? That's not what I've heard.
Well, what
I've
have you
heard
heard?
Leviathan hunting has been strenuous from those leaving ports in Duskfall. Well, for most of those leaving ports in Dustfall, and she just grabs a piece of fruit from the plate that your brother had kind of gathered, which
Mhm.
Captain Hyansa kind of gives her a look of like, in other circumstances, such disrespect to the demon lord Ixis Reborn would have resulted in the loss of her hand. But you see that he hesitates because he's kind of also giving the side eye to Elstera and to Azish. Like he's kind of putting some equations together. He's not really sure what to believe. So he kind of lets it slide, but kind of does give a growl to let her know such behavior will not be tolerated and to watch it.
Okay. Well, Nebra will continue. Now that you mention it, I did hear rumors that the Leviathans have moved much more north than usual, which makes the hunting that much more difficult. Is that what you've heard?
Indeed, I heard that Lady Ankayat didn't even go hunting this season and instead went up far north to Tycheros. And at that, Suana, or sorry, Ashala, the scion of
Mhm.
House Ankayat, would be like, enough,
Yeah.
enough, please, let us dine. And claps her hands, and a whole spread is served to you guys, and um, kind of small talk erupts, and uh, if politics or Leviathan hunting kind of pop up, Ashal is quick to be like, nope, not now, and kind of shut it down. And
Okay.
somewhere just know Silas is rolling in bed, having missed the wonders that Iruvia has to offer. Now, after dinner, or as dinner is wrapping up, Ashala addresses you, Nebra. My dear Manasa, sister to Lord Ixis in mortal form, I hope that the alliance we share, House in Nixis, House in Kayet, remain fruitful and push further into the future, blazing a path not just for our houses, but for all of Iruvia to follow. There is something that I hope you might be able to help me in strengthening this alliance.
And what does that?
As Lanaya perhaps hastily let slip before dinner, Duskfall's Lady Enkayat did not go hunting leviathans this past season. She went to Tycheros on my orders,
Mm.
as did Lanaya, and she kind of gives her an admonishing look. Our hope is to establish ties with the Tycherosi and create new ports for leviathan hunting in the furthest reaches of the northern void sea, far away from the Imperium's reach, where Iruvia can finally be liberated from our imperial dependence. You would like this, no? You are loyal to your people. Your time in Duskfall has not swayed your allegiance to the colonizers.
Oh no, that does not change. I have seen firsthand how they treat their citizens and those that do not like them, Peruvians included.
Negotiations with the Tycherosi are nearly complete. However, if we are to form this alliance with them, they want us to prove our own worth, to know that they are not going to need to be the hand that lifts us. More importantly, they want to see that our break from Akaros is so fundamentally powerful that Akaros will not turn their attentions north to Tycheros in retribution. Does this make sense?
I think it does, yes.
In order to ensure a successful hunting season, to prove to the Tycheros that we can bring in our own, and to prove to the Tycheros that without the Iruvians, the Akarosi are in a problematic state, we are going to need you and your friends in Duskfall to procure something for us.
Oh, really? And what would that be?
We have learned that there is a map book of divine Leviathan migrations that once belonged to Leviathan Hunter who captained the Storm Palace. This map book is currently in possession of Lord Strangford.
Okay. So the Storm Palace, that's Lady Clave, correct?
Well, it was. Now, yeah, Lord Strangford
Was,
does
yeah.
have it now, yeah.
Got it, right. Okay.
We do not need an original copy. A reproduction will do. But we need to show the Taikarosi proof that the Akarosi no longer have access to it. This is not just us showing our worth. This is a strike against Akaros to bring them to their knees. This is going to be a new world order. We are going to win this so-called war we are fighting. Now, this matter, while high of scope, is not terribly pressing at the moment. The season has just ended, and my Leviathan hunters will not depart for Tycheros until the start of Calavet 2 months from now. And remember, in the Shattered Isles, a month is 6 weeks. Lady Ankayet believes that Lord Strangford keeps the map book in one of 3 places. The map room of his ship, the Constant, his personal chambers at Strangford House, or his private vault at Saltford's. I need you and your friends to determine the actual location of the map book. For moving on the wrong location, we'll just see Strangford hide it, bury it, and all of the information we've gathered so far will be meaningless.
Other character, could you repeat the 3 locations?
I will, yeah, out of character here. The 3 locations are the map room of his ship, the Constant, his personal
Okay.
chambers at Strangford House, and his private vault at Saltford's. This is, again, not pressing. You have 2 months to complete this, should you want to. And mechanically, here's how this will work. So you and the crew will need to do some long-term projects. They're going to be 6-segment long-term projects for each location you want to investigate. And at the end, we'll do a fortune roll. On a success, the book's at that location. On a failure, it is not. And the map book will always be at the final location if you hadn't found it beforehand. So a little lead up to a heist down the road.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is this something you think you will be able to help us with?
I definitely think so, though my friends, as you say, some of them only understand financials. So I would have to persuade some, um, if there is a reward for a job well done. Is
I too
that
understand
something?
the need for persuasion. So let me illustrate how best you can persuade. And she snaps her fingers, and some of these, what you thought were servants, pull out weapons, daggers, swords, and come behind your parents, swords to their throats.
Hmm.
Um, and she says, Duskfall is such a dangerous place right now. Until we can level this blow against the Akarosi, it would be negligent of us to allow the mortal parents of the great Lord Ixis to live in such squalor, filth, and danger. They will be our guests, in protective custody in House Ankayet's estate, until a time that you provide my Leviathan hunters with that map book. You see, this is how I persuade you. Perhaps a similar notion will work well on your friends that need convincing. And you could see, like, immediately Captain Hyansa went to draw his sword, and this was an ambush.
So is it just the parents, or is it also?
It is, your parents and your little brother.
Okay.
You, of course, are not, because she needs you to go back to Duskfall.
You're quite well versed in negotiations. I am impressed. Shall go back and I'll see what I can do.
I look forward to hearing from you. Lady Ankayet will be my point of contact in Duskfall. When you find
Mm.
the map, deliver it to her, and she will deliver it to me. If you need to be in contact with me, contact her. But understand, communication between Duskfall and Uduasha in this time, at the height of the conflict, is unreliable.
Understood. So where is Elstera and everyone else at this point?
She's at the table too. I think everyone's kind of all of the Anixis. entourage are kind of like mouth agape, aghast at what just happened. Like this was because essentially you like these two houses have been allies for millennia.
Right.
This and granted, this isn't a direct attack against Anixis, but this is also very uncouth.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm trying to think whether Nebra will excuse herself at this point, or if technically the feast is still going on, or what.
I think this happened towards the end of dinner. Yeah. So if you wanted to be there,
Okay.
cool. So
Okay.
you're heading back to the estate, the Anixis estate, then.
Yeah. Yeah. Nebra will take her leave and yeah, return to the estate.
Cool. So after all of this, like you can see that while your parents and your brother, which I will say mechanically has separated you from your vice purveyor, something to be cognizant of, um,
Sure.
are led off at knife point. They do seem to be treated well. Like you have the impression like Ashala will kill your parents if it comes to it, but that's not her. She's that's not her first plan, right? And she's going to
Okay.
treat them well until a point where she can no longer. Um, as you're walking out, you catch just like brief snippets of conversation between Arvrod and Kayet, that kind of creepy hunchback, and Alstera, who have finally connected and are talking in hushed
Hmm.
tones. And you don't hear much of their conversation, and perhaps you didn't want to linger too much, lest you have to take even more trauma. But you do hear a bit of conversation. Specifically, you hear Avrod mention something to Elstera about, and I quote, going back home.
Oh. Okay.
Um, and finally, you step out to head to the Ankayat estate. You step out onto Kethris Way that cuts gracefully through the terrace landscapes of the western side of the southern district. It is flanked by luxurious mansions, the Ankayat estate included, that rise majestically from perfectly manicured estates. Here, the wealthiest citizens reside in palatial mansions with private gardens and rooftop terraces that offer panoramic views of the city of the Black Desert beyond. As the road descends towards the well, however, Kethris Way transforms. The opulence begins to fade. The vibrant, fragrant air is replaced by a cooler, shadowy atmosphere. Here, the stones of Kethris Way are broken, swollen, and buckled, with refuse and detritus scattered about. The cramped homes of the poor and outcast, crumbling clay brick structures with roofs fallen in and doors kicked down, pile in a jumble of crowded terraces, walkways, and twisted staircases. And it is here at this juxtaposition of the haves and have nots that you see an individual attending their horse drawn cab. This individual is Akarosi, though of indeterminate gender. They have an androgynous figure with kind of feminine facial structure, though a gender expression that leans more towards the masculine. Their style points to their northern origin, but blends in elements of local culture and fashion in a way that kind of designates them as an expat rather than a tourist. They wear a morning coat over a shirt of off-white linen and khaki trousers, complemented by a shemagh of Iruvian fabric, currently pulled down, revealing their face. A silver brooch depicting a spoked wheel is pinned to the lapel of their coat. And as they see you, they kind of motion you over. Hey, hey, over here.
Does Nebra see the pin and recognize it,
Um,
or does she
you
need to
see the
walk closer
pin.
to?
Yeah, you see the pin. If you recognize it, I don't know. Do you recognize it?
I don't know. I forget where.
I
Sorry.
don't think you've seen a silver chariot pin before. You've seen several people who wear brooches now
Hmm.
on their lapel, including Jeremiah with the bee that is the hive.
Okay. Yeah, Nebra will approach this person, hear them out.
Nebra, is it?
Yes, it is, and you are?
They call me Chariot. And they reach out their hand to shake yours.
She shakes.
I represent an organization with interests in the area. We've been following developments and, let's just say, We had a feeling things might play out interestingly at your dinner party tonight.
Oh, really?
I don't mean to frighten you. I just mean to say that my organization has you and your parents' best interest at heart. So long as we operate in the city, my organization will ensure that no harm comes to your parents or your little brother.
Do we serve the same lord?
Excuse me?
Okay. So is there anything for me to roll to see if I could recognize like what this organization is, or if it's something I've heard like back in the past in my childhood? Is this something that's native to Iruvia, or
No,
just like
well,
basically
so
curious?
the things I'll give you for free is this person is Akarosi, right?
Sure.
And looks like they're living in Iruvia now, but they are Akarosi. So this organization probably has ties up north too. It's probably not like an Iruvian exclusive organization. Uh,
Hmm.
that being said, you don't know of any. I mean, you know of the big ones, right? The Ministry of Preservation here. The Spirit Wardens have one representative. The Imperial Military. But like when it comes to like smaller organizations like gangs and criminal syndicates, you don't know really of any, which is something you might inquire about if you need to. But yeah, you get the impression just based on how he asked about like, do you serve the same lord? Like he doesn't seem to know much about a, a Nixus and Kayet and like the demons back to life. That seems to have gone over their head.
Got it. Okay. In that case, I'll say, I am grateful that you and your organization are willing to help keep my family safe. Is there anything that you can show me to prove that what you say is true?
My organization isn't one that often shows anything. You see, we prefer to remain unseen.
Ooh, finally a
I
face to put
see.
with the unseen.
I see. I guess in that case, I'll have to take your word for it, and for both our sakes, I hope your word is good.
If it's not, and you feel wrong about it, I will be the first one to come and find you that you might mete out my just deserts.
Very well.
Now, please,
Um,
my lady, might I offer you a ride back to your estate? For these streets are ever more dangerous these nights.
oh, it'd be lovely. Thank you. She didn't want to walk. She already did a
Cool.
walk earlier. She's good.
Cool. So she takes you back, or sorry, they take you back to the
Mhm.
Anixis estate. And from there, we can say, and again, you guys, thank you for going with me on that bit of a journey. But
Yeah.
we can say, we can flash forward to our normal timeline as you are now
Sorry.
back in Duskfall. Um, and Nebra, yeah, so you do have two downtime activities. What do you think you'd like to do?
Oh gosh. Gee, I wonder. Yeah, I think I would like to start a project to locate this map book of Lord Strangford's.
Cool. Yeah,
So
I
so do I
will
pick a location to
reduce
investigate,
heat.
or
No.
how
Exactly, yeah. So you'd pick one of the three locations, and you would start a clock, a six-segment clock, to see if that is indeed the correct location. And again, assuming you tell the other members of the crew what's going on, they can help with this using downtime activities as well, if need be.
Okay. Gotcha. Um I guess we can start by investigating Lord Strangford's ship,
Okay.
the Constant. And I guess what Nebra will do, because she's not as familiar with the docks themselves, so she probably doesn't really know on top of her head what the boat looks like. But she'll probably go back to Duskfall Academy and maybe do some research, because, Leviathan studies is a subject there. So maybe there's some either like some
Yeah.
contemporary work or something about that
And
regarding
I'll say,
these.
Nebra, I think you do know exactly what the ship looks like. Like this is the flagship of Strangford's fleet. Like when it's in harbor,
Okay,
like it's
gotcha.
unmissable. Yeah, this is like a Leviathan dreadnought sized, you know, oil tanker type thing.
Okay, okay.
It's the big
And
one.
Yeah,
and
pretty. Yeah.
and and she knows that it's currently at the docks, is it?
Yep. So last game, Strangford just re-arrived back in Duskfall.
Okay. I guess in that case she'll try and maybe prowl around the docks just to get a glimpse of the ship, just to see what the if there's any security nearby or what the current state of it is.
Sounds good. It'll be a risky
Okay.
standard roll. Here, for these specific downtime activities, this will matter because like failure on these or even complications could have impacts on the later score or how Strangford reacts to you snooping around.
Sure. Makes sense. Um,
Don't fuck it up.
yeah,
Do your
thanks.
best.
Um,
Do your best.
Yep, do my best. So I already have 3 dots in it. So risky standard. I think I'll go ahead and push myself for another die. So that'll
Okay.
be 2 more stress. And then I'll go ahead and roll.
Okay, we take the 6, and that's going to fill up 3 segments of this 6-segment clock.
Okay.
Do you have a coin,
I do have a coin.
Kyle?
Does that add
would it be
1 more
advisable
or 2
to upgrade
more?
it to a crit?
I mean, I guess question, what happens with a crit? Like how many?
Crit is 5 segments, isn't it?
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
So it'd be 2 more. Likewise, you have another downtime activity. You could wait to spend your coin to see how
That's
many
true.
you fill up
Okay.
if you wanted to use it on that.
You definitely
Yeah.
don't have to.
Yeah, I think I'll use my second downtime action again. Could I go ahead and prowl again, or do I need to do something else
No,
different?
prowl works. Prowls works.
Okay.
And you're doing a mighty good prowl.
So far. Let's not get crazy here. Yep.
Ooh, okay. So a failure is just 1, and there are potential complications from the technical failure there. Now, you could spend a coin to bump that up to a 4-5, which would get you another segment full, or you could spend a coin to do a third downtime activity, should you want to try to fill it up completely. Or you can wait. Again, you have 2 months before.
Oh. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and spend a coin and for another downtime action. And
I would say because
my
Kyle would she benefit from we unlocked the expertise thing. So depending on how close she is to 4th dot and prowl, if she trained, she might be able to get a 4th dot and prowl.
Yeah, if she's close. So we did uh what Charles is saying, and you may have missed last game. We unlocked the ability to go up to 4 dots in a certain ability. Um,
Oh, okay.
so if you were to train in prowess, you might be able to get that 4th dot in prowl, is what you're saying. I don't know how close
Oh,
you are.
yeah, I fortunately don't have any pips in prowess so far, so I mean it's good to know that I could do that. I think I think I'll still spend a coin and just do another downtime action and try and prowl again.
Okay.
If that works for you.
Mhm.
Okay. So I do want to just fill up 1 clock at the very least.
All right, that's 1 more. You can spend 1 coin though to turn that to a 4-5 and fill up the clock should you want.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay. So that does fill up a clock. Now go ahead. There should be a big fortune button on your character sheet. Go ahead and roll that. On a 4, 5, 6, the map book is on the constant.
And just roll 1 die, is it?
Yep.
Okay.
No. So you've investigated the constant and you have determined without a shadow of doubt that the map book is not on the constant. Like perhaps you've seen movements, perhaps you've heard dockers say no sea captain worth their shot would leave something that important on their ship. But regardless, the map book is not on the constant.
Got it. Okay.
Cool. Moving us back to the main page. Anything else, Nebra, before we move on to someone else? Obviously, we can come
No.
back if there's some things you want to do in Duskfall later. This doesn't need to be the end of everything, but
Okay. No, I can't think of anything right now, so I'm good.
cool. All right. So now, in Duskfall, at the Hour of Thread, I'd like to start us off with Silas. And now, Silas, we often see you often start your games as is befitting a man of your station at the Saturnalia Club. But for what I have planned for you today, I would like to see you at a street location, doing
Okay.
whatever you choose, so that you could be at a market, you could be on a walk, but somewhere out and about in the city that is
Okay.
Dusk.
I'm sort of making myself seen among like the orphans in night market, and kind of just walking around making myself seen there.
Awesome. So you are hanging out with the informants,
I don't know that I'm
and
hanging out with them, but they're around.
gotcha. Um,
And
a
that way, if they have
person,
something for me, I can like act like I'm doting on an orphan.
yeah. So you actually are approached by someone who is walking through night market, seemingly on the way to Six Towers, and you recognize this individual as Mother Naria, who runs the arms of the Weeping Lady Charity House. Um, and she sees you kind of among the children. And as you said, as you're kind of spotted by someone, you kind of make it look like you are um, looking after them. And she approaches you um, and kind of takes it upon herself to greet you. And she says, "Oh, my, good sir, it warms the heart to see a man of your station, a man of your means, take pity on the poor and the orphaned of the city, to dedicate your time to enrich these young lives.
Oh, what else? Like, I feel no greater purpose.
More individuals of wealth and means ought to take a page from your book, my good sir. Would you be willing to accept an award?"
Like, I try and like, oh, uh, yes, of
I
course.
would like to make an example of this
I don't do
page.
this for awards, but I will humbly accept it.
May I get your contact information, sir?
Yes, I give her the address to my shop.
I would like to make an example of you, sir. I would like you to be the poster child of charity in this city. I would like to see this city turn over a new leaf where men strive to be like you, my good sir.
Well, I would be honored to be the poster child for you, as it were.
Thank you, sir. I'll be in touch.
Thank
Uh,
you.
and she walks away, and much like you do now, you have a big grin on your face, which immediately disappears when you feel a bag get wrapped around your head and you're
Oh,
pushed down an alleyway.
God damn it. Just
And you
one.
hear like your orphans scream and scatter.
As soon as
And
that happens, my reaction is just, God damn it.
Now you can resist that. You can resist story consequences if you're willing to eat
No,
a little stress
no,
and you'd like things to go a different direction.
I'm gonna not be actively resistant.
uh yeah, you feel yourself being pulled along the down an alley of night market, and whoever is manhandling you is someone of girth, uh a man of some muscle and height. Um at the same time, he does seem to be taking care not to injure you. Like uh like there is a force to his grip, but not one that's like cutting off circulation or really leaving marks. Like it's more of a display.
Yeah.
Uh, but he does push you into a back alley parlor, run down. Think like almost like an abandoned old storefront, like very like almost like a supply closet uh,
Mhm.
level space that's boarded up. Um, and he takes the bag off your head and reveals himself to be Karth. In one corner is Sarah, who has a expression of perhaps regret um, that we can dive into here a bit. You get the impression maybe she let slip some information that she feels bad about. But at the end of the day, Silas, you both know who signs her checks. And indeed, that person is here too. Standing in the corner is Jera Maha. She stands in three-quarter shadow In her right hand, she holds a balisong knife. She opens it with a flick of the wrist, swinging one handle away from the blade, while a turn of the wrist allows a second handle to swing open, fully extending the knife. She continues flipping it in continuous fluid motions where the handles and blade rotate around each other, executing twirls, spins, and rolls in a visually captivating display. It is seamless, rhythmic series of actions that Maha seems to be able to perform without conscious thought or effort. Finally, both handles come to a rest in her hand, and she approaches you, Silas, blade extended, squatting down next to you so as to be able to look you in the eye as she says, Silas, Silas, Silas. I had Karth pull you in here today because I am beginning to question who it is you think you work for. When I found out that a large sum of coin we had earmarked for the ministry went missing, I was furious. When I found out that Slane wanted control of your crew to work off the debt, however, I was damn near elated. Finally, I thought, I'd have my people inside her organization just as she has hers inside mine. So you can understand my concern and frustration when it gets back to me that you pulled a job for her, personally, and chose to keep that payout for yourselves rather than work off that debt. Are you reporting to new management now? Because to me, that sounds a whole lot like you're screaming, fuck the hive. So is that it, Silas? Are you thinking about turning corporate? Sizing up a nice corner office? And where would that leave us exactly? Let me guess. She told you that you didn't need to worry about the hive. Told you she didn't want her subordinates fighting among themselves. She's a businesswoman, Silas. A government bureaucrat, and she lies. Only Maha tells it like it is. For example, if I were to kill you right here, in that chair, give you the old black veil bow tie, what do you think she would do about it? The way I see it, your crew has 2 other founders, and that makes you expendable. The same cannot be said for me in the hive. She's using you, Silas, and when she's finished, she'll discard you. With me, at least, you are building yourself a future. And truth be told, I like you, Silas. If I didn't, we wouldn't be having this whole conversation. I would have had Karth gun you down in the street and be done with it. So what now? Are you going to convince me that my logic is flawed and this is a big misunderstanding? Or is someone in your crew putting funny ideas in your... Explain it to me, and for the love of any gods that you might hold dear, if the first words out of your mouth aren't, I'm very sorry, Miss Maha, I'll be taking 3 of your fingers.
I am very sorry, Miss Maha. The Nighthawks are in such a precarious position. We are not in power, and so we're not in a position to do things like refuse the Ministry of Preservation when they ask us to do something for them.
So it was the ministry who said, keep the money for yourself. Don't pay off the hive's debt. Is that what I'm to believe?
Yes.
Cool. Nate, I'm going to
Oh,
need a
God.
roll from you.
Okay.
This is a desperate standard. Now, let me just paint you a word picture here. If you fail this roll, you are trapped in a room with an angry Maha. She is going to kill you until you are dead. You will take level 4 fatal harm. I am willing to offer you a devil's bargain, however. You can make this roll as a risky standard, meaning she won't kill you if you fail to convince her. But regardless of how this plays out, you're going to take some damage.
Okay. I'll take a devil's bargain. Just to stay alive. I mean, kind of what I do. So is there a bargain that I will take damage if I fail, or
Yeah, but she will not. Well, you're going to take damage whether you fail or succeed, but she won't kill you if you fail.
okay, and that's okay. I'll do that. What am I rolling? Oh, just anything.
Something to
okay.
convince her. So, command, sway,
Man.
whatever the other one was.
Okay, so it's risky, standard.
Probably push yourself.
What does push myself to?
Well, you could up the position if you want, or you could add a die.
I'll add a die. And that's 2 stress?
Correct.
Cool. I got stress for days.
A 5. A success with a complication. That complication will roll up into the whole devil's bargain. By the end of this, you're going to take harm.
Okay.
Um, but
Oh.
you say that, yes, it was the ministry's idea that we don't pay you. Okay. Assuming I believe you, because you have a trustworthy face, Mr. Eventide. How do we rectify this situation? What are you going to do to make this right?
Anything you need.
You see, it's when you say things like that that you solidify in my mind you do know who you work for. I like that about you, Silas. Anything I need. I think Lady Slane's getting a bit too big for her britches. I think my life would be a lot easier if she found herself face down in a canal. Not now, but the time's coming. And when that time comes, I would like it to be you and your crew. And then we can enjoy what we've built together. Happily ever after.
Like as soon as she says that, like there is kind of a glint of his eye where it no longer seems like an obligation so much as a, oh, okay, I can get away with offing this bitch. Like he's not upset at that proposal. And visibly not upset.
I see we have ourselves an accord.
Yes.
So she kind of looks at Karth, who she gives a nod, and he's been kind of holding you to the chair, right? He kind of lets up so you can get up. Just one more thing, Silas.
We get hurt.
Work harder to ensure I get what's owed me, and for the love of any god you hold dear, make sure you never, and I mean never, steal from me. And to punctuate this, she moves in and gives you a stab 3 times, one for each coin you ought to have paid the ministry, like 3 inches above the kidney. Like her aim is, she's done this before because it's not gonna kill you. It's just gonna be painful for a little bit. And then she gives you, like, knife still in. She does a little bit of a twist, gives you a pat on the back, expels the knife, and kind of looks at the others and is like, "We're done here."
So how much harm is that?
That's level 2 harm. We'll
Okay.
call it Maha's revenge.
Or Maha's warning.
Revenge.
So, bloody and a bit uncomfortable, Silas. What next?
I'm gonna try and make it so that it doesn't look like anything has happened to me when I walk out, and that I'll, I usually carry a cane around for the sake of like status, not because I need it, but I'm definitely like using it to like keep myself steady as I return back to my shop.
Sure, yeah. Give me a roll to see how well you can pull off this charade. I think it's going to be a controlled because your appearance matters so much to you.
Yeah.
And standard effect.
Okay. So I'll try my finesse. So it's standard, controlled. And I think I will again push myself a bit for this one as well, if I'm allowed.
Yep, absolutely.
To and that's 2 stress again?
Yep.
To add an extra die just to like
A
ooh.
failure. So we'll say as you walk out, like, people immediately kind of start eyeing you, like, there's a juxtaposition because people do seem like concerned because there's this bloody man clutching his side walking out of, an abandoned building, but also this is Dustfall, so this is also a Tuesday for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But Silas, we'll say you take an additional stress as just like you didn't want to be seen in this light, and knowing that there's people seeing you weak, it's stressful.
Could I actually offer a trade of, instead of him taking a stress, that we take a heat as a crew, as rumors kind of get out there, because as Silas is walking away, like leaving a trail of blood behind him.
Sure, yeah, that's fine with me if people would rather that.
What heat were we at?
I think we're at like 0 right now.
Yeah, that works. I'm fine with that.
It bumps us to 1 heat.
Yeah. I just think Silas being able to take stress
We were at
later
1
might
heat,
be,
so 2 heat
might be
total.
important.
You
Yeah.
would be fine with that.
And it's also because I think people do know to a degree who I am,
Well,
especially
we're in our
random
territory.
I like it.
We are
Yeah.
we are in our like area of influence.
Yeah, so they see me coming out all bloodied, and that's going to get people talking. I don't like that, but
All right,
I'm
so
not
how's the work do
immortal.
now?
Yeah, I think the only thing left for me is to head back to my shop.
Yeah.
Just to get to
Let
safety.
the others know what happened and such.
Yeah.
Cool. So, on that note, let's move our focus up to Brightstone, to Caesarian Manor. So the Nighthawk, Virgil, you're again, hour of thread. This is like mid-afternoon, so you're kind of getting ready to like take on the Nighthawk to go to the lair to,
Mhm.
to meet with the others to discuss events of the night. Um, um, Currently, you are as Virgil, though, upstairs in your manor. Not terribly long before you heard a rap on your door, a knock, 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 knock. Of course, Alistair Rains, your dutiful butler, got the door. But you do hear an announcement coming from downstairs. You hear, Lord Caesarian, a visitor at the door.
Oh. I will
I need one of those.
I will freshen myself up. And I will faction some get some get myself looking at least somewhat decent. And I will head downstairs.
Yeah, you see that Alistair Rains is standing next to a individual, tall individual, almost unnaturally so, um, who wears a bronze mask indicative of his membership in the Spirit Wardens.
Good evening.
Good evening, Lord Caesarian. I am sorry for the interruption this afternoon.
No apologies necessary. Always happy to host an esteemed guest from the Spirit Wardens.
Your hospitality is noted and appreciated by our membership, I am certain. Might I inquest for but a moment of your time, my good lord?
Of course, I will gesture to the I don't know, some room to adjourn to with chairs and sofas.
Yeah, he follows you. Do you sit down and offer him like a seat?
Yeah, I'll offer him a seat and maybe something to drink. There's like a
Yeah.
fire going.
So like he doesn't sit, and when you offer him a drink, he kind of waves it away, like very much like seems to just be uncomfortable being around other people, maybe,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
just like a weirdo. But he does. He pulls out a scroll from a like a map case on his belt that he is unfolding, and he continues and says, "It has come to the Master Warden's attention that you may have encountered a person of interest."
Oh, well, all my schmoozing around about the city, I've finally piqued some interest. How delightful.
Yeah, and he pulls out a wanted poster that has an illustrated drawing of likeness of Mr. Groll, the creepy cabbie, Captain Lannick's business associate, and the man with the jester's cap pin that you met during the Baccarat tournament at the Silver Stag Casino.
Oh, okay.
The Spirit Warden goes on that we have reason to believe your paths crossed with this individual at a recent tournament of cards held in a Silk Shore casino. This individual is identified as one Mr. Groll and is wanted for questioning at Bellwether Crematorium.
Oh my! Oh dear. He may have been someone at a table I was gambling at. I apologize. Perhaps I'm a bit young and I've been, frivolous lately. But he may have met him. I'm not sure.
You have nothing to apologize about, my goodly lord, and let my appearance here tonight not frighten you, for you are under no suspicion of wrongdoing. We know indeed it was Mr. Groll. We just are seeking information that might lead to his whereabouts and subsequent arrest. Any information you can provide that lead to an apprehension will, of course, be rewarded by your organization.
Oh, yes, of course. I don't know much. I lost a bit of money in that event. That's all I can really tell you, unfortunately. But yeah. So I have no. I'm certainly not eager to 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 lose more money to this gentleman again. And now that I know of his that he is on your he is someone you are interested in, I would never have any more dealings with him anyway.
As it
But
so happens,
Yeah.
if you do find yourself having dealings with him in the future, it would behoove you to contact our organization that we might intervene
oh
for your protection and for the apprehension of dangerous individual.
well, I'll be on the lookout. If the opportunity presents itself, you'll be the first to know.
I am disappointed that you did not know more, but I understand a passing acquaintance with little knowledge. Or perhaps I was hoping in vain. I am sorry to have wasted your time, but please, if you encounter this individual again, be quick to report him to the proper authorities, that is to say, us at Bellwether.
Oh yes, of course, absolutely. Yeah, out of character, I actually don't know where he is. Right? Like,
I don't think so, yeah.
yeah, I don't think so either. Like that was technically speaking honest as well. Like I actually don't know anything about his whereabouts.
So with that, the Spirit Warden kind of gives you a shallow bow, thanking you for your time. Alice there sees him out, and then he will kind of approach you and, is everything okay, Lord Kassarian?
Well, they're looking. Remember, remember the incident with the casino. Uh,
Yes, I remember that a good amount of your family's estate was lost to everything in a frivolous game of cards.
yes. The things we do to maintain order in this city. But I would say they're looking for the man I lost all that money to. Um, they want him at the crematorium.
That does not bode well for that man.
No, it does not.
Better him than you, I'd say.
Yeah, indeed. I told them as much. If I encountered him, I would certainly let them know. But I do not know much about him or where he is at the moment.
Any idea why they're looking for him?
I did not say. They didn't seem that they wanted to say, and I didn't want to show too much curiosity.
Probably smart, my lord.
Yeah, just best to stay off the Spirit Warden's radar. But it's something to think about. If I hear rumors of him, might want to inquire and do some digging to figure out what he's wanted for. Something perhaps the Nighthawk is more equipped to handle.
It might be beneficial to share this with others in your crew as well. Perhaps they've had more dealings with him.
Yes. Yes, that might be some information that would be relevant as well.
I will redouble surveillance of the grounds. Make sure whoever this individual is doesn't have any ill will towards you or come snooping about the place.
Much appreciated. You can never be too sure these days. And I think With that, I will then adjourn to. This is the late afternoon. You said.
Yeah.
I will, continue to prepare for an evening to be the Nighthawk.
Sounds good. And after that preparation, you just head into the lair to meet up with
Yeah.
the others.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's gonna be weird when I meet Silas.
Yeah. All right. So we have 3 others left. We have Reese, we have Cole, we have the messenger. Who would like to check in with us next?
I'll go, but the messenger is really just nose to the grindstone on this 3rd edition. Let's say,
Are you trying to
If-
stay ahead of the band by making new editions? Well, you only banned the 1st and 2nd edition.
oh, they can ban the book all they want. That's whatever.
And I mean, we
Criminal.
already know the 3rd edition comes out, so
And sure, they're well, I don't know. It depends on how we regard the timelines, which is another thing. But like, oh no, by printing this book, I'll be breaking a law. I never do that.
Welcome to Dustball, baby, where books are against the law.
Oh, yeah, I know. Might be on the
Like
way to or
Florida.
from Sister Spookies, but actually, yeah. Let's say talking with Sister Spooky about the acausal 3rd edition.
Cool. So let's, if it's good with you, let's start as you're walking to the sanctorium to meet with Sister Spooky. And you start noticing, because you're a paranoid individual, let's be real, you start hearing footsteps behind you that are seemingly like falling in place with yours as to kind of mask their approach.
Ah, well, then, bootlegger turn. So, corner,
Mhm.
go around the corner, and then try and, like, I'd like to do this at a corner where there's a gap.
Mhm.
So there's this little piece here. So we can go around the corner, duck into here, and then be waiting guns out.
Cool.
Being
Yeah,
as
I'll
paranoid.
say no need to roll for this based on who this is and and who you are. I think you're gonna get the jump on this individual. Um, and you see when they kind of cut into your field of view that it is Valeris, the spy, your
My
contact,
friend. All right.
who sees it and is like, "Damn, you're good. I thought I had you."
Well, I mean, you did have me, just only this much. Put the guns away.
Good to
What?
see you in
Good,
good health.
good to see you in good health as well. What brings you here?
Well, walk with me for a moment. I have humorous information, not mission critical, but something I thought you might be interested in hearing nonetheless.
Great. Tell me a joke.
Tomorrow, the ink rakes are going to print a headline that reads something like Paragon sinks Imperial ship. It looks like your boys in Lockport, these grinders, might actually pull off their little rebellion.
It's going to be bad for the Scovelanders here. But most days tend to be bad for Scovelanders. Do you know where it happened?
Off the coast. The Imperial military has been trying with everything they have to get their flagship back. I mean, the Paragon was something special. I think people in my position and many of this land's nations would agree. And the fact that it has fallen into the hand of insurgents is something of an embarrassment for the Empire. An embarrassment that uh, others are taking advantage of. Say, the Iruvians. Even the Tycherosi are laughing, and that's not something I've thought a lot of you did.
We do a lot of different things at different times. So, okay. Uh,
Nothing's for sure yet. I think after all that is known, all that I know, for what it's worth, and information that I have could be wrong, though based on my sources, I doubt it, is that the Paragon, under control of the Grinders, sank an Imperial vessel.
we don't know if it was a whaling ship. We don't know if it was a
Oh no, it
warship.
was the gunboat. This was a destroyer sent to sink or apprehend the rogue vessel.
They only sent one? Did they
Oh
think the
no, they
Scovelanders?
sent more. One was only sunk. The battle
Oh, okay.
continued.
All right.
But the fact that a group of, how best to put this, a ragtag group of wannabe liberators sunk perhaps the greatest military this land has ever known, a vessel owning to them.
But well, I mean, if you put a really good gun in the hand of a fool, that doesn't mean he can't kill somebody with it.
That is a good point.
And honestly, I don't think all the Scovelanders are fools. They do seem to know their way around ships at times. So, all right. Well, they're down one destroyer. They'll be sending more. Do we know where the Paragon is even going? Like, what
It
exactly
is
is their?
off the coast of Lockport. It is blockading harbor. Their stated mission is to liberate the city, and from there, the rest of Scoveland.
They
And
liberating the city or starving it?
well, you can't make an eel pie without slicing up a few eels.
Oh, yes. Better them than either of our people, but still, what?
I just mentioned again, nothing critical to your interests or things going on here, but tensions could see an impact with certain factions in the city. And I thought, since I had heard it, you might be interested in the information as well. As tensions rise, new opportunities are created or shut down, as the case may be.
In in the same light, do you know of a Mr. Morrow and his collection?
Moro. Um,
Sorry,
I
what area of town was that out of character?
he was in Brightstone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got a place in Brightstone with a cottage in back, high roof building. Might have been a converted barn. I actually was too distracted by the contents to pay much attention to the architecture, but he has some very exclusive items in there, including what looked like a book written by me that I haven't written yet.
Well, that's simply impossible.
You know what? Lots of things gesture around and like at the fragments of the sun up there. Lots of things seem impossible until suddenly they aren't. I imagine our ancestors 1200 years ago didn't know what was coming for them in just a few score of years. Nonetheless, there's a lot of other interesting things in there too, and it could all be a mind game. I can't. Do these notes mean anything to you? Flip out a notebook, hold up some of the notes that are now not
Right, yeah.
something that the messenger can comprehend.
Yeah, no, she studies them, and she is like, is this a language, some sort of cipher? What am I looking at exactly?
Wish I knew. These are my notes from reading the book. While I am reading the book, these are notes that make sense. When I am away from the book, I no longer remember what's in the book. In fact, I don't even have to be away from the book. Sometimes if I just turn the page, I don't know what I just read, and my notes look like this to me too. Like not even a language. So
That's a bit out of my wheelhouse, and to be quite frank, comfort zone. Um,
fair enough. There's
Lord
some weird stuff going on, so
Mora, I don't know much about this individual. We do have a small file, an Akrosi noble. From reports I've gathered, seemingly cold and suspicious.
really,
Membership.
because he was warm and jovial when I met him. Interesting.
It's possible my information is
Or one of
either
us caught
fraud
him on
or
a,
he was obfuscating his true nature for some purpose when you met.
or one or the other of us caught him on an odd day.
There's ties to the Circle of Flame, definite membership, potential leadership. He and his husband Cheops, an Iruvian man, um, were something of explorers in their younger years. A lot of ancient Iruvia, such such that it is, but seemingly have settled down now here in Dustfall.
Oh, yeah. The Circle of Flame. That reminds me. What did you know about KOTOR? Did you know anything? worth sharing about sorcerer that left behind some bodily relics that were said to be objects of power?
Oh, I've heard rumors, but that's pseudoscience at best. I mean, no one actually believes KOTOR existed. It's a mythical figure. Um,
Oh, sure, but you can run into relics that can claim to be anything, right?
yeah, I wouldn't put much stock in any of that. I mean, the pseudo scholars even debate what KOTOR was. Was he a demon, a sorcerer, a demigod? I think it is just fragmentations left from the old religions that some of the superstitious in the city still cling to.
Oh, certainly. It's very difficult to figure out what's actually happened in the past, but we can say what we have seen ourselves. And whether or not it was the hand of KOTOR, I did see a living man with a dead hand. And the hand moved of its own volition after the man died.
Well, thinking about this from a purely scientific standpoint, we know that spirits do rise 3 days after
Immediately
bodies.
after he died. So it was probably a different modification of the electroplasmic field than just that reflection of that one person. Perhaps the man was possessed, perhaps the hand was possessed. But no. Anyway, I've been told that that was the hand of KOTOR, and they also collected the other two objects. Was it the eye and the
Guy in
heart?
the heart, according.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Moro says he's put them in somebody. So
Do we? Okay. Again, I doubt the veracity of these claims, but if this individual is running around doing back alley surgery on people, have we met this individual who he claims to have operated on?
I don't recall. I didn't catch the name if he said a name. But it doesn't necessarily have to be the eye, the hand, the heart of KOTOR. These can be, the sort of electroplasmic phenomenon that people got up to before they knew what it was about and call magic. And you sometimes end up with objects invested with great power. And someone says, well, I've got these 3 lumps of flesh and they've been invested with great power. They must belong to insert historical figure here. Let me go slap them on somebody and see what happens. And sometimes that doesn't kill anyone, initially.
Interesting. It seems that this idea of electroplasmic grafting, for lack of a better term, the scientists have yet to catch up with what we're experiencing, is becoming all the rage. I mean, not only is this Lord Mora apparently experimenting in such ways, but now Preceptor Dunville's back on the council looking very different than he once did.
Oh, it's probably not him anymore. It's probably the empty vessel. Yeah, it turns out that the annotated version of the Principles of Oblivion is so the Principle of Oblivion is not actually what it says it is. It says that it's this, treatise on stuff, but it's actually a instruction manual that is supposed to be able to how does it claim to work? It claims to pull your soul out of your body, transform your body into the body of a demon, and then put your soul back in. So that's layer 2. However, that's also false, because what's actually happening is that your body is emptied so that the empty vessel, one of the forgotten gods, can fill it and put itself in there and have a greater presence in the world. This is why I've been working on second edition revised, or more likely third edition now, which will actually be a guide for how to undo these things and express an actual understanding of what's going on there, so that, we can arm the right people to keep this from happening again.
Indeed, if you and I differ at times in explanations of what we might observe in this world, but if the Akarosi are tapping into a potential power source that was heretofore unidentified, that could pose a problem for the balance of other nations' power and sovereignty. Um, and so your talk of arming those who might need to stand against them in the times to come. Um,
Oh, it's
I think
definitely
you
not.
and I are going to be going about similar activities in very different ways.
And it's probably not just the Akarosi. My co-author is Iruvian, and yeah, I have no reason to believe that her country folk aren't also stumbling into the service of the empty vessel. But yeah, if you can do something about these people, cool. If just be aware that that's more than just Preceptor Dunderhead. It's
I
he's
know that
probably not
you
the
and your
same person
crew.
he was before, whether or not, because you hollow someone, they're kind of still the same person, but they're not really the same. Whatever he did to himself has changed who he was and made him dangerous in new ways.
I know that your crew primarily focuses on smuggling the weird and the strange, which is perhaps why we view things differently when it comes to science and the natural world. Um, if it does get to a point where the Akarosi balance of power tips the scales, would your organization be willing for a fee uh, to engage in politically motivated murder?
All murder's politically motivated. So,
That
of course,
doesn't.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. I mean, okay, that's not true. Sometimes people do things for really silly reasons. There are spree killers, those poor sick bastards. But, most murder is politically motivated.
Good.
Certainly, almost every murder I've committed. Almost.
Yeah, same. Uh, anyway, um, we'll be in touch and keep an eye out in the papers for how your boys are doing and keep an ear to the
I
ground
w-
about its impact
I
here.
will inform the Scovelanders I know, give them the heads up. Good luck, boys. Thanks for making time for me.
Always be safe out there, and she kind of leaves and starts blending her way back into the crowd.
Right. So I'm wherever I was going before. I am going back to the grotto, the lair, to talk things over.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
If I don't find the Scovelanders there, I'll probably won't even say anything and just head off to the roost.
Cool. Sounds good. So you're heading to the inn. The inn. You're heading to the grotto, and it seems like a lot of other people are. I will say, Reese, I'm gonna have you start in the grotto because I have something special for you going
Sure.
on. Um. Uh. Cole. Is there someplace else you wanted to start, and you can meet us back in the grotto? Did you want to be in the grotto as well?
Yeah, I think I was going to start out of the grotto. Um, I think over the last couple of weeks, we saw Cole basically, fully stress free, very very relaxed. We're having a lot of peace here, so I think Cole was going to. I mean, either he'll start. He has spent time in the roost, obviously throughout this time, but I think he's also been spending a lot of time with our cohorts, with Bear, with our gang of thugs,
Cool.
etc.
So well, let's maybe we can kill two birds with one stone, as it were, because we could have you at the roost with our crews,
Mhm.
if you'd like.
Yeah.
So,
Uh,
real quick for Reese, just to give you a heads up, like I imagine Reese would have been a lot of his time would have been spent with his girlfriend because of the break in and all that stuff. He's doing the comfort mode. But at the same time, he's also trying to get as much information on that sphere as possible. So that's sort of where Reese is. But if he needs to start in the grotto, that's perfectly fine. So
cool. Yeah, and we can say some of that might be we can roll and stuff to see what you found out maybe in like
sure,
your
sounds good to
week
me.
and stuff.
So I do think just so we know, Cole is very sensitive to the messenger's what the messenger has said and in the past, and after like looking, if we had a checklist, right, of all of the factions that we were, all the gangs that we were at war with and who we're not at war with anymore, which is we're not at war with anybody. I think Cole is definitely now, while using this peace, I think is using this time of peace to get people ready for what he wants is a one final stroke against the Dimmer sisters, to eliminate them, because they are the thing that he thinks are the biggest threat to them right now that he can actually deal with.
Absolutely. Makes sense.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Like, did you want to do this at the roost? Like, I guess, what are you doing? Are you like rallying them up, or are you like out in Six Towers, like scouting their manor?
I think
Like,
I would like to do kind of both. Like I think that he has done some of that Six Towers like walkabout, and he's maybe had maybe like pair like teams of two walking around in Six Towers, kind of like he's talked to well, actually, let's just, I guess, just do it. Let's, like, how about we start in Six Towers? Cole wants to go talk to the Grey Cloaks.
okay. Are you going directly? Because they're up in the northern side of Six Towers now, because they've retaken that precinct, right? Or is that where you're going, or are you going to the old smoke shop? Because they
No,
have
I think I'm going
both.
to, I think I'm going to the precinct itself.
Cool. So the Dimmer Sisters Manor is just like across the way to the east. Uh, did you want to walk by there, check it out, or are you gonna give it a berth and head
I'm gonna
kind of
give it a
directly?
berth.
Okay.
I think we've been like, and I think this has been a thing that Cole has been doing is he's been going on walks with maybe a couple of thugs in that territory.
hmm Yeah. So let's say you are walking with our new loyal, fearsome, though principled and savage thugs, and we'll kind of loop this into your kind of trying to teach them to be more secular, rather than like full out cultists that the Nighthawk was instilling in them. And you are walking with their group, which is led by Henry Evans, who we got to meet last time, but includes Warner Scott, Ora Hottie, Ruby Hooligan, and Dale Meredith. You walk to the Six Towers precinct, where, as you head in, you see Nessa. Like, the place is kind of ablaze in activity, and you can see Nessa kind of definitely looking like she's like, it's almost like like if you've ever like moved office and like it's just a frantic of activity as you're trying to set things up again. But like that added with like there's also like barricades, and there's like people with rifles on the roof because they also don't want the blue coats to take it back from them, right? So it's both like a fortified position and like the mundane of like just trying to get back to work.
I mean, like aren't they saying they're blue coats now? Like they're back to wearing blue coats and
Yeah, but that has been
but it's a polite fiction.
yeah, yeah, the blue coats do not recognize them as such. uh
Amazing. But are unwilling to send in another detachment to try to stop them.
that we know of. Yep.
Right. Cool. Well, I'll very casually pause, like far enough away that I'm not a threat. I'll take off my like coat to show that I'm not armed, kind of
Oh
thing.
yeah, like the guys on the roof, as they see, because you're known with the blue coats. I think like we're friendly at this point with them,
Mhm.
and they are they give you the wave in, and like eyes go back to like the horizon.
So head on in. I'll go
Uh,
up to Nessa.
yeah, Nessa kind of spots you. She kind of puts down a box that she's moving, and walks towards you. Kind of dusts her hands on her uh, gray/blue coat, and gives you a hand to shake, and it's like, Cole, nice to see you.
How are you doing, Captain?
Yeah, settling in.
It looks nice. I love what you've done with the place. Rebuilding
Oh,
it is
thank you. It's
good.
getting there.
Yeah.
Getting there. You come to housewarming. You bring a nice cake, pineapple turnover. Or
Oh, I mean,
uh, you here
I
on business?
I reach into my coat and I pull out a small bottle of like Skovlander whiskey. Like, I mean, if you're interested in having a nip in the middle of the day, always
I'm
happy to
not,
warm your
but I
house.
know my boys are, and she kind of snaps over, and some of the guys who have been like moving boxes and stuff like that,
Yeah,
um, are like, "Oh, good man. Oh, thank you." Like, we
of
like this
course,
one, and
of course, of
as they kind of
course. Yeah,
start
yeah, yeah.
pouring out shots and stuff.
I do. Uh, Nessa, I was wondering if there was we could have a word privately.
Yeah, of course. Step into what will soon be my office, and it's just like behind like a pile of boxes, just like a desk that's like more boxes are piled on.
I go ahead and I do that, and I leave my small gang of thugs behind. But I wanted to do you the courtesy that this is a polite visit, obviously, and we're on very good terms. But you've done me a good turn, I've done you a good turn. I think we're very friendly. But I wanted to do you the politeness that things between the Nighthawks and the Demmer sisters are not exactly on the best situation. I'm sure you're aware.
I've heard it's gotten better, but on the whole, yeah, that would be the information that's reached my ears.
Yeah. It's gotten better, but I must tell you, better with somebody that's immortal, or whatever the fuck they are, dealing with all of their nonsensical shit. They're just biding their time. So, instead of, waiting until I'm old and decrepit and can't, hold a rifle no more, and then have a fucking Dimmer sister carving me up, I'm gonna be planning on taking care of business. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
I appreciate the heads up. I appreciate you following protocol, just as we would come and inform you were we to pull something in night market. I like the respect that we seem to have for one another and that we continue to show one another. As far as the Dimmer sisters go, no one in Six Towers like them. They're creepy. The world will be better without them. If you want to take them out, I say good riddance. We can't offer much help as it is right now, though. We're on high alert against any retaliations from the Blue Coat after taking the precinct. But we also won't get in your way. And if there are small things we can do to help, you just have to ask.
I mean, it's not like the Bluecoats could care much here. This was a fucking wreck when they left it, and they completely marched their garrison out of here, didn't they?
You know, I would agree with you, but it's funny how people don't care about things until they lose them.
You ain't wrong. Have you sent word to any of the I can't remember. Sorry, out of character. I can't remember the title of the head cops, the Bluecoats.
Yeah, so Commander Cleland is the chief commissioner of the City Watch. He's like the top guy. Also, with a name like Cleland, one of like the original 6 families.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll say Cole will go. Yeah. Have you considered sending, I don't know, a parley gift? Maybe some acquiescence to Commander Cleland. You could always send an official report saying you've retaken the precinct against some scattered gangs, and that you're looking to bring order to the 6 Towers.
You might be onto something, Cole. But the situation's tricky. For one, where were the Bluecoats when what happened to us happened? Where were the Bluecoats when we were trying to shed light on Strangford and his atrocities? Probably under his payroll, burying most of them. So
Yeah.
a lot of my crew is understandably distraught with Commander Cleland and his whole organization. Plus, we've been operating, much like you, on the fringes of what one might consider the law for a while now. And in that time, we have made contacts like yourself who operate on those fringes that feel comfortable that we are criminals too. Let's just put things on the table. Now, if we start pushing our weight around like we are the cops, if we start telling people we are the cops, we're worried that some of those contacts might start thinking they're operating alongside the cops, that being us, and not like that too much, especially in a world where snitches and rats don't last long. Uh, Dealing with us could, if we were to advertise ourselves as the new Bluecoats, could see a lot of people either clam up or die, and we don't want to waste all that we have cultivated in those intervening months and years.
Sure. That's fair enough. Mostly I figured, if those people, those contacts you're speaking of, if they had 2 cents to rub together, then they'd understand what was going on. Because you and I both get it. The Bluecoats are just another gang. They're just much larger than everyone else's. Right. They operate independently. All the fucking commissioners and whatnot have their own agendas. They're all their own petty leaderships, rolling up to somebody. They pay up, right?
Oh yeah.
And so, I mean,
You and I get it, but speaking honestly, look at your own crew. You're probably one of the few who gets it.
sure. You ain't wrong. I just don't want to see you lose what you've earned here. Trying to find a way forward. Not to mention, having a good crew of contacts within the Bluecoats yourselves would be a pretty nice thing. I'm sure you got lots of friends.
As I said, you're not wrong, and you might you might be offering the best nuggets of wisdom we could ask for. Um, but I think before things are set right with the Bluecoats, there is a purge that is imminent.
Talk to
'Cause
me
we don't
about
want to
that.
be rubbing shoulders with Strangford and his lackey.
Ah,
If we're to bring back a true city watch, we want it to be based on the morals that we hold dear. We want it to be based on law, not on the power of coin.
you're talking about a full revolution then.
It starts small, right? First, the blue coats radiate outward.
I mean,
We're not the only ones thinking such way. I hear rumors from the laborers.
yeah. There's the Union Jacks, those folks that are always looking to make sure that, laborers get their fair shake. There's a lot of quarters in this city that might be thinking very similar things. I wouldn't be surprised if, for example, if this new city watch of yours happened to, I don't know, go about protecting the rights of Skovlanders equally to those of the Akarosi. And that no longer would it be that, an Akarosi could just kill a Skovlander or take their property without retribution. You wouldn't be alone in that. I think there'd be a lot of really motivated fucking Skovlanders out there who all of a sudden, I know a fair number of them actually that have some military experience, maybe could make good on the idea of being beat cops, as it were.
Indeed. And you, again, showed me a lot of respect in coming to me, letting me know that you're about to take out a blight on the district we now watch over. And I will do you one too. When the revolution does kick off, I'll make sure you and your crew know beforehand. So you can prepare one way or the other.
That's all I ask. Maybe I know you're
You'll
stretched
be
thin. Oh.
You won't be first against the wall.
No, I think she likes you guys.
I
Her
know.
revolution, I think, is different from like Bell Brogan's. It's just they're tangential.
And I'm not saying, and I think Cole is trying to draw the strings together to be like, you could be uneasy allies if you have a common shared enemy, French Revolution style. We could work together on this. We'll see how it ends out. But I know you're stretched thin, but any chance you could, I don't know, detail a couple of people about going about their normal business to keep an eye on the Demmer sisters holdings, making sure.
Yeah,
I
of
want to
course.
know. I want to know what they know.
Yeah, I can send 2 or 3 to kind of case their spots, but I'll tell you, it's been not much has been going on. They've always been reclusive. It's rare that you see people leave the manor, but it's like there's been nothing these past few months
You don't
or
happen
past
to
month. Jesus.
you don't happen to have a friend in the brigade, do you?
I may know a few people.
I don't want to see whatever happens. I don't want to see if fire gets out of hand or something along those lines. Situations like that can be really volatile, and I actually have genuine concern, not unselfishly even, that we're not that far apart, and fire spreads fast.
Yeah, I can get word out
I would,
to
I
the
would,
brigade. They've been awfully busy recently. Have you been hearing about what's going on in Dunslow?
yeah, I think they're tasked with tracking the hollowing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you know anything about that?
You know, I heard there was a break-in, bunch of murders at the Sparkrite facility. Uh, did you hear about this demon carriage? Somebody on the street was telling me about how this demon carriage was like just fucking bombing down the street faster than any horses.
Yeah, I think there were a photograph in the paper, blurry, just almost like a smear of ink, but uh yeah, I've read
Yeah.
the article.
Some of the boys, they were telling me that you know, they were out drinking when that happened, and they got a fucking they got that demon carriage came by, and they had a fucking headache and nosebleed right after.
So, are there more of these carriages in Dunslow? How did they? I mean, I thought these were supposed to be for like the Brightstone elite. They're they're giving them out in the gutters now.
I don't think they're giving them out, but you know, Dunslow did have that incursion when the lightning barrier fell there, so I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the brigade had already been deployed before. Maybe they're still cleaning up, or maybe there's something about the fact, you know, they got the lightning barrier back up. But in my lifetime, we never had any issues with the lightning barrier. This is the first time, so who knows?
Thank you for your candor. I'll try to get word to brigade, but just no promises with what they've been dealing with.
Sure. You know, you could be very casual about it. It might even help your position to say, "Hey, we're concerned about fire in the Six Towers. You know, we don't have a dedicated brigade here." Uh, you, actually, you know, you could do. I'd be interested. I bet you, I bet you that there's probably a group of people out there, you know, just down on their luck, hard cases, the like, who might be interested if you were to go out there and recruit yourself a team. You know, not for they're not obviously they're not thugs. They're not going to be part of the Grey Cloaks, but maybe they're there to fight any fires you have locally, and then you could
Volunteer
always
brigade.
yeah a volunteer brigade, and then because as you're elevating yourselves here, you have a nice headquarters. You might need a couple of small timers to pay up, or sorry, to work for you, because they wouldn't be paying anything necessarily. They'd be there to help the community, make sure that fires don't spread and that kind of thing. And then also, you know, if ever if there is a true blue coat retaliation, you'd have some more folks to help you.
Talk to my guys and see what we can do.
Yeah, it couldn't hurt. I'll shake her hands, and I'm just like, "You sure you don't want a nip?"
No, no, I have much more work to do before the day is over. I want to stay clear-headed.
All right. If ever you need anything, all you got to do is ask. We're just across the river.
Of course, same goes for you and yours.
All right. He'll Cole will take his leave, put his coat back on, take a drink himself, and head on out. He'll I think head back to the roost.
Okay. Anything in particular you want to do there?
I think mostly I don't think we're on like a war footing. So like in the previous times where like when we were really worried about being attacked, we like closed the roost and like fortified it and like had guns and things laid out and we're breaking open and into our supplies. I think it's much more turned into the casual affair. So I think he'll because it's early afternoon. I think he'll go have a pint, have a sandwich, hang out there. And I don't think there's anything specific that Cole is gonna do there until someone comes and finds him.
Okay. Well, so the first person you see who walks into the roost is uh, a woman like 19 or 20 dressed in the garb of a Deathland scavenger. And indeed, this is Sister Thorn, who operates in and around Night Market. And she kind of grabs a pint. She has like a parcel or something that she's holding against her body in one arm. And she kind of. Are you sitting at the bar or are you sitting at a table?
I think he's sitting at the bar.
Cool. So she'll scooch up to you next to the bar, and she'll kind of order a round and kind of snack on like whatever nuts or pretzels. I know like the Howling Monkey had like crickets, right? But whatever we have as kind of, and she'll be like, "Hey,
Well, hey, how you doing, Thorn?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Emmeline around here?
I'm sure she's around somewhere. Do you need her?
No, no. Just no, don't need her.
But you're asking if she's around.
Oh yeah, I mean she likes books, right?
She loves books.
Well, just when we were out in the Deathlands together, talked about books, and it dawned on me my mother had a collection of maps of some of the surroundings that we had collated, and I thought she might. You know what? It's dumb. I'll come back another time.
Hey, it's not dumb. Are you looking to? You want to leave it with me, and I can give it to her? I am a smuggler after all.
um, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it'd be better if I gave it to her. Just let her know. No, you know what? Don't say anything. I'll just find her next time. It's fine.
He stands up. He's like, bollocks to that. Come with me. And he just starts walking off. Like grabs half of his sandwich, like eel, like roasted eel or like a smoked eel sandwich here, and just walks into the back, expecting her to follow.
Yeah, she does so.
So I think what he's going to do is he's going to leave out the back of this place and kind of make his way through the alleys. Once he's out back, like put his hood up kind of thing, and then just make his way to an entrance to the grotto.
Cool. And let's pause there and go over to Reese. So Reese, as I said, I'd like to start you out in the grotto, but as you said, you've been hanging out with Una and you've been trying to learn about this device. So let's start with kind of your objective there, what you're looking to achieve and stuff.
Just based off of the experience we had with the sphere, the damage that the messenger and the Nighthawk took, as well as the reports of the people in Dunslow that are bloody noses and headaches and things like that. He's really trying to see what the danger of this thing is, and then on the other hand, he's also trying to find out what are the offensive capabilities of this thing.
Yeah, so go ahead, do like a tinker roll or
Sure.
like a study roll or something like that. We'll say it's a controlled standard effect.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Cool. Success with a complication. So the complication, let's go ahead and just give you a single stress from this,
Sure.
and we'll say that comes from like you've had to do a lot of equations, like your workshop is just like blackboards full of notes, is like think like Manhattan Project level, like math. Are we going to ignite the atmosphere with this thing? What's going on? Which has been a bit of a stressor, but yeah, what you find out is again, so this sphere seems to connect in the ghost field in such a way that it literally is ripping ghosts from this field to use directly as energy. So it works in a similar way as like electroplasmic energy, in that it's still using kind of demon blood or ghosts as fuel, but it's kind of cutting off the middleman of a substance and just pulling it straight from the ether, in this case the ghost field.
So essentially, they've created like a ghost field magnet that just pulls the ghost energy in, right?
Yeah, exactly. To be
Mhm.
used as fuel, right?
Sure.
And it does seem that as you encountered in the car, and now that you're seeing in Dunslow, that the flaw to this, and it seems like based on your conversations with Una, that the Sparkrights knew,
Of course they
but there
did.
was just a mitigated, there was like, is this, let's see how much of a problem it's going to be before we admit to anything or try to solve the problem. Because that's science, baby. And so the issue is that when humans get close to it, it sucks their soul straight out of them, leaving them hollow and turning their spirit stuff into fuel. Um, Now, offensively, if you want to create a lot of hollows in a very quick way, uh, uh, yeah, this could probably be turned into some sort of catastrophic weapon of mass destruction. But like, at what cost, right? Like, at what cost?
I mean, there are a lot of blue coats. Yeah, so we open up the grotto then. I imagine uh Reese is he's taking his jacket off. He's just down to his vest and his white shirt underneath. She's got the sleeves rolled all the way up. He's got, a couple stains on his vest. It looks like he's slept here a couple nights. And he's just sort of like poring over the calculations on his chalkboard. Um, and kind of like his hair is all sticking up because he's just hasn't been paying attention to it in his own care while he's been doing so.
Yeah. So Emmeline enters your workshop, and in her hand she has the 3 spirit bottles containing Fleda Wilson, Alessia Sanat, and Rethfelona. They kind of cling, cling, cling as she walks, as they kind of dangle against one another. And
Um,
that's actually how you first hear her.
oh, is
Uh,
she like? Is this her first time coming back, or this is just another day?
no, yeah, maybe this isn't like immediately when she's come back, but yeah, it's relatively shortly after she's come back. But she's like, "Hey, Reese, you got a minute?"
Yeah, sure. I could use a cup of coffee anyways. And he
I'll
he kind of
I'll
steps
make you
away
one.
from his calculations and you know brushes himself off a little bit. He's got chalk dust all over him in his hands. And he makes his way over to a basin and sort of just washes himself up a little bit, splashes water in his face.
And Emmeline
Um,
starts a percolator for you, starts, grinding coffee and getting it ready for you.
oh,
She leaves the spirit bottles on the desk of your workshop.
I'm glad to see you made it back safe and successful too. You have to say I had no doubt.
Yeah, no, thanks. I appreciate that, actually. I was hoping we could talk. Depending on the wishes of these spirits, some of them might want new bodies, and I thought with your expertise, you and I might be able to work together to fashion them into hulls. Again, should that be their wish.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to help with that. And if we need to find bodies, I know a fella. I mean, I don't really get along, but I imagine for a coin he could help us find a body or two.
Oh, well, I was thinking something more steam powered and electronic, something kind of more in
Ooh,
your wheelhouse as an inventor.
oh really?
Yeah,
I hadn't
something like
even
we
thought of
encountered
that.
with Strangford, his man, the oscillatronic robotic butler he had.
Like he sort of looks up and like he almost gets like kind of a brilliant idea in his head, and he's like, that's a good idea. Um, and he kind of looks back over at his workstation. He's like, have you looked much into this new fuel source developed by the Sparkrights?
Developed by my sister, you mean? And no, neither should you. You should throw it out. It's garbage. Anything she touches is, and she pours you a cup of coffee.
Well, I thought you should know what's really going on under the hood. As it has some dangerous. And he'll sort of he'll accept the cup of coffee and he'll take a swig. Ooh, that's hot. And he'll step back over to his desk and he says, all right, I know you and your sister don't get along, but I have a feeling what they're doing pretty dangerous. Unless something's done about it, it might get pretty bad.
Tell me about
And
it. She kind of she pulls up a stool at your table.
he says,
Start drinking her own coffee.
and he sort of refers to a drawing of the sphere itself, and he's like, the source itself is pretty it's pretty boring looking. It's really just a sphere of metal. But when it's turned on, um, it seems to be drawing power directly from the ghost field, and meaning, uh, it is dragging the souls, as it were, directly in and converting them to fuel, which obviously is something you would care about. It doesn't stop there. It doesn't have a way of distinguishing between dead and alive. So if you're standing next to the damn thing, it's just gonna rip your soul out of you.
Well, I could have told her that there is no distinction between dead or alive. A spirit is a spirit, whether it lives in the fleshy carapace of our bodies or it's free roaming throughout the city. As a spirit is all we are. It's not turning useless energy into energy that can be harnessed for our good. It is killing the very essence of what we are. That idiot. And they said she's the smart one.
Well, she's quite clever, but uh, some would say that wisdom and intelligence aren't necessarily bedfellows.
Do you mean to stop her? I mean, this such power can't just. Is this is that what's happening in Dunslow?
I have a feeling when we did the last job, um, the messenger and the Nighthawk, um, definitely felt the effects similar to what we're seeing over in Dunslow.
And what about the messenger in his book? If it's ripping out the spirits out of human bodies, is this empty vessel going to fill up what's left behind?
That I can't answer. But I know that we either need to stop them or we need to fix it. And it sounds like there's not really a solution to fixing it, is there?
Whatever you need, I am in your corner. I will help out. And not just because it screws my sister over. I mean, this goes against everything I hold dear. And everything anyone should hold dear. This is literally antithetical to life itself.
It doesn't really stop there either. You see, while now they're pretty good at making power. Now, if you were a bit of a mad lad, if you were, and decided that you wanted to do a lot of damage, if you were to overload one of these, let's just say you'd make a whole city full of hulls. So I imagine you understand the magnitude of what I'm talking about here. Then
Yeah. Goosebumps.
I'm in a precarious position here.
Do you have a plan to stop it?
No, I really just I really just got here myself, and really just catching you up to where I'm at.
Reese, you are perhaps the smartest man I have met in my life.
I appreciate
I
that.
need you to find a way to stop this.
Um, yeah, that's sort of what I'm looking into. Um,
And while I'm here, and she kind of looks around, and we're opening up. Can I can I tell you something without fear that it gets out to the others? Something just between you and I.
of course. And he kind of holds out his pinky.
Yeah, she takes it. Um, that night on the green water, when the Nighthawk was running out of the sewers, and he had a ghost following him, and I
Mhm.
couldn't control it, and
At
by
the
the gods, the messenger saw where I was looking, took a one in a million shot, and ended the thing. Um, I think that had an effect on me. I'd been kind of weaning myself off the dream smoke and the Black Lotus on occasion. Ever since the kidnapping and overdose and everything, and I was thinking I was in a better place. I was, granted, I guess it's debatable. I was doing the fighting pits and getting the shit kicked out of me, but it would offer me a reprieve from the ever presence of the ghost field. And when I lost control, I kind of slid back into some of those habits. And the reason I'm telling you is I know you used to have a problem with Quicksilver, and it would seem you beat that. And I'm kind of struggling here, and I was just wondering how you did it, if that could help me.
Well, I have a feeling I took the same road you did. I just found a new obsession. However, mine's a little less harmful to my face. But one thing to know is once you're an addict, you're always an addict. It's a constant fight. So if you do feel like you're feeling weak, or you feel like um, that demon inside of you, the addiction, I'm saying metaphor, that demon inside of you, taking control, you can come to me. I'll help you.
I appreciate that. I just want to be someone that the crew can rely on, and I don't want to endanger them again, or worse, impact our profits. Um, so
Silas would like the way you said that.
yeah, I know it would. Anyway, thank you. I do
Of
appreciate
course. Just remember, we're not where we were yesterday, we're who we are today and what we're making ourselves.
it. Well said. And hopefully, those people are very rich. And she gives you kind of a pat on the back to break the tension.
He says, "Don't we both hope that?"
All
And he
right.
goes back to sipping his coffee.
All right. So Reese and Emmeline obviously are in the workshop of the grotto, and everyone was kind of trickling their way in. Who would like to arrive there first?
I would like to arrive last because of how slow I'm moving. I'll say that.
I can
Yeah,
go
fair
first. So I go in. I'm bringing in Sister Thorn. Say hi to all the people. I'm looking for Emmeline specifically.
Yeah, you see. I'll say, Messenger, is Redress with you, or is he back in the grotto?
Probably came with me. Yeah.
Cool. So you see like Bear, Marlene, Theo, Elsie, Orcella, Kadeem. They're like what they're doing, like the rigging on the Foghound, and just making sure like it's up and operational after its excursion into the Deathlands. Just making sure there's no
Maintenance.
yeah. And they kind of nod, and Marlene, of course, is like, "Well met, boss." Like Captain on deck, um,
I go to
but
Bear and I'm like, you seen Emmeline?
yeah, she's back with the scientist, and he kind of gives an eye to Thor, and it's like, "There a problem?"
No. I was just bringing a friend.
We can have friends here now, because having an operation like this, I mean, with the ladies, no, it's done. I'm sorry I asked. You know what? Forget it. And he goes back to tying some stuff down.
Not that kind of friend, Bear. But if you need somebody, like I can, I know some people.
No,
You know what?
it's not. There's
and
just
I-
one in particular who,
I'll,
I'm trying to impress. But
I'll be right back.
I'll find a way.
I'm coming back to talk to you. Don't worry. And I take I take Sister Thorn back to Emmeline.
Yeah.
And I go back into Silas, or not Silas, Reese's workshop.
Yeah. So Emmeline and Reese are probably like talking, still drinking their coffee, just like kind of chatting.
I kind of knock on the I assume open door.
Yeah, I mean it's like I imagine his workshop is just kind of like in the corner of a room. I don't think he has like his own room or anything. It's kind of like more part of the main area.
Yeah, I see this grotto as like very open plan, like very few
Mhm.
doors, and
Right.
Yeah, that's kinda
I
what
assume
was
there might be
thinking.
like maybe it's open plan, but like maybe there's like boxes and crates and things like that have been piled up in places, and so like
oh yeah, and partition, and there probably is like the vault is actually probably really secure.
right. Well, especially because we just set it up. So yeah, he'll knock on one of the crates.
Uh, Reese will stop and say, "Hey, Cole,
Reese,
Emmeline will turn and see you,
Emmeline.
and be like,
how's it going?"
It's going well, but
"Thorn, what are you doing here?"
Emmeline, she brought you a gift. She said you heard you like books.
Yeah, I do. If you'll excuse me, Reese.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll sort of like stand back and like sort of beckon Cole over.
Yeah. So Emmeline will kind of take Thorn off to talk, and you can see like Emmeline is kind of like, "What the hell are you doing here? Like, don't show up here." But and like you kind of get the impression like Thorn maybe has a thing for Emmeline, and
Oh,
they
that's why
kind of
Cole
go off and
interjected this
talk,
way.
and yeah.
He's like, "Oh,
I'm
this little
I'm
girl
not
has
sure
a
Emmeline
crush."
gets that right now, but yeah.
Yeah, Cole was
Don't
like,
come to my work.
Yeah.
Cole was
I'm
like,
an
Emmeline really impressed Sister Thorn on their camping trip, and it's
Yeah.
just like tried to hook up in the tent, didn't work out. Must have been that she doesn't like camping that much. I'll hook up with her in the city.
I
And
like
it was
that.
probably all Emmeline just being oblivious to
Right.
absolutely everything that's living.
Yeah, it's just two ADHD like autistic people trying to like figure each other out, but not able to communicate that together.
Yeah.
Oblivious to everyone who's living. So if Sister Thorn is a ghost,
Yep.
then Emmeline will pay attention to her.
Or that goes for all of you.
Yeah, it does. But that's why Cole interjected. He's like, because he's like, she clearly has a thing for her or something, and she's young enough and like an ally enough that I think it's okay. So, yeah, he'll go stand over with Reese.
Reese will grab one of the like another tin cup, and imagine it's just kind of like a shabby sort of tin mug with a kind of a cheap handle that's been soldered onto the outside, and he'll fill that up with some fresh coffee and hand it off to
Thank you, friend. Fucking, I need this forever.
Well, Emily made it, so that means it's got Doyle slick on top.
Oh,
Nice and thick.
that's
Mm, takes
good.
a big sip.
That's good.
I think Emily makes like just the shittiest coffee.
Yeah, but I think the
Easy
Scovelanders.
crunches.
Emmeline goes out, she buys shit.
Yeah.
But I like to think, I like to think
you know,
that
you're drinking
the Scovelanders are like, no, it's shit, but it's like the taste of home. You
Yeah.
know?
I inadvertently make
He does not
Scovelander
speak
coffee.
for all Skulllanders here.
It's more
Well,
grounds than like water.
Yeah.
Back
Well,
home, we used to just boil some bog water, and that was just
Yeah.
all we needed.
Right.
We got a bit better than the bog water.
What you working on, Reese?
Well, do you remember that? Well, I'm sure you remember. You know the vehicle we apprehended a few weeks ago.
Yeah, of course I remember, you fucking idiot. You're driving down the street.
Can't believe you got away with
Thinking
that
I don't
one.
remember in that shit.
Well, anyway, back to some more grim topic. And he'll sort of step him over and kind of show like once you step over to his workshop, you see like like the chalkboard is like one of those ones that's on like an easel and you can kind of flip it,
Okay. Yeah.
and it looks like it's been flipped multiple times and there's chalk dust all over the floor, including lots of little nibs of chalk that are just kind of laying on the floor as he's been sort of working. And there's also just like piles of scribbled on paper kind of piled up into little like not necessarily neat, but like everything is sort of has its pile, and he'll say, well, I've been doing a little bit of research on this new piece of technology that's developed by the Sparkrites, and well, it's a lot more dangerous than they've been telling everybody.
Oh yeah? Is it because you can't hear it coming the way you can hear horses, and you gotta get out of the way and shit?
No, I'm talking more about the power source, not really the car.
Isn't just like electroplasm, all the other shit, like the lights and the lightning barriers and I don't know, the fucking holes and whatnot.
Well, what it really does is it attracts souls out of the ghost field, and it uses those souls to create power. However,
Coles takes a step back.
I don't have one here.
Okay, he looks around just to be sure.
Do you think I'm crazy?
Well, yeah.
Well, fair point. But so following up on that, after it pulls your soul out, after it pulls the souls in, it creates an energy. However, it can't really distinguish between the dead and the living. So if you're standing next to it, it's gonna suck your damn soul out of you and make you into a hull.
Are Silas and the Nighthawk okay?
Messenger and the Nighthawk.
Still walking around.
Messenger, are the messenger and the Nighthawk okay?
Well, they're still walking around, so I imagine they're all right.
But are you sure? They weren't like, they didn't get their soul pulled out and something else shoved in.
Oh,
Weird.
we'll have to maybe do a little bit of an investigation on that.
Cole
I'm really,
grabs his spirit charm, spirit bane charm, and is just like, oh shit.
He says, I don't blame you. It's some scary shite. And there's a bit more than that.
There's more than that.
If you ain't scared enough already. So here's the real there's the real danger of this shit right here. If someone were to really fuck with it, and I mean really fuck with it, you could essentially slurp out the soul of everybody in an entire city. So it's pretty damn dangerous.
Which
And
part?
Freeplay?
Which part of it is like the dangerous part?
The whole damn thing.
Okay, because like we just fucking picked one of these fucking balls up and just fucking like carried it across the fucking thing. Like there were a bunch of them, and those fucking idiots were in there crushing shit and like messing. Just Cole like starts to like sputter and like turn arounds in a circle and is unsure of where to go or what to do. And he's just
And
like,
he gets in real close and he sort of just goes, now here's the rub. I'm pretty damn sure the Sparkrights know all about it. They've been pretty tight-lipped about it.
all right, but why would they do that?
Well, the coin office.
Okay.
And pride, probably. But at some point, we're going to have to do something about it. It is scary. And in the wrong hands, perhaps these hands, it could be used dangerous.
So what would we do about it? Would we destroy the technology and kill everyone who ever invented it? I mean, that includes your girlfriend, right?
I don't think we have to do that. I think really we just have to let everybody know what the hell's going on. I'm sure they won't let it keep going for that much longer. It's just the Sparkrights. I mean, if the whole damn city were to come against them, what are they going to do about it?
Sure. I mean, there's
Well,
already book
He
burnings
points
and
back
the
to the thing. He's like, maybe that, but are they that depraved? I don't know.
So what you're saying is you're going to roll some bones and see what happens. It
I
sounds
mean-
pretty dangerous to me.
That's kind of how we live our lives, anyways, right?
Fuck no. When I roll, I want to know the answer ahead of time. If
Well,
I'm not cheating,
you're-
I'm not playing the game.
You're more careful than I am, then.
Yeah. Have you met either of us?
All right, now who
Sometimes,
would
like-
like to arrive in the grotto
I'll,
next?
I'll arrive. The
Both of
Nighthawk.
them.
Yeah, could we
Yeah, you both can arrive
Oh yeah.
simultaneously if you want.
It's gonna run into each other as you're walking in.
Is this Silas coming in?
Well,
Silas
there-
is last.
Okay.
I will arrive with you.
Okay. As if I catch you
So,
walking in.
We run into each other on the way in, and the messenger is like, "Hey, are you a Scovelander under there? You sound Akarosi, but like, so does Silas sometimes."
I'm about justice and
Yeah,
vengeance.
yeah. But are you a Scovelander?
Vengeance transcends your petty racial like conflicts.
Well, I'm glad you can tell that there's very little difference between the two of you. But moving on. Barge
by the
into
way-
wherever.
By the way, did you get that nosebleed under control from last week? Took forever.
I look up and like drip.
Yeah, it's still like dripping a little. Yeah.
No, because the messenger did not get anything fixed. They're just powering through it like the little shit they are. Not really. I'll deal with it later. No time. There's so much more work to do. Although it is inconvenient. I have to like have a rag there while I'm looking over a book.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. That was kind of rough. I got mine taken care of. It finally stopped, but took a little while.
Yeah, I'll probably ask Reese about it. He might understand better what's going on after he cut you up or whatever he did to fix you. Reese, Cole, where are they?
Yeah, after you. Let's go.
Walking in, asking the goons. Reese, Cole, where's Reese and Cole?
We'll say Kadeem looks up and he's like, they are back in his workshop.
Cool. Are any of you Scovelanders? I think some of the patrol are. I think some of the patrollers are.
So Bear is.
But yeah, Bear is. I think he might be the only one of that.
I think, yeah.
I know
I
we
think-
had a strict no Scovelanders on the Rovers that might not have been followed, but I didn't know if that even applied to the patrol, to the thugs.
No, I think there are some Scovelander thugs, but I think Bear's the only one on the
And they're
Rovers.
so they're no okay. Bear, you come with me. Any of the rest of you Scovelanders, but you'll hear about it later. Then don't worry. Come on. Walk into the room where Reese and Cole are, and hey, got something important that you need to know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, spit it
So
out.
your countrymen that took the Paragon,
Yeah.
their blockade of Lockport remained successful. Recently they had an engagement with the Imperial Navy in which I don't know what condition the Paragon is in, but they sank an Imperial Navy destroyer.
Of course they did.
Sure, you can say that, but like one Paragon versus question mark number of destroyers does not necessarily mean the Paragon does well, but they did well, probably. I want you too to bear. I want to let you guys know about this because things are probably going to get rough around here for the Scovelanders, and I figured you'd want to let your people know. Maybe tell the more revolutionary ones to find a hole for a couple of days or
Whatever this is
seems
Bear.
appropriate for them.
Whatever the Imperial impressors throw against us, we'll show them. We'll stand against them. This is the first step of victory. Lockport will be ours, and soon all of Scoveland. And he'll kind of turn to Cole. Do we have champagne?
Sure. I'll go find I'll find a bottle of champagne.
Bear goes running out to the others who are working at the boat, and he's like, Elsie, Orcella, all of you, you're all Scovelanders today. And he's like, once you get the champagne, he's popping
Yeah,
the bottles.
I like to think, yeah, he's popping the bottle, but then he's also not even drinking it necessarily. He's shaking it up and spraying everyone because he's excited.
Not the response I was thinking, but like I probably should have expected that.
Yeah, I come back over after that. I'm like, I appreciate the heads up. I'll make sure the people that need to know know.
Well, it'll probably be in the papers real quick here. So,
But any amount of time head start on this will be important because if it's in the papers, that means tonight there might be raids, there might be the Imperial military, the Blue Coats might step it up.
oh, goddamn! Hey, Reese, did you figure out what the hell your girlfriend's machine did to the Nighthawk and I?
No,
As a matter
seriously.
of fact, I did. Why don't you come here real quick? Let me fix your nose.
And I look
And
down. I look down.
he'll
I'm like,
step-
it's fucking terrifying, and I leave.
He'll step over and he'll grab a device and he'll say, "Look right up." And it's a copper wire that's
God.
wrapped in a coil. And
Oh yeah, that's what we did last time. Yeah.
he just sticks it right up your nose and cauterizes the inside of your nose.
Right,
It
so
burns like hell, but huh?
I will still have the nosebleed condition, I think, because I don't think this counts as mechanical healing.
No, but story
But
wise,
definitely something that happened in the scene. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, like it'll come back later until you heal, but for now it won't be dripping from your face all day. And he says, "Now I know that probably hurt quite a bit, and for the next I'd say 48 hours, you're gonna just be smelling burnt meat, but you won't be dripping out of your face no longer."
That's convenient, I guess. I don't know that this is exactly the ideal. Okay, cool. What happened?
Is the Nighthawk there too?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay. It's like, well,
What
I'll
do you
just
mean?
put it
What
pretty
do you mean?
short,
He
'cause
said it's worse than you
this
can
will be
imagine.
the third time I've explained it, but I'll just make it real quick. That little sphere that they went into the car,
Uh-huh.
the way that it generates power is it connects right up to the the ghost field, and it pulls spirits right down into it, and well, it can't really determine the difference between someone's dead spirit and yours. So it partially sucked your spirits out of you.
Oh shit!
Didn't know you could do that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like being pregnant. You either are or you aren't. But like
So
apparently
the two other main
there's a fractional degree of soulness.
So there are two other pieces of information that you really need to know. One, the Sporkrites know what it does. They know that it's pulling people's souls out. So if you've heard about what's been happening in Dunslow, all the headaches and the nosebleeds. It's exactly what happened to you. Now, point number 2 is that, well, if one of these were to, like, be weaponized, you could perhaps suck out the souls of an entire city. Make a whole city of souls.
That's fascinating. And
Yeah.
I have an idea I'd like to discuss.
The empty vessel.
Yes, exactly. So we know how to take a person and desoul them and prepare their body to be a container for the empty vessel. Can we take that science? Oh God, the stench. Can we take that science and engineer the power source to pull and burn the empty vessel instead?
This is a great idea.
Because this forgotten god, it goes in people, and spirits go in people, and we can burn spirits, so we can probably burn this forgotten god.
Well, it's not a bad idea. I suppose if we were able to find out what this god's frequency is within the ghost field.
Oh, I think we can figure that out from the ritual that fills them up. Like, we'll be able to. That'll be in there. And then, worst case, we have to drag someone off the street, do this to them, and then take some readings while it's happening, right? But like,
I mean,
Could this be the moment where Nebra arrives?
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, for sure.
And also, okay, just to refresh my memory, so she arrived in Duskfall like a day ago, or
Mhm.
how long
Yeah.
ago was it?
Yeah, day. You just got back.
Okay, okay, so she'll have had some time to like freshen up and stuff. Okay, cool. So she'll arrive down in the grotto, and all this stuff is happening, and nosebleeds and stuff, and she's like, "What the fuck happened?"
well, if it isn't a sight for sore eyes.
You smell weird meat and like burnt flesh, and there's like blood on the table. The manager's giving a speech,
Yeah.
holding his nose.
we
Yeah.
stole a horseless carriage. Oh God, we stole a horseless carriage, and the power source eats ghosts.
Alright, Nebra's gonna grab like a handkerchief somewhere and just try to like sop up like the blood that's dripping. on
Oh,
the
there's no more
table.
dripping. Like, it's cauterized
Oh,
now.
there's
But,
Yeah.
like,
Okay, whatever
But
blood's left. she's just
it,
gonna-
it just hurts like a son of a bitch. So it eats ghosts, but ghosts is ghosts. The ghost in you is a ghost, and the ghost that we don't want to see is also a ghost. So if you're close to it, it's gonna pull at you and try to eat some of your ghosts, which happened to which happened to Maskface here and me, because we drove it for quite a ways. That
I have missed a lot of context.
not only that, they're using the same power source for the area of the lightning field that was damaged, and that we weren't going to use Leviathan blood for. So the people down in Dunslow are getting desouled if they're too close to the lightning barrier. Now I'm suggesting that we take our two problems and put them in a room and make them fight. So we take we from the principles of Oblivion, we determine how the empty vessel is summoned, and then we change this machine, because it can be weaponized. We change this machine so that instead of pulling in people's souls, it pulls in the empty vessel. Then we walk up to Dundale, the asshole, and we hit him with this thing, and it pulls the empty vessel out of him and uses it to power, I don't know, a popcorn machine. Doesn't matter.
Someone needs to fill me in on what happened, because apparently I missed out on a lot.
Oh, we stole a car, a horseless carriage, but it runs on spirits.
Uses
Is
the
this a
same.
Sparkrite thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
okay.
well, it's been around for quite a while now. They've been showing it off, and
We were doing a job for the ministry, who we now work for.
Oh, that's important. We don't work for Jerry Maha anymore.
What?
We
What
work for
happened?
Lady Sloane. Slade?
Slain.
Slade? Lady Slade.
Slain with an N.
Yeah, I'm
So-
sorry. I'm getting it wrong on purpose,
I'm
but
so
like,
Gotcha,
drunk,
gotcha.
it's great.
Jerry, haha, my bad.
Jiraha.
I'd like to see that woman face down in the canal someday.
you know
And
what?
with that, that's when no.
That's good to know. I'll try and keep track of that and work on that with you, Reese.
Okay, so
You know
she's
I'm here
not
for
dead.
you.
She's not dead.
I do.
She's not. She's not. No, and we work for her now, and we don't pay, and we pay up to her, and we don't pay up to the Hive because she like took us from the Hive, and the Hive knows this, and it's fine. Everything's fine.
Cole pops in. There was a
It's-
debt that so some of the Hive's money got stolen, some of their coin, and they were supposed to be paying that up to the ministry. And until we work off their debt, we work for them.
So our tribute goes to the ministry instead to pay off the debt.
Well, it goes to Lady Slane, possibly the Ministry. We might just be her personal army of murder hobos. I don't know.
Do we know what happened to the money that Maha owed? Like, who stole it?
I go over and I close the door. So, like, I'm closing off the sound of the celebration.
I like to think that's you just because there is no door canonically. We've established you're just pushing crates. Like closer together.
I'm sorry, I forgot we. So, right, I know. I go over and shove some things around to block the door, and I come in and I said, we kind of participated in it being stolen. So, the money went missing. I don't know if the Hive actually paid them first, but somehow someone in the Ministry of Preservation, we've got a name, it's not that important yet, and somehow someone in the Ministry of Preservation wanted this money to go to somebody else, and so we did that at a Baccarat game, and the Lampblacks don't like us because things went down poorly for them there.
Oh,
By the way,
Wait, where's
fish
that
out the
reminds
butt.
me.
It's Basil Baz for Ward
Yeah.
Boss.
Don't go into Crow's Nest. Don't go into
Don't
Crow's
go into
Foot.
Crow's Nest.
Don't go into
That
Crow's
reminds
Foot.
me. I have
Is everyone off there?
determined
Yes.
that what was it? Oh,
Okay.
Kyle, what was the guy's name they're looking for? The gambler.
Mr. Grohl is the name that was given.
Oh yeah. Mr. Grohl is wanted by the Spirit Wardens. The gambler.
Who's Mr. Grohl?
He's a cabbie. He's
Why don't
fucking
you come
weird.
by that information?
I have my ways.
Well, are some of the crew members also still wearing the mini Nighthawk masks?
Yes.
Or has that
Oh,
gone
yes.
away?
No, they still are.
Okay, so Nebra is going to see that. She's like, what's this shit going on? Like, what's happening? Are we a cult now?
Cole just
No, but they
glares at
are.
Nighthawk.
They're like meditating and stuff around the
Wait,
statues.
what god is this? 'Cause I probably don't.
So
The throne,
at this point,
throne of judgment.
you all hear a ruckus out in the main room of someone falling down the stairs into the entrance.
Bum, 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 bum.
I pull a pistol and go out that way.
Yeah,
Reese
Someone
Emily-
just drop a body on us. You can't just like say, "Oh, you people kill people. You deal with this dead body." That's not how this works.
Yeah, so Reese will follow
You have to
Cole.
pay us first.
Jesus
Same.
Christ! If I have to eat human liver again,
Yeah, Eveline has like a derringer and she's approaching the.
The Nighthawk will also rush up and be prepared for action.
And you'll see Silas just kind of splayed on the floor.
Reese will sort of rush up to
leaking blood.
Silas and say, "Holy hell, who put leak in you?"
I will reach down and try to pick him up.
Yeah, I'll take a hand to be helped
Okay.
out.
Yeah, I'll help
I'll
as
help
well.
you up, but I'll notice that I'm gonna.
Silas-
I
Silas
assume I'm gonna
jumping
notice
back.
you're bleeding.
Reese will sort of like lead you into the near his workshop, and he'll just completely clear off a table, like let's just wipe it clean. Everything's on the floor, and he's like, "Get on there!"
Yeah, I think Emmeline's adding to the commotion. Like, what the hell happened?
What?
Oh, are they going after the Scovelanders early?
Uh,
I say, I told you, stuff was coming down. Oh, Jesus!
Now, in all of this, as he's being helped
Oh,
up and
God.
all this stuff, his disposition is surprisingly happy. Like for someone who's bleeding and like can barely stand, he's actually quite happy.
Are you all-
Is this a new thing? I understand if it's a new thing.
No. I just, I
you
sit up
pay
on
the-
the table and kind of just.
You have to pay the fuck right extra to stab you, or did she stab you when you didn't pay her?
I was walking amongst the orphans and got pulled into some abandoned alley.
By the orphans?
No. They scattered as they should when this happened. Ugh. Mm. And then I got this. Ow.
Did you see who it was?
Reese pulls out a pair of scissors and he just starts cutting your shirt open so we can check your
Freak out and like make him stop.
Start too late.
It's already ruined, man.
He's
Okay.
yeah, it's got holes in it.
So
already.
you got mugged in our territory. We need to know who this is.
Yeah.
I know exactly who it is.
Great. Who are we killing tonight?
And I've been after this person for a while. And now it's time to get my... And he like knows he's about to say the word. Vengeance.
Reese will sort of like duck down and he'll sort of look at the wounds and he says, "Well,
Say
she
the
got
word,
you real
my
good,
old
but
friend.
doesn't look like you're going to die. I'll get you patched up. Hold still." And he starts sewing him up.
I was
Say the word, my
assaulted
old
by an
friend.
agent of Ulf Ironborn's.
Why would Ulf Ironborn attack you?
That bastard.
He's been trying to spread slander about me.
He has been digging around about your history.
It seems he's finally decided to make his moves. I only survived because of the intervention of Jerry Maha's agent Karth, who was able to deal with the individual and allow me to live.
You're real lucky. Good to know things are still good to know things are still stable with Maha then.
Surprising at that.
Yes.
No, Lady Slade said it'll be fine.
Yes. Speaking of, are our babysitters here?
They are not right now, and ever since the transition, like they're still around every now and again, but they've been fewer and far between.
But don't ever cut my shirt again.
Your shirt was already cut 3 times, it looks like.
Yeah.
He sort of like sticks his thumb in one of the wounds. Oh, sorry about that.
Wow.
I also am been nominated, or I'm going to receive an award.
What was this a reward then? 3 holes in your side.
Yeah.
Is he delirious from the blood loss?
Right, are the two things related?
No, I don't think so.
Silas,
What?
how many fingers am I holding up? The messenger holds up no fingers.
What game are you playing?
I'm trying to figure out how fucked in the head you are right now.
I've
No
never
one's
been
going to
less
give you an
fucked in
award,
the head.
Silas.
What was the name of the lady that came up to me?
I don't think you got a name.
Did a lady come up to you? No, just kidding. The name of the lady was Narya, I believe. She was the Mother Superior of the Weeping Lady.
The Mother Superior of the Weeping Lady came up to me while I was communicating with some of our informants. And they have seen our charitable acts towards the orphans of this city and wish to make an example of me and give me an award to encourage others to participate.
Someone made an example of you.
This
Yeah.
was epic, I think. Ugh. But what's good with all of you? What's new?
Well,
You have a job?
We're going to build an engine that eats that consumes the empty vessel in order to fuel the lightning barriers.
That's not a bad idea. That's good. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yes.
That's fun.
The throne
Yeah.
of judgment.
We're just going to need to get 1 or more tanker types working with us on the Principles of Oblivion 3rd edition, so we can figure out how.
Also, oh my God, you're back. Welcome,
Wait,
Nebra.
Oh, yes, thank you. We're writing a
Oh.
book again. Is that what's
Welcome home.
happening?
Ugh.
Yeah, we need to undo a lot of the damage we did. I think we can. So this time, I'll show you what
You
I've got
get
so
money
far.
for this book?
We're going to. It's not that kind of book. Do you want to write smut? Like I will teach you how to talk
I
to
don't
people.
want to write anything. I want to see that people are putting work into something that's going to get us coin.
Cool. So anyway, we'll build this one like a guide to how to take advantage of the vulnerabilities of these empty vessel people. Like, you know how spirit bane charms work? You know how demon bane charms work? We're going to make an
know.
empty vessel bane charm and things like that so that like people can actually take these people apart and not get into it anymore. But then I found out how the new Sparkrite engine works. And I thought, let's feed the fucker to that.
Okay, so we're unfucking everything we did with the second edition by writing the third edition.
I mean, we're on fucking a bit more than that. Remember, the Swole Dunsdale, like he was already doing that by the time we got to the book.
I didn't realize Dunville is swole now.
Oh, he's back and he's twisted and huge.
Which Nebra kind of correlates to some of what you saw in Iruvia with a whole new cast being of these twisted
Right.
individuals.
Hey, Reese.
Okay. In
Yeah.
any case, yeah.
Could we build a small version of this engine? Like, is it like size-wise? Like, is it only affecting people because it's so big?
No, it really affects people just because they're a flaw in the design. And it's really just because of the properties of the ghost field.
Sure. I'm just wondering
so-
if, like, if we, I don't know, happen to put one, someplace in Six Towers, like over the Dimmer Sisters mansion, and took care of some ghosts.
I want
mean,
to conscientiously object to the idea of mass spirit slaughter. However, robbing the Dimmer Sisters of all their spirit servants isn't the worst idea I've heard ever.
Reese pulls out his
People die in a war.
his,
I'm sorry to say.
schematic for his ectoplasmic. Hold on, grab the name because it's too rad not to say. The ectoplasmic phantasmatronic containment system, Ectoflux phantasmatronic containment system, and it's basically like a ghost
EPCS
vacuum.
for short,
Sure. Yeah, EPCS. Yeah, it's a
or
it
the
holds
Epics system.
holds 6 spirit bottles and will slurp a ghost into the spirit bottle. And I'll sort of present that. But if we're really just looking to capture the spirits, this might be more useful. And I kind of hand it over to Emmeline to look at.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd prefer a catch and release if at all possible, but
I'm fine with
mean,
catch and release. Mostly, I'm just worried about the scale.
Except for the sister.
Oh yeah,
right,
we got to kill
right,
her.
of course.
But I'm worried about the scale, right? The number of spirits they have, because I think we've been letting them go for far too long. I think if there's, I'm sure there's other stuff we got to deal with, but my proposal is going to be that we have to take care of them soon.
Well, it seems like we have quite a bit in front of us. And he'll sort of give a hand to Silas to sort of pull him up off the table. He's done taking care of him.
We're talking about jobs now because I actually have one straight from Iruvia of no places.
Well, we're no short of supply of jobs today. Tell us about it. What do we have to do?
Who in Iruvia knows about us?
Apparently quite a few people, but I digress. So remember that map book we got for Lord Strangford a while back? We gotta go and destroy it.
Oh, this is just like the gem again. First we do a job to get somebody something, then we do another job to take it away from us. We do this too often. People are going to notice the pattern.
Yeah, but we're also supposed to give a copy of that to Lady Ankayat, but luckily I still have that copy I made a while ago, so that part's fine. We just need to make sure Lord Strangford no longer has it.
And what are they paying for this?
A family's lives.
A family?
What's the
Oh, my
percentage of that?
Silas, I slap him.
I feel like you slapped right on my injury.
I think,
too.
no, I think if anything, he gets slapped. Cole will elbow him in the side that he got stabbed in.
Oh,
All right, what's the timeline?
We do have a couple months.
Who has your
That's
family
no.
now?
Until I can.
Who has your
Sorry.
family?
Oh, boyfriend's mad.
They're back in the Iruvia, it's the Ankayat family, right? Or is that Kayat?
And Kaya, yeah.
Yeah. It's a noble family back in Iruvia. They're safe for the most part. They're being taken care of, but until we get the book back to them, they're not going to leave Iruvia. I'm the only one that came back.
Gotcha. There's a contact here then.
Yes, Lady Ankayat.
Noted.
Well, Any slights done to you, Nebra, or your family is just like a slight being done to us. So we'll make sure your family can see.
Oh yeah, we'll get the book
And
back. We'll hand it off to the people,
Silas,
and then we'll
Yeah,
go over to
Silas-
Iruvia and fucking kill those motherfuckers
Silas,
until
Well,
they're all
I
so
dead.
don't forget, like, hit again. I'm sure your family will be grateful.
Ugh.
Emily gives you an eye roll you can hear.
All right, well,
Well-
add another one to the vengeance list. That's cool.
Seems like you've got
Vengeance.
quite a pile of jobs to do.
And a good pile, that is.
Well,
Lots of-
sorry,
lots
that's what's
of
the highest
revenge to get.
priority. You just got stabbed. So that's something which you can take care of right away. We can't
Well,
let our
Ironborn is
leader get
someone who
stabbed
is
out in
very
public.
well protected. We may need to extensively prepare for that.
Sure.
We could send the our thugs out in the meantime just to cause some chaos, voice our displeasure.
Let me talk to
Yes.
some folks. I'll gather some information on Ironborn and his operations.
See if we can find out if anybody else is included in this whole caper.
Oh no, we're gonna find
Yeah.
out all the people that he has on the payroll, anybody that's associated with him. We'll make a little board of it. You know, the nerds here can map it all out, and then when it comes time, we'll just roll it all up.
We string them up by their thumbs.
Right.
I also, Silas also, like, I need one of our various wards to come here for a moment.
I grab Bear.
I pull out this, like, piece of paper that I had clearly, like, chicken scratched on while walking of the note. I was like, I need you to get this note of thanks to Jerima discreetly, and I will text Kyle what the message actually says.
Yeah, he's like, of course, boss.
If you want to rest up, Silas, I'll go out and see if I can get the information on.
Yeah, just let me know what our job. I'm fully capable of doing whatever job we need to this evening or whenever it comes up. So let's. Coin will make me feel better.
Yeah, you'll have his doctor along with him. He'll be fine.
Well, as I see it, the things we got on our docket per se is to find this book for Nebra's family.
think that's
Stop
the
the
first thing we
hollowing
should
of
do.
everyone. Kill Ulf Ironborn and all of his people. And also eliminate the Dimmer sisters. I was going to say that we should be eliminating the Dimmer sisters as quickly as possible, but I think that's up to the leadership.
I'm fine with getting rid of them. Ugh.
I would vote
I
for
any
for
love I
family-
once had for the Dimmer sisters was lost when I found out they were going to use my body to live in like some sort of skin suit. So the sooner that they're past tense, the happier I would be.
Yes, I was almost about to meet them today.
trying to get that book back from Strangleford. That's going to take quite a bit of work.
Yeah,
Now, I'd
I'm-
like to
I'm
do it right
still
away.
trying
I'd
to
like to get
locate
your family safe, but
Of course. I'm trying to locate the book myself, so
Mm.
until I get that done, there's not much we can do about that. So
good enough.
So did the Dimmer sisters do something while it was gone?
No, but that's the
No.
problem.
Oh, they just
It's
That's-
been
exist.
entirely too quiet.
Well, we killed one of them, and then
Right.
when all the heat came for us, we put it all on one of their acolytes, who is currently rotting away in a I don't know what it is, some sort of mystical magical type shit. So
Wait. Was that acolyte like sistered?
I don't think the acolyte was
She's
sistered, no,
cultist.
She wasn't sistered yet. Okay.
but it was definitely one of the ones that they cared about. Like,
And
she
from a
was-
chief economic perspective, with this ruling that came down from the city council, this outlaw of essentially a lot of the stuff that we traffic in, though books specifically, if the Dimmer sisters were to jump on that ban, restart their organization, we could see a rival emerge where they were once quiet. If we were to get a stranglehold on it and eliminate the competition, we could be pulling in a lot of coin from contraband material, which I know you like.
it's our chance
Points
to
aside.
eliminate a threat and to corner the market, as it were.
That would set us up in quite a good position.
That being said, I don't want to make it seem like I am not concerned for your family, Nebra, and know
Of
that we'll
course.
do everything we can to see them safe. But it sounds like we need to track down what Strangford's done with this map.
Exactly.
As far as
Appreciate
Ulf Ironborn, I don't know.
Ironborn may take some time. Yeah,
Is he gonna
One
stab
moment.
you again? I think you don't go anywhere without mooks now.
I'm gonna be like, once.
We'd have to agree.
Emmeline will kind of turn to two of the thugs, Henry Evans and Dale Meredith, and be like, wherever he goes, you do not leave him. And then she's going to go over into the corner and pop open the Fleta Wilson spirit bottle, and she's going to commune with her as well to have some spiritual assistance on Silas.
Nice.
Creepy.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
And meanwhile, Thorn's just there, like, this is awkward, and I don't know when to leave, so she's just kind of standing by Emmeline, like,
Oh,
looking
Oh,
to go
sister,
stuff.
good to meet
Yeah.
you.
I
Yeah. She's just going to be like this. I'll say the messenger will say to Sister Thorn, gesturing to Emmeline, she'd rather talk to spirits, it turns out, but I'm sure she'll appreciate your gift and attention as much as she appreciates anything that isn't dead yet.
Yeah, no, of course. And I feel like you guys would value your privacy at a moment like this. Because I didn't hear anything. At this point, if you could just maybe show me out, I'd be happy to.
Sure. Just don't get too close to those new Sparkrite engines. Like, maybe tell your people not to get too close neither.
Nebra,
Oh, yes. Rest assured, that will be the first order of business at our meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Might be a
Nebra will
use.
escort Sister
Sorry, go
Thorn
ahead.
out. I was just going to say she's the one that's going to escort Sister Thorn out. But yeah, need to do anything else before she leaves.
Okay, just might be a creative new way to loosen someone up if you need someone to be a little more pliable. If you find out what happens if it pulls it all the way out of them, let us know. But other than that,
Yeah, no, we'll do. And thanks for the heads up. We often enter the city close near there, Dunslow, that is. So we'll give it a wide berth. I appreciate, I guess, what I did here tonight. And yeah, she'll walk with Nebra. Anything you wanted to do with her as you lead her out?
No, just
Just showing her the way.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Cool. All right, guys. So it sounds like there's a lot of things that we're gonna want to do in the upcoming future. But is it looking like we want to take out the Dimmer sisters today?
Yes.
all right.
Yes, it sounds like it.
All right. So what I want to know is, how do we want to go about it? Do we want to do an assault? In which case, I need to know what the point of attack is. Is it going to be a deception? In which case, I need to know what's the method of deception. Is it going to be a stealth? What's the point of infiltration? Occult? What's the arcane method? Social? What's the social connection? Or a transport? What's the route and means?
so as far as a cult goes, like if we were going to build a weaponized version of that engine, is that something Reese can do?
What does that have to do with
Yeah, I
job?
think like in order to take something that was used to power, or like if you wanted to use the sphere, right, and to weaponize it, would be some downtime activity to make that transition.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
But he does have the EPCS, like he does have a system that he could use that's already been invented, and so that could be an occult method that we could use right now.
Does that sound like assault, occult, or does that sound more like assault?
I think it's more occult, right?
Yeah, it's possible. It depends on what the goal is, right? Is the goal to
Yeah.
go in and collect all the souls, like, and store them all in spirit bottles, and like basically go play Ghostbusters, or is the goal to, like, I think Cole is going to advocate for just an all-out assault,
I will say, just as a storyteller, it sounds kind of assault if the goal is to like wipe out
Yeah,
every single Dimmer sister that remains and take their shit for us.
Yeah.
sounds like an assault.
Okay. So what is the point of attack? Where are we starting the game off? And remember, we could go all different directions from here. I just need to know where you guys want to start the scene.
Do we want to start the back entrance in the caves, or do we want to start the front entrance at the house?
I
would say.
imagine the caves. We did the caves once already. I don't know if that'd be the best approach. It's probably better guarded now, or it's my thought. Uh, do we have any other points of ingress?
Well, the only two you know right now is you have the underground canal system that leads up from underneath, and you have like an assault from like you don't necessarily need to like knock on their front door, but it could be like kicking down windows or
Sure.
Mhm.
There's also their ancient gate, but we
Yeah.
didn't really prep that for use the last time. So I don't think we can just wander out into the Deathlands, find our ancient gate there, and jump in.
No, we did take it out there at that one point, but coming back will be more difficult.
And we have to traverse the Deathlands.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Mr.
I
Thorne,
mean-
come back. No,
Yeah.
Hey, his sister Thorn, come back. Emmeline wants to know what kissing feels like.
Yeah.
So if we were gonna do let's. If I guess the front door is probably not the best approach. Do we want to risk taking the caverns again, though?
I mean, I can see where it could be a risk, but we did hurt them a lot last time.
Yeah.
So while they might have re-upped that defense, it still could be a vulnerable point where doing it out front where others can see could also be a problem.
We can handle.
Yeah.
I think Cole will point out we can handle bystanders though. We can get bystanders away from the area. The gray cloaks potentially could help, etc. I guess part of my question in this is, well, actually, can you remind me, Kyle? Because I can't remember off the top of my head. What is the layout of this house? Like this manor house? Are there houses abutted to it? Like,
So it has its own kind of grounds on in Six Towers between Night Stalker Alley and Bone Chill Way. Um, it is its own kind of freestanding house with, again, like not huge grounds, like we're not talking like palatial estate, but like with small, think like Victorian haunted house type of yard, right? Um, it underneath there's a canal system that leads into a ruined temple. Then the next level up was a converted basement that was like used for ghost storage, like a converted wine cellar. Then there was the first level, which was like a very warm and welcoming spot. That's where like you saw the pictures of Rosalind and Emmeline. Then upstairs were those two mirrored floors, floor 3 and 2, where that had all the ghosts and like writings on the wall, and which is like super kind of uncomfortable. And then you had the top floor, which was kind of a small foyer leading to a master bedroom. And then from there was a secret passage up to where the Severosi Sapphire used to be, but is no longer.
so what about an incendiary bomb in the canals?
Oh.
Just to cause a lot of ruckus, like probably unmanned, right? We send it down on a fuse, it explodes, and then we don't necessarily go knocking on the front door, but there's other houses around, there's other grounds. We choose one of them, jump a fence, or cut a way through a fence, or whatever it is, and then make entry into the house through a window.
Do we want
I
to keep
like
the
it.
house intact? Because I was thinking just burn the whole thing down.
There's
If
probably
we
a
could
lot
take
of
it for
valuable stuff
ourselves,
in
it would
there.
be nice.
Yeah, it'd
Sorry?
be nice to own the house.
Okay, fair.
I'm in favor of burning it to the ground.
Well, we don't know what kind of residual ghost activity will be there, but I don't imagine burning it down will change that.
Nothing I won't be able to handle, I'm sure.
But I think the incendiary bomb in the basement, won't necessarily destroy the
I think you can-
foundations or anything.
Well, you could rig something up.
Hey, Kyle, my Quagmire ability, will that get me through a foundation? The messenger wasn't in there, so I'd have to ask. Actually, I will ask real quick. Messenger asks, was there a dirt floor in their basement?
So yeah, it wasn't dirt; it was hewn stone. So it was like natural rock from this like think of like there's a cave system underneath their basement that so like while the floor of the basement is like finished, it is just kind of sitting on a rock wall. So like you probably could use your magic to tunnel up through that. There were also doors obviously that led down from the basement into the thing. But
I think I can get as many of us as who can hold their breath long enough into their basement with a little trick I've been learning while getting in touch with my Taikarosi heritage. Just sort of reach over and actually no, just sort of sink into the ground and then come back up. If that'll be allowed without.
yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
Hmm.
Impressive.
That was a
Mm.
neat trick.
How in
Interesting.
the bloody hell did you do that?
Well, it's the ground, and I am of the ground. We just sort of make a connection.
I don't know that I
That
could
works
hold
for
my
me,
breath
folks.
myself long enough to do that right now, but I'll try.
Or I could take your incendiary in there, plant it inside their basement, light the fuse, and swim out.
Or you could, if Reese could find a way to remotely operate or through a fuse, get this incendiary device into the canals. We cause a diversion. The Dimmer sisters run down to check it out, not unlike what we did the first time, just in reverse.
Exactly.
And then you use your power, if it's possible to use it in this way, to bring the basement down on them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, well, we have a couple of different options. You mentioned a fuse. We could also do something based on time. We have a number of options.
I
Cool.
think
So from the point of attack, are we going with like essentially like front doors, windows, like a surface?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, with a diversion and perhaps uh,
Diversion
a
and
lot of
ambush.
murder underneath. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Before I forget, what is everyone going to bring to this operation in terms of load?
Like, in
Heavy.
fact, I would even say story-wise, like I probably couldn't do anything more than that at this point, even if I wanted to, which I don't. But
did you take level 2 harm or level 3?
level 2,
Level
so I'm -1D.
-1D and a less effect. Rough stuff.
Reese is the
Heavy.
gadget man, so he's going heavy.
I'll
For
go
assault,
heavy.
heavy.
Heavy,
Yeah.
because it's assault.
Possibility I could.
You guys are going to get stopped on the street, but
I think Emmeline's going medium. Like she's bringing her stuff to combat ghosts, but she also wants to be like lithe on her feet. She doesn't want to get bogged down if she has to, pull a runner or maneuver. All right, cool. So we take 1D for sheer luck. Is this operation bold or daring? You're wiping a gang off the face of the map. Yes, for 2. Does the plan expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? It probably should have done something with those canals, huh? That's one more dice. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? I'm not sure it is, but what do you guys think?
I mean, if we're depending on one of Reese's bombs working, that's a contingency.
Yeah.
We're kind of depending on them to react the way we expect and send their heaviest hitters to go deal with the bomb. That's another contingency.
I would
don't
say
know.
that. Yeah, like I would agree if that was our plan. But I think our plan that's the diversion. Our plan is to go in and kill them through main force.
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's overly
Fair enough.
straightforward.
Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have defenses or preparations? They're not necessarily strongest against this approach. They do, however, have a preparation. Because again, as you said, you did attack him once before. Are there enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? Kind of, but they're not a rival yet. Are there any other elements you want to consider? Adjust the die accordingly.
There
No,
was
I
something
think
about help. Do we not have?
Oh, like the Grey Cloaks?
They're gonna like keep the populace
I
at bay.
d-
a
yeah,
little
you.
bit,
I think you did do something where you can add a +1d from gathering information.
Mhm.
probably.
It was a crew upgrade, I believe, or a claim.
Our informants?
Was that it? Informants?
That is the informants, +1d
Gather-
for gathering information.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd say like Cole did a little bit of that earlier, talking with Hutch.
But I think it's specifically using the informants. Let's say I'm going to keep it at 2. I won't give you this one because with what happened with Silas, he said they scattered. So let people feel comfortable with that.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Does someone want to roll me a 2d fortune roll, and we will see where
Yeah.
we're at?
I'll do that. 2 dice.
A 4. Awesome. So that means we have a mixed result. We are in a risky position when the action starts. So let's go to the cold and foggy land of 6 towers.
We're not allowed.
What do you say?
Are we allowed in 6 towers?
Yes, it's crow's foot. We're not allowed.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
They all look the same to Silas.
You're like passing in and out of consciousness from your
Yeah.
stab when we get it.
Yeah.
Wait, we can go to 6 towers? Yes. Shut up.
So I'm gonna say this risky position. So let's start with this this charge, this demo charge that you've worked out, Reese. How about you guys describe that to me, and then we'll do a roll based on this risky start to see how well it does.
Sure. So it's essentially just a.
But before we get into that, just sorry, real quick. Are you going through? You're bringing this in through the canals essentially, right? The explosive.
Messenger.
Yeah.
Or me. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Absolutely.
or whoever. Okay. So who is down by the canals and who is up by the manor house, ready to like kick in doors? What's the division there?
I
I think Emmeline's up top.
As is Cole and the
Yeah.
thugs, I assume.
I think I should probably be down below for everyone's best interest.
It's not like it's safer down there.
So
yeah, but like
so,
I
like,
won't. I don't.
I'll-
Ideally, don't have to like. Oh well.
So
I mean, I'd be willing to go with Silas to just be your bodyguard here.
No,
Like, I'm
nowhere is
also-
safe for Silas for this.
right.
Yeah.
I'm also happy to a flashback if we want of Cole setting up a like not a safe house, but a kicking off point, right? A rally point where because I assume we're bringing everybody, like we're bringing every single person
Mhm.
that we have. This is our we're getting one shot at doing this right,
Mhm,
and so if that's another house in the area that we break into, if that's I pay off a person, like I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, I'll say you don't need to take a flashback for that. We'll just call that part of the setup of the risky. Yeah, so like there is a house that the topside crew is stationed in, and there's a bottom. Pretty much the reason I need to know who's where is because you guys are going to see different things, and I just want to make sure who I'm telling what.
I think Reese would be down below with Silas and the messenger just to make sure everything's good to go with the bomb before he takes it down below.
But I guess that I would probably be up top then, since we
Yeah, I
have.
think you're probably better served going up top.
Yeah.
Well, I
Okay,
was going
and
to
Nebra?
suggest that Silas be up in the house as like man in the van type thing, but you can do whatever.
Nebra will be on top.
Silas has some literal skin in the game. Maybe he wants to get his hands a little dirty.
Yeah.
I just figured he'd be good with the reserve, but I think being down below is good.
All right, so raise your hand if you have a ghost special ability. That is things like ghost mind, ghost voice, etc.
We all have one because we've got
Yeah.
it on the crew sheet.
That's correct.
Ghost passage.
We all have ghost passage. We could actually bring crew with us. Ghost crew can ride along with us, people.
Oh
Yeah,
wait,
Emmeline could
actually,
bring one of the one of the crew with them if they wanted to.
Each one of us could bring one of the ghost crew with us.
Ooh.
I just realized I know Silas was lying.
You?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
from
have.
special ability.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you keep a lot of Silas's secrets. He lies a lot.
yeah. I'm keeping that secret for now. I just realized I would.
All right.
I'm not helping right now.
We're good.
So we
Yeah,
all have a ghost special ability, which reveals the following. There is a tangible sense of wrongness as you approach the Dimmer Sisters Manor, both from the street and from the canals. Those who, if anyone is using Ghost Passage, you feel the ghost that is harbored inside of you resistant to move closer. For those with ghost voice who can hear and speak with ghosts, you just hear a deafening, almost tangible silence. And for someone like Ghost Mind, with Emmeline sees no ghosts in this area, like a very tangible absence of their presence in such a haunted place as Six Towers. For those of us up top, the Dimmer Sisters' four-story manor house looms menacingly over the southern portion of the surrounding neighborhood. Its once grand architecture has fallen into disrepair, and the windows on its lower two levels are boarded up and paint peels away to reveal weathered bricks beneath. The strange, almost palpable energy that once emanated from the structure is gone, perhaps with the removal of the sapphire, but the house now almost feels dead. The personal lightning barriers that were set next to the gargoyles on the structure's steeply pitched roof are all disactivated or deactivated. For those in the canals, these were carved by long forgotten hands and are flanked by towering walls of stone carved with scenes from a bygone era. Ancient symbols and glyphs adorn these walls, but their meanings have been lost to time. The water is black ink, and it is at a dead still, reflecting the torchlight and only rippling by the passage of the boat. And even down here, you feel that, again, deep sense of wrongness. And I think at this point, I will bring up this 4-segment clock called the Curse Intensifies. I'm not filling up anything yet, but as people have complications on their rolls, we will see just what this wrongness means for us. That being said, sorry to interrupt. Reese, you were setting an explosive charge down in the canals.
Yes. Um. Let's assume that it's a timer based charge. And essentially, like, I say, all right, all you really have to do is you flip this little switch here, and you hit this button. That'll start the clock. You got 15 minutes to get the hell out.
Well, I don't want to get the hell out. I want to catch them when they come back in.
Well, you got 15 minutes to get the hell out of the way of the blast. Let me say that.
All right, great. So we probably wrap it in an oilskin or something.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna walk in if I can walk. But actually, as soon as the messenger gets off the boat, they're gonna open it up, flip the switch, and wave. Like the rest of you should probably get moving and then start walking up the way in there.
Yeah, so where the boat, like the entrance to like where the water terminates and leads to this entrance, this cave entrance up to the manor above, is well, those of us who were there will remember a ruin of an ancient temple that this manor was built above. And it is showing signs of sabotage. Intricately carved out of the bedrock, the walls have been violently defaced, with deep gouges and scorch marks degrading their surfaces. Once proud columns and arches lie shattered and broken, their fragments scattered haphazardly about. The area surfaces, which those who were there before remember were once blanketed in petrified moss and vines, are now bare and show marks of forced removal, leaving behind raw, exposed rock. The sound of
we're
dripping
not.
water now seems harsh and unsettling, echoing off the walls in a discordant tone. The air is heavy already, with the acrid smell of blasting powder, burnt stone, and freshly disturbed earth. And at the heart of this desecrated temple lies an onyx idol depicting the dream beyond death. It now lies in pieces. Its fragments emit an eerie, unnatural glow, casting sinister shadows that twist and writhe as if and a palpable sense of malevolence hang in the air, an oppressive force that seems to emanate from this butchered god, as dark energy seeps into every crack and crevice, corrupting the very essence of the temple structure and perhaps the manor house and grounds above.
Okay, so we are stepping into someone else's mess here. Too bad we don't have radios. All right, not actually.
You have ghosts potentially riding with you if you were doing Ghost Passage.
Yep. All right, that's a good point. But then someone has to talk to that ghost, and there's no one in the canal with ghost voice. So
Can't the ghost? So you can't understand or communicate with the ghost, but like, if the ghost is with you, and you know the ghost is with you because you have Ghost Passage, couldn't you just say some amount of things and that ghost would leave to go talk to people with ghost voice?
Yeah, it could work. I think there'd
But
probably
there's-
be like an attune roll tied to it.
and that's cool, but there isn't another person with ghost voice in the canal. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go in there, and I'm either gonna come back out and tell you guys. And who else is in the canal? Is it just Reese, or is it Reese and Silas?
Reese and Silas.
Reese and Silas. I'm gonna go in there, and I'm gonna come back out, and I'm gonna tell you what I found, or I'm gonna write a note and I'm gonna put it on Redress and send Redress out. Don't worry, I'll tell him not to bite you and let you take the note off before he starts biting. Or Flitta's gonna come back, and if Flitta, who we are all familiar with now, asks to be your passenger, it means that things went really bad. Run.
Sounds good.
Cool. All
Yeah.
right. I want to
Sounds
ruck
like a
this
plan.
in there, and let's see what happens.
Yep. I will stand back with Silas in preparation, just in case we need to support the messenger.
So I need to go and find a place in here that at least has wood beam ceiling, right? Before I think about setting this thing off, because just burning down stone is burning down stone. And this is an incendiary device. So I would like to move forward carefully. I'm not very great at prowl, but if that's prowl, but I also want to know what's happening. I'm much more interested in knowing what is going on from what I see as I creep forward, because I'm more scouting than anything else. So how does that work, Kyle?
It sounds like there might be two roles here. One, probably like a survey or something to get a gist of what's happening here, and from the scout perspective. And then if you want to move further through the basement, a prowl.
Okay. Survey it is. It's definitely survey and not study. Can I get a flashback where someone gives me help on this? Is there someone who's willing to tell me about what the layout of the basement was the last run you had?
Yeah.
I mean, Nighthawk would probably be the best one to do it, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, I helped us get to the like gate and all that, right?
Okay. So if I spend 1 stress for a flashback, will you spend 1 stress to help me?
Yeah, sure.
Great. That's apparently not where you click. That is. All right. What is my position?
Risky, standard effect. 4. Cool. So success with a complication. The complication is going to be a pip on the intensification of the curse. But you did succeed in this survey. So what do you want to know?
What happened here?
It looks like some force came in and deliberately started trashing this ancient temple, which also culminated in the destruction of this statue of the Forgotten God. And perhaps you've been dealing with Forgotten God stuff for a while now, and you realize something perverse is happening. Like when that statue was shattered, something has been released here, and its anger or its rage is being manifest. And that's perhaps what this feeling of unease, this feeling of wrongness in this place is. You also notice as you're scouting out that despite the Dimmer sisters' kind of reputation, there are no ghosts whatsoever down here in these basements, with the exception of two mannequin-like hulls who have just blades for arms, and you can hear the scraping of their blades against stone as they patrol these cave systems. There are two of them that you have clocked, and it doesn't seem like they're much like what you encountered at the Sparkrights in the previous game. It doesn't look like they're on the search for you or anything. It looks like they are just following a pre-programmed set of instructions. Though if they were to find you, you have you can only assume the instructions they were given would be bleak.
Right. So we're not even going to prowl. We're not going to try sneaking too hard. We're just going to stick to the plan. We're going to we're going to set the device somewhere. We're going to get back out to the canal and let Silas and Reese know what we saw.
Okay. How do you want to get around the holes? Are you going to try to take them out?
Yeah, I think I should just hunt the two of them down. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's going to be a roll. Um, we'll call this. I won't call it desperate. I don't think these guys are going to kill you because you're hunting them, and you are a skilled hunter, and they're kind of operating under old programming. However, we'll call it risky standard because I think if you take them out, you take them out. The risk here, though, can result in harm. Right? This is going to encompass a mini battle scene if there's complications.
Okay, so what I think I'm doing here, since this is hunt, is I'm going to be leading a group action with Redress, who, being an expert hunter, will roll his own 3 dice. And then we will just take the success from there, and if either of us fail, as long as one of us is successful, then I just take another stress.
Sounds good.
Sound good? Cool. Did I want to push myself on this? The ranged attack thing doesn't make a difference. No, we're not pushing ourselves. Risky, standard, no bonus dice. Well, let's hope Redress does better. 1 bonus die for being an expert, which for whatever reason doesn't happen on the sheet. If there are more than 3 dice, we just don't count the rightmost die as they land.
Cool. So we take the 6, a flat success, which means you neutralize the 2 hulls without taking harm, without intensifying the curse. Could you just give us a brief montage of what the scene looks like?
Yeah, and it's definitely Redress's greater success here. So what we are doing is these things are patrolling. They're following a specific pattern. We're not going to wait too long to see what that pattern is, though. We're just like, okay, they go until they stop. Yeah, Redress is the best boy. And so what it was setting an ambush for them. And where a passage in this ruined tunnel goes around a corner, and we know that they're coming, we find a place where we've got range. I've got range on my side, and I've got a cubby for Redress. So they come around the corner, they see the messenger, and the messenger is opening up on them with the pistols at range, and they pay attention to the messenger. Meanwhile, Redress comes in from behind, tackles them to the ground, and starts pulling wires out of joints. And we just do this 2 times because they're just hulls. They don't know. They don't even notice what's happening. Exactly.
Yeah, love it. So we'll say there is some threat of danger when they first clock you. Their claw arms rise and their mouth apparatus of this mannequin-like head opens as if to release some sort of warning call. And as you said, that's when the attack comes as a slick dog launches into the side of them, takes to the ground, and wires and sparks go everywhere as their bodies are or their functional bodies are turned into spare parts.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go back and exactly. That's right. Redress clever girled them. That's exactly what happened. All right. Uh, so we go back, and I'm going to tell Reese and Silas, someone's really trashed the place, but there were still hulls wandering around patrolling. It doesn't seem like there's any ghosts here. Something's really wrong. I'm gonna send Flitta to go tell Emmeline what we've seen here so far, which is defaced protections, wards down, idol destroyed, 2 hulls were in operation when we arrived and aren't now. I think we're gonna do this without the bomb. I think we should just rush in there. So I'll send Flitta to give Emmeline the signal that it's go time, and then we go.
Oh, in the worst case scenario, we can use the bomb as an escape tactic.
Yeah.
All right,
Well, boss
cool.
man.
Give me, because Fleta has just returned from a life in the Deathlands for the last few weeks. So give a quick attune just to see that she follows your orders to the letter.
Okay. What's my position?
I think you'll be a risky standard, or risky great, because I think she wants to follow your word. But
Fantastic. So, yeah, with 4 dice, my odds of doing this without a complication are not great, but my odds of succeeding are a little worse than the odds of not rolling a 1. Do I want to push myself for this, though? This is how it all sets off. So, yes, I am going to take 2 stress to push myself for this one. I'm glad I did.
a 6. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
What do you think about 6?
so for us at
Crescendo pushing yourself.
yeah, so for us up in kind of the rally house, the windows start frosting over, the temperature starts to drop. Perhaps that's when a few like-minded of our gang start clutching their own spirit pain charms and such. And Emmeline kind of calms them down as Fleta appears, and they seem to have a conversation, which I think isn't Akarosi, and Nebra has a ghost voice anyway, and can confirm that when Emmeline turns and like messenger says it's go time, we're doing it without the bomb.
Now, I did want also, well, whether or not Emmeline conveys it, Fleta to convey the state of the place, that it was defaced, the idol destroyed, but there were still hulls wandering around.
Yeah, Emmeline will share that after when she's like, we're going without the bomb, and be like, it seems like the temple is defaced, wards down. I think she will editorialize a bit and be like, maybe they've already been hit by someone.
We're kind of switching from a distraction, a 1-2 punch, to an actual pincer maneuver.
I think Cole, is like I said, is visibly shaken because this is also the first time we've dealt with spirit gang members, and so he's not exactly sure. I also think because he's haunted, and so normally he sees ghosts around, and he doesn't see any ghosts.
It's very absent of ghostly presence here,
and that's actually more scary to him now, because he's gotten used to the sixth sense bullshit, and now it's like this place is wrong.
Emmeline shares that concern with you, right? Like, you don't miss things till they're gone.
Yeah, and also he's in his head, he's like, I'm not sure how I feel about that, like as a thing. But he stretches, he reaches around, and he's like, okay, and he like looks to the people around him, and I'm going to lead a group action for skirmish to just exit this building, assault that building, breaking windows. Like I'm going to be the first one through, et cetera, et cetera.
This is skirmish, you said?
Yeah,
Group action?
group action skirmish.
Yeah. So Emmeline's going in with you, so she'll roll along with you. And so anyone who wants to enter the house, go ahead and roll skirmish.
You should
This-
probably be rolling for the crew as well.
Yes, yeah.
The thugs get a roll on that too.
I'm taking everybody.
Rolling skirmish, huh?
Yep, and this will just be a risky standard.
You guys get a +1 to skirmish because of our crew ability.
Oh no, that gave us a dot at the beginning.
Oh, I thought it was each PC may add +1 action rating to finesse, prowl, and skirmish.
Right. They added the action rating, which is what gave us
Oh,
dots
okay.
during
Yeah, it's a
character
permanent
creation
ability
back
you
in the
get
day.
once.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I am gonna. No, I'm not gonna push myself. I'm gonna stick with this.
Sorry, Cole.
I crit. It's fine.
Risky standard. Okay.
Damn.
Well, not. Oh, yeah, you're not up there.
Oof. Oh, I crit. Oh, nice. Oh.
We got a success.
Well, you
Yeah.
succeeded. I crit, and together we crit
Um,
together.
Go ahead, roll the cruise.
Yeah.
So there's a roll button by the crew name under
Yep.
the crew mode,
Yeah.
and we have a boat crew and we have a patrol.
Yeah.
If you added both crews to the
So that's the gang. That's the thugs. And then elite rovers.
now they only are elite for roverish things, which I don't know, maybe skirmishes are. They're pirates.
Cool. So you take 2 stress as Nebra and Emmeline struggle, but you do crit, so there's going to be no repercussions for this breaching action. So and all of you do it. So go ahead and obviously the Nighthawk actually helped with this with a flat success.
Yeah.
Where
So
the
I like
girls, wasn't their day. But go ahead and explain what this looks like. And
Yeah. So I think this is like he at first has like is kind of like a shell shocked like 1,000-yard stare. Emmeline kind of like puts her hand on his shoulder and like they have that moment of sharing. You don't miss what you don't miss it till it's gone kind of thing. Because I think she might also only be one of the only people that knows that he can see ghosts now, and that this has been a thing that's happening to him. And so when he shakes that off, he nods to essentially the team leads. Like Bear is leading in the rovers. That's why
I'm leaning in the cultists, maybe.
Sure. I was gonna say that the cult leader, or not the cult leader, the gang
Henry.
leader, the thugs leader, is with them because they're not cultists yet.
Oh, that's true.
And because what I was gonna say, then the crew ourselves of up top is split essentially into 2 groups, with Nebra following you and Emmeline following me. And
Okay.
we're all going through like 4 different windows.
cool.
So taking
and
my,
like-
my big shillelagh, bashing in a window, jumping through it, pulling Emmeline up after me.
Yeah.
I like to think I bash in a window and Nebra's coming after me. She slips a little, almost gets cut of the glass, and I like grab her, pull her through.
I was actually thinking like her clothes get stuck on like the broken glass. And
Yeah.
Stuff, so she's
Yeah,
trying to like.
Perfect. Yeah. And like, oh no, gotcha. And
Thank you.
Cool. So, the once grand first story of the Dimmer's Manor has, much like what the messenger saw in the temporal, it has been deliberately ravaged. The brightly lit electroplasmic lighting flickers erratically, casting eerie shadows over the once stately furnishings. The grand staircase, though still traversable, is damaged and is now covered in splintered wood. The velvet rope barrier that once barred access to the upper levels has been cut and left to fall unceremoniously. In rows on the wall beside the staircase, a dozen beautifully painted portraits are defaced with jagged tears and ominous burns. The final portrait, the one closest to the second floor landing, remains unfinished, with the 2 crones standing behind the likenesses of Rosalind and a simple sketch of Emmeline, and is now spoiled by dark smears and malicious graffiti. Messenger and those down below, Fleta does get to you eventually to let you know that your message was passed along, but I think even before then you started hearing it muffled because you are a 2 stories underground, but you do hear windows crashing and you hear movement as Cole and crew breach through the upper.
Oh yeah, and we go too. Like we're assaulting as well.
Are we assaulting from below, or are we and meet them in the middle? The
I
idea?
believe we're coming up from below. So
Sounds good.
Cool. So that sounds like another skirmish group action.
Okay.
yeah, it's a shame that none of us have much of that.
I have
Who's
two.
you do? Oh,
I
that's
do, yeah.
great.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if I want to lead a group action though. I only have 4 stress left.
All right.
But you know what? Let's fucking do it, man.
No, it's cool. I've got 6 stress. I'll lead the group action. Let's all fail together. We ready to roll skirmish? Silas, do you even have 1 dot in skirmish?
I do not.
You sure you shouldn't just stay at the boat?
Is this a risky standard? Is that where we're
Do
at?
you want to stay at the boat
I don't want to stay in the
with
boat.
the feelings down there?
Yeah, like I don't want to be by myself.
Come with us,
Given all
man.
the shit that's going
If you
down.
get hurt, your doctor's here, man. Let's roll. All right.
So, if I
risky
don't have
standard.
skirmish, do I not roll?
You do. You roll 2. You take the lowest.
Say again.
Yeah, it'll default. You roll 2, and it'll take the lowest.
Okay.
But you just click on the word either
Yeah.
way. And is this risky standard or what are we looking at?
Yeah, risky standard.
Woo!
Oh, nice, Silas.
He's out for blood.
Yeah!
All right,
Oh,
it's not a crit. It is
Oh.
just a flat success.
But we all
but-
succeeded.
Yes, you all succeeded. No stress taken. You guys can describe what this looks like, but let me paint you a little picture of what you breach through. So the next level after this temple system you breach is basement. That those who were there will remember was an old converted wine cellar. And again, it bears the marks of vandalism. It was once it is now a grim repository for broken and shattered spirit bottles and other supernatural containment devices. Much like the room below, there are no ghosts anywhere in this area, despite all the broken spirit bottles. And this area is divided into cells, and when I say that, I'm like monastery cells. And one of these was a once pristine spark craft workshop, and it now lies in disarray, and there's shattered tools and components littering the floor. The air is thick with the acrid scent of spent explosives, and much like the room below, a lingering sense of malevolence, as if the very essence of the manor has been tainted in its destruction. But from here, you kick open a door that sits flush to the ground, as we remember last time, that leads into the main floor where Cole and crew are. But guys, go ahead and describe this breaching action as you traverse the basement.
So I think Reese and the messenger are move, cover, and then Silas is just sort of trailing along in where it's safe in between. Except Silas did really good this time, so no, I think Silas is participating in that. We've got the 3 of us.
Because Silas is very motivated to have this job done.
Yeah,
Like,
so we've got like
personal reasons. So he's like, no, we're doing this.
All right.
And I think it's so much he did well in the sense that he's like imitating you like perfectly as you do your motions.
Yeah. So
You guys are still in the lead, but he's following you guys like precisely.
So as we sort of start the breach, Reese will reach into his jacket and pull out 2 pistols, and he'll toss one over to Silas.
Sweet. Just mark the load if they're
yeah, I
not
already did.
italicized. Yep.
Yeah, I already did. Yeah. And then we will essentially, like, we're doing like one will move up and the other will cover while they move, and then the other 2 will join, and then we sort of leapfrog along the way.
Well, yeah, you could do a 3-person leapfrog as well, where these 2 are facing front and back. He comes all the way to the front. He faces front. This one switches to back, goes all the way to the front. Da 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 da.
I think also part of my role goes into that I actually caught the pistol you tossed me, where normally I would have been like, but no shit.
Would have flown in the water. Like, damn it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, so the door gets kicked open, and you see Cole and crew on the other side.
And we kind of step through and like put the guns down.
Yeah. I reach out hands to help them up.
So you're done already? Oh, you were quick, buddy.
Well, you said
This
go,
isn't
gotcha.
us. This isn't us. Let's go upstairs and see if the mess is. See what happened here.
I think Cole gives a couple of hand signals. I'm happy to lead another group action for skirmish as
Yeah.
we continue to try to clear this
Yeah.
this house.
Okay.
All
Do
right.
it.
Everyone going upstairs.
Let's do
Let's
it.
do this.
Risky sanity as well.
Wait, we're not all going upstairs, are we? All right. Never mind. Messenger is. If people are
We
gonna
can,
stay behind and hold the main floor, that's fine. But
yeah, we can
Messenger
leave a
and Cole
couple
should-
of our.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's leave the mooks downstairs. They
Well,
can-
we'll
they can
leave
haul it
the
up
we'll
and
leave the
bring it up.
elite rovers downstairs. Look to Bear and say, hold this floor, and then
You got to.
secure.
He has a shotgun, and he's kind of. I'll be honest. Bear doesn't know where to look. He's like, I don't know where the threat will come from, but he's doing his best.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, let him start shooting if he hears a noise.
Yes.
He had to ask more from Bear than his best.
Emmeline. Sorry, Cole.
Why is it
Skirmish.
the bubble showing
Oh
up?
man.
Yeah, succeed.
Ooh,
Messenger not so
so
great.
4 stress.
2, I think. One from Emmeline, one from the messenger.
Oh, you're right. 4s are not failures.
Correct. Yeah.
I got a 6 again. Wow.
Yeah, you and Emily or Nebra.
Never. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, describe that. How like Emmeline and the messenger messed up. How Nebra and the Nighthawk helped you out, and then I'll describe what you encounter on this second floor.
So I like to think that like after breaking in and never getting her thing caught, she gets her balance and is probably taking the lead on her own. But then the Nighthawks meets up with the messenger and we're busting heading upstairs, and I think the messenger just like fucking sneezes like halfway up the stairs because his nose is still a little like
oh
funky.
yeah. We
Like-
broke that opening. It's damn it.
You're just like fucking oh, you're like losing your balance and fucking grab you, get you up the stairs. All right, get stuff some gauze in there.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what
Um,
Nebra would do besides like making sure her clothes doesn't get caught on something again.
Well, and I think Emmeline, because Emmeline, you failed.
Yeah, 1 again.
Yeah. So I think in that case, and if you're cool with this, but I think Emmeline starts to glaze over a little bit, just with the actually. Ooh, nope. Sorry, I know what's happened. Emmeline has glazed over and is stuck staring at the hand-drawn portion of her in the portrait, and as we start to move, just stands there, and like Cole reaches back and like has to grab her. He's like, "We cannot deal with that right now. We have to keep moving."
Yeah, because she didn't see it the first time.
Right. And now she's like, oh, that could have been me.
No,
Yeah.
well, because we told her, but now
Yeah.
this is actually proof of
Yeah.
exactly what was happening.
Yeah.
Love it. All right, so you guys do breach this second story with some complications. I mean, not actual complications. I'm not filling up the curse. But yeah, some people failed. Some Cole took some stress as he's trying to manage what's happening here. What you see on the second story is perhaps one of the most disturbing things you've seen in all of your lives.
Oh shit.
There is a forest of corpses hanging from the rafters, all neatly arranged in rows. And based on their clothing, you can only assume that this would be all that remained of the Dimmer Sisters cult. Their hands are slack by their sides as they sway, and it looks like they've all dropped small stones, pieces of the ruined statue down beneath. It is clear that before this happened, they tried to deface the strange glyphs and symbols they had once painted on the walls in a mixture of blood and blackened soot, as erratic scratches and smears attempt to obscure the malevolent shapes of these glyphs. But they still seemingly pulse with a faint, dark energy, resisting these efforts and amplifying the sense of dread about the place. Flickering candles, some knocked over, snuffed out, cast a sinister and chaotic glow, highlighting the cult's desperate attempt to erase the markings and their ultimate failure to do so. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of burnt wax and something more sinister you try not to think about, as if the very essence of the manor were fighting to preserve its cursed state.
Oh, they fucked up bad.
So was this like a mass suicide?
Is Rosalind one of them? Because Rosalind was the one we knew was possessed by the next Stemmer sister, right?
I would need a study or survey because as you
Absolutely.
wade your way through.
Yeah.
Study coming. What's my position?
This is, I think, controlled. This could, if complications could intensify the curse, but that would be it. And great effect. You could identify Rosalind pretty good. You've been gunning for her for a while now.
Yeah, I have. Sucks. This is us not getting vengeance. Probably.
Something got vengeance.
Yeah.
Man, you guys are killing it tonight. A 6, a flat success. The curse stays dormant. Yeah, it is grisly work you have to do, Messenger. But as far as you can tell, Rosalind is not among the bodies here. There's 2 more grim realizations you're getting from that 6. One is that based on your knowledge of the Dimmer sisters, this would only be about half of the gang. And 2, you hear the muffled sound of a woman crying behind a heavy locked wooden door reinforced with iron bands on one side of the dormitory's walls.
Okay. Rosalind isn't here. This is only half of them. There were at least 2 Dimmer sisters. We took care of one with the gondoliers. The other is missing, and there's a woman crying behind that door.
What?
I think as the messenger points it out, other people can start hearing it. It's definitely someone who is trying to hide their presence, but once once it's pointed out, you can't not hear it type of thing.
So we have a lot of surviving cultists around here. By the way, like these people didn't get attacked. They attacked this place. Wait, are their hands bound?
No, they're slack by their side.
You did say that. These people hung themselves or were hung? Maybe were hung?
Was
I grab a couple hands. Do they have rope burns on them? Like they had been reaching up and trying to pull their weight up and
They do not.
Can I do like a physical check to just sort of see like if like if they were hung post after they died?
Gotcha. Yeah. That'd be a physical tinker.
Yeah. Sounds good. What's my position?
I think controlled and great effect.
Great effect. Sounds good. Oof.
A 4, success with a complication. I am going to add a pip to the curse.
Sorry, guys.
Intensifies.
At least there was only one, or at least I succeeded.
What you do learn, however, no, it was the hanging that killed them. For some, it was a quick neck break. For some, it was suffocation. And what you do gather based on wounds and such is there's really no doubt in your mind that these were self-inflicted.
They were
They did
sacrificed.
So
They were doing
What?
this to no. They did
Sacrificed
this.
or-
They sacrificed themselves. They did this to try to cause whatever has happened, but worse.
ah, shit.
they
All right.
Is this their scorched earth? Did they curse this place when they died?
Hey, hey Reese, you want to open this door for me?
Sure. I do that sort of open the door but stand behind the door sort of thing. So like messenger can just kind of get a view of what's in there and take a shot if he has to. Or they have to, sorry. Yep. So crack the door open.
I think that's a wreck. Because
Is it-
it
oh,
said the door was
Oh,
the
it's
door is
locked?
bound closed.
Oh, can I try to like pick the lock? Or you said
Yeah.
it's bound closed, like it's got like a bar over it, or it's got a lock on it.
Oh, it's just like, yeah, it's like reinforced with iron bands. There is a lock on it though, so you could try to pick if you wanted.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna have a better chance of doing that with some tinker. Hopefully I don't kick off this curse for you guys. What's my position and like?
Could I possibly help him out by handing him one of my fine lockpicks?
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Delilah?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I
Yeah.
just take 1 stress for that, or?
You know what? I'll say go ahead. Just mark off a kit for
Got
that.
it. Okay.
Uh,
It gives me a bonus die.
just kind of a DM fiat. We'll call it that. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, probably should have. I was thinking wreck, not finesse to pick the lock, because Nebra is
I mean,
probably the better lock pick.
It's fine.
yeah. But still 4 dice. I'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
What's my position?
It's gonna be controlled standard effect
Okay. Plus 1 die.
for a success with a complication.
Ooh, I can
The
barely
picking
get above a 4 these days.
takes some time, which allows the curse to intensify. However, you eventually finagle it and hear the click, and the door is unlocked.
All right,
And then I will open it for the messenger.
and the messenger is, as they really always are, absolutely ready to shoot whatever is on the other side if it looks like that's at all the right idea. What do they see?
You see a dimly lit room, a modest study that now bears signs of frantic activity and distress. A single unsteady candle on a scarred oak desk provides faint illumination, casting long and wavering shadows that dance ominously on the walls. Books and scrolls, many with spines depicting strange arcane symbols, are strewn haphazardly across the floor as if they had been rifled through in haste. In one corner of the room, a small makeshift bed of old blankets and pillows is tucked away, evidence of someone's temporary refuge. The air is thick with the scent of old parchment, burnt wax, and the unmistakable tang of human waste. On the far wall, a broken mirror reflects the chaos of the room, its shattered surface adding to the sense of disarray. There are some spark craft tools scattered across a side table, many of them damaged, and whatever commotion took place here. And nearby, a half-completed device lies abandoned, its intricate parts gleaming dully in the flickering lights. In one far corner, you see a young Iruvian woman, barely into her 20th year. She has dark brown, nearly black shoulder-length hair, does not wear the head coverings traditional among some Iruvian women, and her clothing consists of a blue work suit covered in a black rubber apron and utility belt with all sorts of oscillatronic gadgets.
Nice.
She is crying and clutching a spirit bane charm, and as the door opens, she will be like, please, please don't hurt me. I could be of use to you. Please, please.
What the fuck happened here?
Messenger, let me talk to her.
No, all right. Well, messenger steps into the room, continuing to keep guns on the person, but making room for Nebra to step in. So you say the messenger, let me talk to her. The messenger says, don't break my line of fire.
Okay. So Nebra will step in gingerly, and she'll have both her hands up to alert the girl that she's not armed or anything, and she's going to talk to
He
her.
actually, like, she's cautious with it, but she actually reaches out to like touch you, in the way of like she wants to make sure you're physical.
Okay, I'll let her do that. And so I'll kneel next to her and ask her in Iruvian, sister, it's okay. We're not here to hurt you, but can you tell us what happened?
Yeah. So in Iruvia, she replies, she's still fairly, and you can tell from like a game mechanics sense, she has been traumatized. I didn't want to go through with it, not with what they had planned. I couldn't, so I hid, and so many died, and so many were raised. And you just see her hand shaking on her spirit bane charm.
Where
What
are
was the
they?
This was an Iruvian.
Oh, that's true. Sorry. I'm ignorant of this.
She'll just ask what plan? What happened?
Something they called Phase 2. That's all I know. Rosalind said that it was time now, and that the gods would protect us.
Nebra will translate that to everyone so that they know.
The gods.
Where did they go?
She kind of like motions to like the hallway just of corpses. After that, they left through the walls to where I don't know. I would assume they couldn't make it past the lightning barriers, and they're here in the city somewhere, but they're not here any longer.
Where's Rosalind? That's only half of the girls. Where's the other half of the girls?
Upstairs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were at the top of the house.
No, there's one
No,
more.
this is floor 2 of 4.
Yeah.
Cole starts
I
going
remember we had to
upstairs.
go quite a few stories last time before we got to that spooky bedroom.
All right. Cool. One of the mooks, stay with her. No, don't. Take her away. Get her out to the cart, wrap her in a blanket, and tell her to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, which one are you sending? One of the thugs? Yeah, it would be one of, or yeah, one of the thugs. We'll
Is there anyone
say
Iruvian?
you send
Thugs?
Ruby Hooligan.
Well, that's a good question. Do we have any thugs who are Iruvian?
You do not.
Would it be better?
Your only
if
Iruvian is a spirit, unfortunately.
We probably
Want
should
Nebra to take her
send her
downstairs, or
for it.
What? No, we know enough, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Nebra. Did you want to say more to her?
no? I was just asking if she could take her downstairs, because fellow Ruvians, she could probably trust her a little bit more.
You're kind
Yeah,
of
if you want
removing
to.
your character from the game, but from the scene.
I think Cole will look at you and say, "You do whatever you think you need to do. We're going up." And if you choose to send a gang member, you can. If you want to go yourself, you could do that.
I'll say if you
Okay.
want, you could do a quick like walk her down, make sure she's all right, and then pop back in.
Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what I had in mind. So yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
Go ahead.
cool. Yeah, we'll say that you could do that. No problem. And we'll say like, yeah, like you walk her down. Like she seems very like thankful to like your kindness, and I think you're right. She does kind of trust you. You guys do get to kind of talking about what she did there. Like she is she was a Sparkcraft engineer, like an independent, like that was just her hobby really. And she was responsible for like the hulls the messenger took out downstairs. Um, but because you showed her kindness, she will be willing to stay on with the crew if you'll have her now that the Dimmer sisters are gone. And she is a expert, in parentheses, Sparkcraft tinker, and as an expert, she will have a quality equal to the crew's tier +1, though her scale is always 0 because she is just a one person.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay.
Cool.
That works.
Yeah.
All right. So the second story, and Nebra, you can catch up with them, as they walk up. It won't take you too long. The second story is a mirror of the story below. And again, those who have been here before remember it was mirrored in its layout. But again, there you do find the other half of the Dimmer Sisters gang in a similar state to the ones below.
But no Rosalind.
No Rosalind.
If anything, she'd be in the bedroom.
Yeah, she would be.
When we go.
Yeah.
Are you guys not taking any like skirmish precautions? Are you just assuming no one else is here? And
No. I think we should take precautions.
Sure.
All right. Sounds like another group role. Who's eating the stress this time? I have 6 stress free.
Do you have
Worried
skirmish?
about getting another pip on the damn thing. I already marked 2 of them. I don't want to roll anymore.
I'll lead the. I can lead the thing. I have 1 dot in skirmish. I can lead the thing.
I have 1 dot in skirmish as well. So
I have 2.
Right, but leading the thing is more about how much stress you take.
Yeah, I get you.
Because I will probably succeed. However, or like I may even crit for us, but I don't think I should lead it again.
gotcha.
Sounds good.
The messenger will lead if that's all right with everyone else.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And we all
Skirmish
just roll
rolls.
skirmish right now.
Skirmish
Okay.
rules abound.
and here's Emily failing for you again, messenger. Let's see.
By the way, are
And-
we risky standard again?
Risky standard, yeah.
Cool. Good job.
Damn, Virgil. 6 6s. I know, 3 6s.
Good lord. Did nobody fail? Oh,
I failed.
Reese.
Failed. And you got to roll
I
for
can't roll.
the.
I can't
the
roll
gang.
above a 4 to save my life, guys. I'm sorry. You take 1 stress from me. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, if we had the synchronize crew feat, we would also be critting, but it is a flat success nonetheless, and I am marking a stress for Reese.
And
I
yeah,
think
please paint us the picture of how that looks.
I think maybe things are getting to Reese a little bit here. Like
Mhm.
this is a messed up situation, and there's a lot of dead bodies here, and he's getting he's been
War
here
flashback.
before.
It's a war flashback.
Oh, excellent.
Hitting him. He's just like, all the bodies. Just
So there was a
piled high."
point where Reese was just sort of staring off into the corpse forest, and the messenger had to grab his hand and go, "We'll get to him in a minute. We'll get to him in a minute. Let's go."
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
By the way, how fresh are they?
It's a couple days old.
But
Mm.
no bells and no crows.
So there's been bells in the city, but it's like it's hard, and you can remember that there's probably like, yeah, we'll say like it didn't register much at the time, but there was like a dong just resonated for a long time that like gave you pause to be like, is something malfunctioning?
Someone had a bad day.
But you are correct in that there are no crows anywhere near this. Something that Silas witnessed when he sent one of the red sashes to be handled by the Dimmer sisters. Bells, no crows.
Mhm.
Girls coming here.
Hey, that's a crew improvement we can get too. But yeah, otherwise everyone's pretty much got their act together, and the messenger just made sure that Reese came along.
Great. So you enter the 4-story landing and head into the master bedroom. The bed is a looming monstrosity. Its carved wood frame draped in heavy moth-eaten velvet. There, finally in the bed, you find Rosalind, now deceased for many days. She wears the gray woolen robes common among her cultists. Her cadaver is lying on its back with arms sprawled to the side where rivers of crimson have painted the breadsped a deep burgundy. Her skin is starting to decay and stretches tight over her bones, mimicking the senescent crone that laid in the bed nearly a month before. On her chest is a thin piece of parchment with a note penned in her own hand.
Oh, what's the note say?
I don't want to touch it.
I'll touch it.
All right.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, so as you approach, you read the note. It says, "You took our sister away to a place we were not yet ready to go. We are now, and we join her. Pray your one whisper is enough, for our indignation is no longer tethered by mortal constraints. We'll be seeing you." And that's where you notice in her hand, unlike the other girls who had dropped theirs, she is holding a fragment of that Forgotten God statue in her hand in a vice-like grip.
I forget, what was the forgotten god? This is the god of death, right?
It
Well.
was the dream of death.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
but I wouldn't say this was anticlimactic.
I think
But-
we should burn the place down.
I just pulled the bomb out and set it on her chest. I flipped the switch. We got 15
Whoa.
minutes. Let's get the
Whoa,
fuck
whoa,
going.
Whoa.
He is reckless though. Like that would be.
Yeah. But Emmeline is like, whoa. Think of the claims. The claims.
Oh, is this Reese blowing up the place and keeping us from getting turf again?
I think in this case it's warranted because it is tainted as fuck.
It is cursed.
Yeah, I don't want to.
And we don't know that we've done anything to alleviate said curse.
We know we haven't. Like even worse. I think we know with confidence we haven't done anything to alleviate the curse. But this is all table talk.
But
Because
could
I
we?
think probably, but not now.
What was that, Charles?
Why not? I said, but could we?
Because Reese set the bomb off.
No, he
Well, no,
set the
he-
No, they
timer
stopped him.
that he's turned off twice already before. Like,
Yeah.
Oh no,
because
I don't
you
think
turned it
anyone's turned
on.
it.
You turned it
I
on
did
before
not.
you walked. Oh, you said you did.
I did, and then he described the place, and I was like, okay, no, that didn't happen.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry.
I was.
I-
I,
Yeah,
thought. I thought it had already been
That
turned
was
off
me.
before.
Sorry, no, that was me stepping on the GM's toes.
All right, so yeah, Reese had set the bomb on her chest, but he hasn't flipped the switch yet.
Okay, so we can still whoa.
Or I'm fine if you want an on-off switch to this bomb.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
like
I mean,
pause.
it's
yeah,
yeah. You can flip
pause the
switch on.
timer.
It's just
Sure,
it's
but
like
we might
literally
not know that.
that switch.
I just like he's like beep beep. No. I think
Okay. There's something very wrong here. We know it. Our ghost friends know it.
We
Is
have two
everyone frozen?
people who are very smart. Emmeline says, looking at Nebra and the messenger in this field, and we have someone who actively courts these forgotten gods. Surely we could find some way to.
I'm willing to. I can pull out a statue of the of, or actually like commune with it because I've communed with it before actually, and found that it's in alliance with the Throne of Judgment, right? Or it's not directly an antithesis like Forgotten God, right?
Yeah, correct. They what you discovered last time is again. I've said it last time and I'll say it again. You are putting very human emotions on inhuman beings, but yes, they are not in conflict with one another. Where the dream of death is entity that promises an afterlife, and like we've met non-Dimmer Sister worshippers of this deity who is like, I just want to have my husband entombed in his shrine because he offers an afterlife that's beautiful. And now we're getting a different image of him.
Yeah.
Them. It.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, forgotten gods are weird. You could try whatever you want, though.
Okay. So we have a couple problems here. One is a whole lot of corpses. One is a cursed house. We can solve both of those with fire, probably, but also there's a lot of stuff here that might be good for us.
So Reese will sort of say, well, I mean, it is a nice piece of property, in some ways, but I mean, I don't want to live here. Do you?
I'm not sure what value this place has for us inherently.
It has immense value. They've been doing like the whole place is set up for ritual work. Like, yeah, it's scarred up, but we're going to do that anyway because we're going to change it to a different ritual, right?
And he'll sort of turn to silence, and there might be just a few things in here we could sell. And if you remember, the sort of things we traffic in have just been deemed illegal. It means the price is going way up.
Yeah, I'm of two minds of it. One, I agree with the messenger. This place is a temple to the weird and the strange. The things we could put to use here would be amazing for what we might have planned. But I am also standing aside Reese in that I don't want to live here full time, not even a little bit. I also am concerned if the dimmers are still out there, we would have to have protections against them coming back. I mean, at the
Yeah.
very least, we turn on their lightning barriers again. And
I was going to suggest we do that anyway. Maybe that'll do something to ease this bullshit.
I'll try. I can go try to commune with the Throne of Judgment here and see if he's willing to protect this place.
I don't
Whatever,
know that
whatever
we
may
need.
be necessary.
I don't know that we need any of the forgotten gods to protect this place. But if you just want to set up a boarding house for weirdos, like we can do that.
We also just need to make sure the place is cursed.
Yeah, that's, I think, no matter what we use it for, if the place still has a curse, it's not useful to anyone.
It's not true. I can
If the
absolutely
curse-
find people who will be interested in sending their enemies into the cursed house for a few days.
Right.
Well, I mean, I suppose we don't have to blow it up.
I think Cole's like, I think we should find some way to alleviate the curse because we don't know what it does, right? It could be that it hollows out a person and allows the Dimmer Sisters to take them over and become extra powerful or some shit. And so, yeah, you could feed it all the bodies you want, and then it just ends, like, helps them, right?
Here's what we probably need to do. We probably need to take all these pieces. Although I'm really worried about the one she's got a grip on there. But we got to take all these pieces and put them back get them back close to that idol and resolve that, because that's the first thing that's wrong here. Is there's a forgotten god who's been desecrated and is pissed about that. Then we can see if there's another curse behind that one, because maybe we have more than two problems, and we got to clean the place up. So
Well,
yeah,
I don't want to spend any more time in this house than I have to, but sounds like we have a tidy plan. So-
I'll get the
It is
piece from
that
her,
curse.
and I'll hold out.
don't no. If you're reaching for that, the messenger is trying to get your hand away from it. Please don't. We don't know what's different about the way she's still holding hers when all the others have let go.
If we do anything with that one, that should be last.
So I want to make a study roll of what we can see here to figure out if that's a trigger. I'm going to be looking at the way that they desecrated things, what was broken, the way the statue was broken, and the way that I guess she's holding that fragment. Does that sound like a study roll? Is that all right?
Yeah, I think your position is controlled, and we'll call the effect limited, as this is whatever ritual this is kind of new to you. You're gonna have to do some guesswork.
Do you want some help to make the effect greater? Like
Anyone who I would absolutely like help from anyone.
I'd be happy to talk about the nature of the forgotten gods with you a
It
bit,
feels like right up the
and
Nighthawk's
and what
alley.
I know about how they work, perhaps.
Okay.
That's cool.
I
Will
pull
that be
out a
enough?
statue, a small idol of the throne of judgment, and explain things to you as we're talking.
As you pull out the throne of judgment idol, it is ripped from your hand like there's a magnetic anomaly, and just gets pinned against the far wall of the bedroom, and is kind of like doing circles against the wall, like a cross in an Exorcist movie.
Okay.
Is there anything on the other side of that wall?
It would be yeah, it's above, let's say above the fireplace that has that secret entrance up to the tower where you stole the sapphire.
Okay.
Someone check that.
I'll go with you, Nighthawk. Let's go check.
Yeah, let's go check that out.
Yeah, you don't need to roll. You check it out, and it is just it's an open air tower that hasn't changed
Healthy.
much from when you stole the sapphire from it, but doesn't really seem like there's anything there.
I will try to retrieve my statue.
I don't leave it there for now. Let's figure this out first. How we're going to disarm this. All right. So I don't know if that means the Nighthawk wasn't able to help.
No, I think his knowledge still helps. It was just it's just something that happened.
Yeah.
In
We're
regards
in the
to
middle of the
curse.
conversation. Yeah.
Is that enough to increase?
Fucking stuff happens.
It does. Does that enough to decrease the effect to standard?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I am going to push myself for another die. I haven't been taking devil's bargains in quite a while. I should probably get back to doing that.
Ooh.
6. Yeah. So you don't think removing the stone from Rosalind's hand will cause any problems. You think whatever unleashed the curse has already been done, and it is I think you can feel in your time in the house that its power is intensifying, but it's not intensifying based on triggers. It's more of just it's a time thing. It's just growing almost imperceptibly, but it is this at this juncture this feeling of wrongness, and now this gravitational anomaly is growing as time progresses. With the messenger, or sorry, with the Nighthawk's help of knowledge of the forgotten gods, what you gather is that Silas wasn't wrong in what he said initially. The Dimmer sisters, realizing that they could go on as ghosts and might even be more powerful in that form, made a decision. But in order to kind of scorched the earth, as Cole was saying, and realized when he had his moment of vomit in the corner. They made a deal with this forgotten god, a sacrifice to him. And part of this ritual was the desecration of the statue's body, a physical representation of him, and them holding these pieces as this ritual was enacted was all kind of part of it. What you gather is, you probably need to gather these pieces, and as you said, like, reconstruct this forgotten god. But like, this forgotten god is now a malevolent force against you. Like, you will need to remove this statue somehow from the premise. Like, whatever is cursing this house is this forgotten god from beyond time and space, but it is being filtered into this world through his butchered statue.
This is Chernobyl.
Yeah, but it's Chernobyl with a portal. So I think what we should do.
Oh, there's a gate in the basement. We could gate the statue outside the city.
What I think we should do is get all the pieces together, paste them back into the statue. We could do a little silver work if necessary. Silver melts easily. You can do that.
I could use some binding oil to put it all back together. It'll
Even
never come
better.
apart after that.
Great. We put it back together. We take it and all the corpses and we throw them through the gate, and then we never open that gate again.
Never speak of it again.
Can we reactivate the lightning barriers first? Will that? Do you think
Yeah,
that'll slow this?
Good idea. Very good idea.
Yeah,
I think that's what we need to do. By the way, this reminds me so much of the what is it? You put God in a box. You forgot to poke holes in it, but that's okay because you'll never open that box again.
Yeah, so let's get a roll for the lightning barriers, like a tinker or something, because again, I think this is think like weirdo jury rigged house
Yeah.
electronics, right?
Sure.
Just to understand what they were doing and make it work. I think we'll call it a risky standard effect.
Okay.
Or you know what? I'll give you one. I'll say it's a risky great effect.
Okay. All right. I'm going to push myself. Just
Okay.
to add another die. So you said it's risky, great,
Correct.
and 1 die for pushing myself.
A 6. You got, like, when you need them, you
Yeah,
get
there
them.
you go.
So yeah, it this I'll say, like, at first it looks like chaos, right? But as you actually get into the weeds of the wires, you realize it's actually quite sophisticated. Like, whoever rigged this up probably has some tinker knowledge themselves. It looks like some of the wires were cut, so all you need to do is kind of strip back the casings, reconnect them, and
Just throw a wire net on there.
the lightning barriers come back to life. I will also, writing that 6, Reese, will say you reverse the polarity on the lightning barriers, because if we remember, the lightning barriers were actually forced inwards to keep ghosts in as a prison. But should you want to, you can force them outwards so ghosts can't come back in the house.
Sounds good. I'll do that.
Good call.
You take a look at this thing here, and it at first it looks like real ramshackle bullshit, but once you start looking under the surface, there's some real clever shit going on here. I just wish they'd written something down here or there to see where all of this shit goes.
I don't think they ever needed
You
to.
can ask the Iruvian Sparkcraft girl. Maybe she can shed light on that.
Well, maybe later when she's not in a big
Right,
coil
right.
of tears.
We may not want to bring her back in here right away.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's a
we're
good
not.
point.
I'm just saying later.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Do we want to move on to gathering the pieces and seeing if we can activate the gate?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
I've activated the gate before, so
Yeah, if you want to go down and get that prepped, I
Yeah.
think me and the thugs and some others can. I'm going to go down to them and say, okay, well, you've seen this; it's grisly work. But what we're going to do is we're going to cut them all down, and we're going to remove them from this place, because if we don't, it's going to get worse.
Sorry, you're saying this to the thugs?
Yeah.
Or the rovers?
I collect them both together, actually.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go ahead and command if we need like a roll for it, but it's gonna be
Sure.
my group action, or my action for this is going to be cleaning up as much as we can.
Yeah.
Sure.
We'll say,
Mhm.
oh, sorry. We'll say that Warner Scott, one of the thugs, and we'll have you roll in a sec here, but he does kind of approach you because this is kind of the first big job he's done with this crew. You can see, like, he is loyal and fearsome and principled and savage, but I think much like Reese in his war flashbacks, like, this is going to be the type of thing that he's, when he's old and gray, he's like, I've never seen anything like that day on the Force, type deal. And I think he does kind of approach you and is like, this is some bullshit, huh?
Yeah. Anyone who doesn't want to be part of this, actually, when he approaches me, I say, anyone who doesn't want to be part of this cleanup, you can go outside and secure the area. Make sure no one approaches, because we don't want anyone else to get hurt like this.
Yeah, so for on the Rovers, I think Elsie and Orcella both recuse themselves of the situation, and Dakeem, who is kind of protective of them, I think will leave too. With all of the thugs, though, will kind of go into that principled nature of them, and you can tell, like, some are having a hard time with it, but they stay and they make sure the job gets done.
Yeah, and I think part of this, part of my command here is to try to inspire a little bit, because I'll be the first person to. I'll be like, someone give me a hand. We have to put these people to rest.
Cool. I think you're in a controlled position. I think the effect will be
Oh yeah.
great. I will say, like, you do, like, complications do run the risk of filling up that clock, and so just as a heads up.
I definitely want to be part of putting that statue back together.
Yeah,
Get that gate
I'll say,
operational.
Nighthawk, why don't you come down with me and help me set up the gate?
Yeah,
It's best if we work in pairs.
I'll bring some of the pieces. I'll bring as many of the pieces down to help get them, a big bucket of these pieces together.
I'd like to push myself, but instead of taking stress, I was gonna look for a devil's bargain.
Okay.
The problem with this devil's bargain is that I'm proposing is that it's a little bit delayed, and basically what I would like to do is, instead of taking 2 stress, what I would like is that maybe some of these thugs after this experience go out and get drunk and whatnot to relieve some of their own stress from this situation, and they attract the wrong attention from the people that are looking for me. Like, so it fills up a couple of slots in that clock of coal that's picked up.
How about this? How would you feel about exchanging 2 stress on you to 2 heat from the crew? That they go out, they get drunk, and that has some negative impact on the whole.
I don't know that I want to do heat. Could I exchange 2 stress on me for just filling up that clock? Because I think it was like there was 4 slots left or 5 slots left on it.
Let me see.
Oh shit! Are we gonna have someone go to jail?
It has 6 pips left. You're halfway through.
So what if I did exchange it for 4 pips? So it's 2 to 1. If you don't want to, that's okay. I can think of something else. Or
yeah, my hesitation here, and the reason I'm trying to think things through, is that clock has story that's going to come after it. And I'm just trying to see if I'm in a position where I want to tell that story, right? Or if there's other things that need to happen beforehand.
yeah. Well, because I think because maybe I'm wrong, but I think the clock up to this point has been like kind of delaying that. The reason I'm thinking about it is because, like, I'm okay if it was filled up now, and the story doesn't happen until you're in that position to have it, but it's an assured thing that it will happen, kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
And if 4's not enough, I would even accept it just in exchange for us doing this, for pushing myself in this devil's bargain. We say that clock succeeds on your timeline, whatever that is.
Yeah, so we'll say that the clock succeeds, and much like, because we've seen this with the Silver Nails, like, they're planning a job with us, but it's kind of, and the clock's been complete, but it's been paused because they need to wait for another clock to complete before that happens. So yeah, we'll say the clock is complete and on pause until a time where that story comes out. That's cool. Good with that. Okay.
All right.
Uh,
So that's a bunch of bodies being piled up in the basement.
Yep.
And I assume whatever rags you've used to clean up the waste left behind, hangings are messy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably
so we'll
probably
say,
stripping the beds and stuff to clean everything.
yeah, and this might take some time and stuff like that, and be over the course of however. But we'll say with the success with the complication, we'll say that the the bodies that and the scratches and stuff, like, you can clean this house to your liking, right? It could be as good as new, or however you can transform it into whatever claim you might like, assuming you get rid of the curse. I am going to fill up the last pip of this clock as a complication,
Ooh.
and that is everyone. This tangible sense of dread and wrongness actually begins to manifest in the physical form. Everyone in this house, including our crews who are here, is going to take a level 1 harm as they get kind of like blisters and sores, kind of very first plague of Egypt style stuff all across their arms.
Should we roll to
But-
resist this?
If you can eat this, if you'd rather have the stress, remember resisting is trading the effect for stress.
Yeah, I'll say, unless you have supernatural armor, I don't think armor can do it, but I think you can make a resolve resist if you wanted to
Just take the stress.
not take a level 1 harm. But
I can take up to 6 stress right now.
And this
so
includes myself and the Nighthawk, which are in the basement.
yeah,
in the
yeah,
cave
yeah,
below?
yeah.
Okay.
So
Thanks for-
what are we
thank-
calling this one? Blisters?
Yeah, blisters and sores.
I just put in Plague of Egypt.
So that actually that'll go as a level 2 harm for the messenger.
So does that make them 3?
No, so you don't have any in level 1 right now. So the harms
Yeah,
are distinct, right? So if you have a level 1 box free, you'd fill that up.
Okay.
I'm willing to
Ooh,
I'm willing to roll resolve and see what happens. I can take up to 6 stress, so
I think my wound's infected.
Yeah, Emmeline's taking it.
let's see.
You take 2 stress.
2 stress. Okay.
Yeah, Cole is taking it, but I think he's still talking to his people, like to the crews, to the gangs. So like, he's like, this is why we have to clean it up. If we don't clean it up, it'll only get worse. It will spread. It will kill people. This is our fault. We are cleaning this up.
Yeah.
So I think for cohorts that counts as weakened, and that means that they will have less effect on anything that they are rolling on.
And
which is-
we will count that after that command roll, right? They are able to do your command roll at a great effect, as stated. But until they are healed after that, they're going to be. And then I'm just going to bring this clock back down as the curse continues to intensify.
Okay, so the next thing we need to do is appease the god of the statue.
Yeah. So I'm with Reese trying to piece together the statue.
Is
and
your
actually-
is your throne just still upstairs spinning around?
I think so. Yeah, I was curious when the lightning barriers activated. Did it stop?
Oh no,
Oh no. Okay.
it's not a ghost doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, God, no.
I mean, like, I would like to have retrieved it, but I'm guessing I can't quite reach it.
I mean, you probably could if you want it. I'm not going to keep it from you, Cameron, but it is like it takes force, right? It's like
Yeah.
It's like a gravitational anomaly. Something
Yeah.
is pressing it into the wall.
Yeah.
That's
No, it's fine.
So yeah, we have a bunch of the pieces down there. We're trying to piece it all back together.
Yeah.
And Reese will pull out some. I'll mark a kit. Pull out one of his bandoliers of alchemicals, and I'll pull out a vial of binding oil, which is essentially like super glue.
Nice.
And he'll say, "All right, if you're going to use this to put all the pieces back together, don't get it on your skin. You understand?"
Okay.
So for putting the thing back, I don't think putting the thing back together is as important as the ritual we do with it. Basically, I think I'd like to make an attune roll to complete the satisfaction of this thing.
To satiate this individual.
I'm going to check a box off for arcane implements for the ritual tools.
Okay.
This is like if Indiana Jones were very short and also carried around a lot of witchy stuff.
I also have arcane tools or arcane implements available. I'm happy to contribute if we need more than one.
Yeah, I think they're probably basic tools but yeah. They're probably things we all can check off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I'll give you a help from Reese and the Nighthawk like manipulating the thing with the binding oil and stuff like that?
Like we at least we reconstruct the head at least or something, like some meaningful piece of it. As much
I
as we
think you're
can.
able to act like like it's definitely like those movies like where like someone broke a vase and you had to super glue it and it's still very clearly broken, but
Yeah.
like it's one
Yeah.
hole again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so with that you can get Kadire up the effect to appease this god is going to be a desperate measure, and it is going to have no effect to start.
Right. So we're upping it with the help, and then I'm going to up it again by pushing myself, if that's all right, to bring it up to standard.
What's a setup
Now,
roll do again?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What was that, sorry?
How do we if I do a setup roll, or can we have Emmeline do a setup roll?
Yeah,
I was
setup
actually
can
going to ask
increase
if
the
Tiffany
effect.
could, since
Yeah.
Tiffany's the other academic.
Yeah.
Or I yes, but I had an idea too.
Sounds good
But
to me.
Because I could
like
take a
that.
couple. I can still take a couple stress to roll or something to set up. Do we know any like group of whispers? Because remember we saved a bunch of spark rights. Do we know any whispers?
You know a few. So you know Flint, whose arm you broke, who Emmeline stayed with. Reese. Reese has a tangible knowledge or a tenuous knowledge of the Path of the Echoes, which were Pandaren and crew, but like he was also possessed at the time. But he
Right.
is like a government officiated whisper. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
like
thinking-
bringing the cops in. I was just wondering if
Yeah.
someone could make a study roll to set me up, or a.
I was thinking a flashback of some sort.
I could do a
Yeah,
survey roll.
because I was thinking of I could do a flashback
I can
also
help for free.
gathering strength,
Actually, yeah, you are the Forgotten God expert.
getting the blessing of the throne of judgment in a flashback to set
I don't know
you
if
up.
the Throne of Judgment's really working out here. It was kind of getting thrown out of the room.
Although I have communed with this forgotten god before, and it wasn't bad necessarily. So I mean, the throne of judgment might be able to give the correct like what actions you need to take to mitigate this curse, right?
What role would you be making for that?
I would probably do a Rook's Gambit in a sway to get the most dice out of it. But yeah,
Doesn't Rook's Gambit take stress?
yes,
yeah, it's like a push yourself, but
Yeah.
instead of adding dice, it
y-
lets you choose what you want to roll, even if it's
Yeah.
a tenuous.
You have
relation
room
with-
to do that?
I have 4 stress I can add.
Cool.
So would that be what's it set like a stress for the flashback and then 2 stress?
Doesn't have to be a flashback. You can set me up right here
Okay, then I'll set you up right here.
to
And
increase the effect.
I'm gonna do, and then
Wait a
instead of
minute. I'm sorry. I just forgot. Kyle, did you actually say they were already setting me up?
They were offering you help with the actually setting up the statue, so you could take a setup as well. So you're getting +1d from the help. Setup could raise the effect
yeah,
And that raises the effect to.
Limited.
or position.
The position can stay desperate. That's fine. Raises the effect to limited, and then I'm going to push myself to raise it to standard.
But I will need a roll from Cameron for the setup if that's what he is choosing to do.
I'm fine with that. So I will. I am going to be essentially convincing the power of the Forgotten Gods to intervene and help us.
Yeah, what
remove
does that
the
look
curse.
like? How are you doing that? Because that is going to determine your position and effect.
Sure. I am going to petition both the Throne of Judgment and the
Dream Beyond Death.
Dream Beyond Death, that it is in their best interest to help us, that we will bring them, the things that they want.
Cool. And this is like in prayer and supplication you're doing. Cool. So it's going to be you're going to be in a desperate position.
Okay.
The effect I'm going to say is limited, and here's why. It would be no effect if you were just doing the Dream Beyond Death. The Dream Beyond Death wants nothing to do with you, is actively trying to harm you. The Throne of Judgment seems to be interceding on your behalf, which is kind of raising that up to a limited effect. So
Okay.
desperate limited to set the messenger up.
Okay.
If he succeeds with limited, I still get the benefit from that. Like, what's the difference between
Yeah.
limited and standard for a setup?
Limited. How do we want to do this? We'll say. I mean, how would you feel if I'm willing to hear your guys' thoughts on this because I'm not sure there's a ruling on this. But what if like one of you needs to take stress to either get it or to pass it off? Just a single stress from.
Yeah, I think
Sure.
it's fine with me. That limited assigns 1 stress to Cameron, even though it
Sure.
normally wouldn't assign stress for a setup roll. And
I mean, it
then
would be the same with me taking a stress to up the effect, right? I get the stress one way. I just have to get the stress.
You
Well,
would
you're
take-
setting up Powell's roll,
Yeah.
so yeah, you wouldn't normally take stress for a setup.
Right. Oh, that's true. Yeah. So
I'll say the limited effect is you can up his roll, but you need to take a stress as
Wait.
it's
we've accepted that sway is an acceptable thing for him to do here. He doesn't need to Rook's Gambit.
yeah, correct. Yeah, he wouldn't need to take the stress
So-
for that.
Yeah, so that's fine. If he's taking stress to push himself, then that's 2 stress, and that increases the thing to standard. What it sounds like is limited success on a setup is the same as no effect, which is okay.
I think it's fine. I think it's a good precedent. So he doesn't need to. He just needs to push himself. So you don't need to Rook's
Yeah.
Gambit. You need to push yourself.
okay. Push myself, which is a stress.
2
Two
stress.
2 stress. Okay. I will push myself to up the effect, which is the same as what I would do anyway. All right. So
So
cool.
desperate standard.
Desperate standard. All right. Desperate standard. Let's see what we get. All right.
So you set up the messenger and you can feel the throne of judgment almost like a white knighting you, like shielding you from the anger of this god. There is a complication to that role, so the curse is intensifying as the dream beyond's death.
Pushing
anger.
back.
Yeah, exactly. We all feel this who are down in that basement, but yeah, you do set the messenger up.
Okay, so that makes my attune roll desperate standard with 1 additional die. And this is to quell. Wait, is it desperate standard or desperate great with all of that?
Desperate standard.
And
Because it started at no effect.
Because
Yeah.
it started
Okay.
desperate nothing.
Then I
Yeah.
can push myself to increase it to great. No, it
'Cause you-
started at nothing. It didn't start at limited.
So you're
Is that
pushing
correct,
yourself,
Kyle?
Correct. Yeah.
Desperate standard.
and you were pushing yourself, but you were pushing yourself for an additional die.
Ooh.
All right.
All right. So
A
this
success
was to
with a complication.
quell the curse.
So here's the deal. You do so. The curse has been cleansed. The raging from this statue is nullified. Probably not something you want to like have in your garden. You probably do want to yeet it into the Deathlands. But like whatever maleficent force was coming out, like whatever, think of it like whatever portal was open, you put a giant stopper in. The complication to this is it was so like going up against a literal god in this manner was extremely stressful for you. So we're going to add a 2 stress complication.
Can I just take that as a level 2 harm instead?
Sure.
Could
Withered
Could I offer that?
or green blinded, maybe?
Yeah, either one. Go ahead, Charles.
Oh, I was going to offer that. I mean, those of us in the house, or maybe just those of us that are participating in this, all take level 1 harm that can then be resisted, or whatever. And it would still affect you with level 1 harm, but just level 2 for you.
Don't pull everyone in. Just let me take my level 2. It'll be all right. But no, if y'all feel that is more story appropriate for everyone to get hit by this.
Like the big wave of
Yeah, I'm with however you guys want to do it. Like in my mind, like because there is a level of separation, I guess in my mind, and because you and like Cameron when he was doing his thing were like interfacing with these beings, that's why you're getting hit by it. But
yeah.
if people want it to be more of like a
Because I feel like if anyone could
Well-
take harm or should take harm, it should be you and me at this
I don't need to
point.
take more harm. I was offering.
And Reese, actually. Reese also helped. And when you help, you take part of the consequences.
Yeah.
So I've added dream blindness as a level 2 harm, but like my level 1 is full. So that could be a level 1 harm for everyone else if that's acceptable.
I can take a level
Everyone
1
else
harm.
who's involved.
I'm fine with taking a level 1 harm.
My
Yeah, I'll
next
say this,
level 1 harm is going to be a level 3, which is
we'll say let's
probably
have
still
everyone
just
take
go
a
down.
level 1 harm from like the blast radius, and remember this when we do crew XP. I'll give you guys an extra pip just for like the coolness factor.
Yeah, because I like to think that just the wave of energy that it lasts like as it like fizzles out, it just hits us. Like I'm like sitting there like meditating to the Forgotten God, and I just come up and like now my nose is bleeding, like
Yeah,
eyes
so what are
bleeding.
we calling this?
I was actually
Energy
going for
wave.
Dream Blinded because
For-
this is the dream beyond death, where reality no longer seems real, and so you are less good at doing anything.
Mm.
You're
Yeah,
just
for
a
me, I was-
little floaty.
I was thinking of nightmares.
That's a kind of dream that can blind you too.
Is this
Like
like a
in
permanent effect?
Let's
No,
level 1 harm.
I was just level 1. Okay, yeah.
Until you
I like to
you
think-
heal it.
Yeah, like I think that's fine. Like I think my eyes are like bleeding when I'm like when I stand up, and like everything's just a little bit weird and blurry. Yeah, that's fine.
Actually, I think I like migraines better.
Yeah, however
Brain
this
works too.
manifests for you guys, yeah.
Yeah.
But I am deleting this curse intensified clock. This statue seems inert. Again, just for like mental health reasons. Probably not something we want to keep around in the basement here. It seems like the god was angry with us, but it is not unleashing its terror anymore.
Reese, can you open a portal? Can
Let's
you
get this
open?
thing out of here.
Can you open the gate? And we'll
If
take
the
this
curse-
and the bodies and the shit rags and all of that out to the Deathlands and leave it for some very appreciative monsters out there.
Will the scavengers get ticked off?
We'll warn them.
Yeah, I can give it a try. Reese will step up to the portal, and having activated it before, he'll kind of knows the deal, and I'll do a tinker roll, see how well it goes.
Yeah.
So would this be like risky standard, controlled standard? Where am I at?
Yeah.
I think you're in a controlled rate.
Okay. I can't push myself anymore, otherwise I'll give myself
I'll-
trauma.
I can give you help if you would like. I have a little bit of stress room left. I can take a stress.
Well,
Sure.
remember, when you fill up your stress meter, that's when you take trauma.
Yeah, I have 2 stress up to take.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can take a stress to give you help.
And this is when the AoE stress
Right.
no,
For
just
table
kidding.
talk,
Yeah.
the spider could also help you for stress free and hasn't yet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, if you'll allow, because I'm going to assume we don't want to yeet this stuff into our own ancient gate. And earlier we said that Thorn gave Emmeline books of Deathlands maps. So
Yeah.
what if Emmeline helps you out
I
with
like
Oh,
this.
Deathlands topography, and she'll take a stress.
Yeah,
Sure. So we'll just open up a different gate.
yeah, that's a
Yeah,
great
Open
idea.
our own gate.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I'm just gonna ruin someone else's gate.
An even better idea.
I can't wait to find out whose gate it is. That would be real
Yeah.
pissed.
Whose lawn are we dumping on now?
Yeah. This is like
The Great
Pippin, like
Deathlands garbage
fucking-
patch. Of...
it's like Pippin touching the Palantir.
Next week, a really pissed off council member is like, "Yo,
What my
They're like,
fool?
what did you do to those girls? That's what they'll be like.
All right, so that would be an extra die
I
from
like
Emily.
It'll be
Yeah.
in Jerry Maha's basement.
Woo!
Ooh, yeah, a flat success. Great work. Yeah, we'll say through the portal things go. It's not pleasant work.
just hucking bodies through this thing."
Yeah.
First, we take the statue through and we kind of set it up. We
Yeah.
level something off for it. We get it good and
Get a
clear. We set the
laver.
statue there.
Uh,
Then goes through the trash.
What's gonna happen on this gate at some point and be like, what the hell is going on here?
and then afterwards, we'll take for granted that you realign it to the gate that we have out in the Deathlands.
Sure.
So when it comes round, we can stake that claim.
There's like one
Um,
peaceful settlement out in the scavenge lands. They've set up. They've been at peace. They actually made it just fine. It's a utopia, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah, like news reports from White Hollow or the day it rains corpses.
yeah, oh
Uh,
god,
We're having fun with death and
The
horror.
next train comes through and there's giant fucking sandworms and nonsense happening on.
It's just a train full of
bodies.
children are going on a field trip. They're like, ah! Look at all the bodies.
Why can't I get like on that? Excellent job, Nebra.
Cool guys. So anything. Ooh. So I'll say to answer what you texted me, Charles. we'll say Aura Hottie, one of those thugs, comes back to you after these events, and we'll just tell you simply, I asked around. No one knows anything. It's like it never happened.
Okay.
Beyond that, guys, though, we can discuss what we want to do with the Dimmer Sisters holdings and such when we go around to like the crew stuff. But as far as score goes, is there anything anyone wants to do? Some final things before we wrap up, because
Yeah.
a threat has been neutralized.
Loot
I
the
want to get my
house.
statue back.
Oh yeah, after you chuck the, even after the messenger kind of quells, like puts the cork in the hole, your statue just plunk, like straight from the wall, just falls down like gravity is normal again.
I will retrieve that before we head out.
You got a new home base.
No, incorrect.
And you can rest assured, Nate, the message you gave to Maha got to her successfully.
Okay, cool.
Anyone else?
Yeah, the only other stuff I want to do will be downtime. So
I mean, I
Like-
do want to, at some point, take Silas aside and be like, so what really happened?
Try to loot the house.
What was that, Tiffany?
Oh, I was just saying I want to go home. That's I'm done.
Done with this freaking house.
Yeah, the
That was a-
suicide house isn't great.
Haunted mansion of death.
But yeah, we have an expert to settle in and a hopefully a lot of loot to loot.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah. What's the percentage?
All right, so you know what? Let's we'll get to that as we move into the next station, the payout and downtime and such. Great work on the score, guys. We're gonna have some goodies. This was a dim game. Thanks for going along on that ride as we wipe out kind of one of our enemies.
Well, that's what happens when
Um,
you deal with the Dimmer Sisters. You know,
yeah.
you just get dimness all over.
All right, so for payout and downtime, so first thing is first, you guys are able to add 3 claims to your crew sheet. You'll be able to make a claim out of the fine old manor house and grounds. You'll be able to make a claim out of the ancient temple, ruin, and subterranean canal, and then you've now completed your ancient gate to the Deathlands. The Demmer Sisters' other claim of apothecaries and witches are still loyal to what remains. If you want to like loot the house for stuff to sell, what we'll do is we'll roll a fortune die, and that's how much coin you'll get from selling the stuff you don't think you need. If you want to sacrifice one of those 2 claims that are nebulous, we haven't decided what exactly they are yet. That's either the manor house or the ruin. You could double that fortune roll if you are looking to get more coin.
So do we add those claims? Like, are you saying that we have the?
Yeah, so yeah, we could do that now. So if we go to the crew sheet, we can click the ancient gate, because we'll have that now, and we can decide what claims we want these others 2 to be, and those could be turf if you want as well. You could use the manor as an extension of influence.
I'd just like to run through the cultist claims real quick. Ancient altar, you get 1d to engagement rolls for occult plans. Not something we do very much. Ancient gate, match. Ancient obelisk, -1 stress cost for all arcane powers and rituals. There are like 2 player characters that would benefit. No, 3, because even if he's not rolling a tune, Virgil Caesarion is definitely engaging in arcane rituals. So that's not great, but it's a thing. Cloister, your adept cohorts get +1 to scale. This is basically if we turn it into the weirdo boarding house. I think that would be what that cloister is. Offeratory, you get +2 coin in your payoff for scores that involve occult operations. I don't really think that fits the way we're going to use the place. Sanctuary, +1d to command and sway rolls while you're on site, so only if you're in that location. Spirit Well. I think that would be specific if we had a Spirit Well, but you get +1d to attune rolls on site. That is really neat, but also not many of us make those rolls. Sacred Nexus, you get +1d to healing treatment rolls, which is interesting. And then Vice Den. Roll dice equal to your tier, earn coin of that minus your heat. So if we made this a weird Vice Den, which is something we could do with the house, then we could make money off of that every time, off of the weird Vice. The Sacred Nexus is definitely really cool if we can reconsecrate the temple maybe to some force that is more interested in people being put back together, having another die. That would kind of mean relocating Sawtooth as well, which I don't know.
I think he's probably okay with.
Um,
You're saying opening a hospital, basically? A public
no,
work?
it's more like we have a super-powered personal infirmary.
Sure.
Did we take infirmary? Was infirmary a thing we could take? I'm thinking of a different game. Never mind. That's Monster of the Week. So Vice Den is neat if we turn this into a Vice Den for weirdos. Cloister is neat if we want adept cohorts. We can house more of them because we will have a boarding house for weirdos. And other than that, and this, by the way, is on page 109 if you have the scan open.
Turn the murder house into a nice bed and breakfast for weirdos.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, y'all want your weird, especially because it's illegal now. Hey, have you heard what happened to the Dimmer sisters? You can just go in there now if you pay up front.
Oh, yeah, we turned it into a weird house. Oh, man. I like that a lot.
I find that very amusing from a narrative perspective, turning this is the haunted house now. It's a place where people can go and get their weird fix.
It also
that-
means
that
we
makes-
wouldn't need to live there in whatever haunted,
Accurate.
Thanks, man.
So
Plus,
as a Vice Den, I think that's pretty funny. And then the temple itself, I like the Sacred Nexus for the mechanics, but I don't know if that's really necessary.
Well, so, and what were because we get 3 claims? Is that what you said?
Well, one is the ancient gate we've
One is the ancient gate.
completed.
One is the house, and what's the other one?
The temple and canals.
Oh, yeah. I like, if we get 2 claims out of it, I think the Vice Den and then the Sacred Nexus, I think, are 2.
And you could also,
you
as
know
I
what?
said, one of those could be turf if you want to be like, now we just have turf and 6 towers. That could easily be either the house or the canals.
The canals could also be the secret route. +1d engagement for transport plans, which, although we don't do that very much, is very much it's part of what we think our aesthetic is.
True.
Or also turn it into warehouse, like we had, and for people who like to acquire assets.
So far we just have Ancient Gate.
We have ancient gate.
Or we could moor a fleet there and give our cohorts vehicles.
True.
I think I do want to push the Vice Den thing just because I love it so
I
much.
think
I'm
Vice Den.
like-
I think Vice Den. Right. I think that's.
So
Yeah.
Peter, we determined what we're doing is they can explain it, but we're turning the Dimmer Sister Manor into a haunted bed and breakfast.
All right, I'm down.
Basically.
Yeah.
I'm down. Sounds good to me. All right, so then that would be what, Vice Den and
Vice Den, I'm adding the word weird to Vice Den because, like, so that I don't forget in the future that this, because you can type there, so I don't forget in the future that this isn't a druggy Vice Den.
Right.
Sure.
It's a weird Vice Den.
Okay.
I could also see it being because if we're choosing one that's on our sheet, like, so that's one that's theirs, and if we're choosing between the 2, side business. If you wanted to, like, have a side business, and that could either be like some low-level smuggling that's just kind of always happening, that's kind of in this area as well. Since and my reasoning for this is to indicate that the weird business, we have cornered the market, and so now there's essentially a base layer that just kind of happens in the background of.
Yeah, that
it's
could
not
be very cool because with the outlaw of weird texts, we could have like an underground book
yeah.
exchange type thing going.
Around book club.
It's like not scores per se, but now we're just doing jobs that we're always busy. We have a business going on.
I got a business. See,
Yeah.
I also like the idea of calling it turf, though.
Yeah.
A third block of turf means we don't have to scramble for that when the time comes.
Right, for the reps.
We're still a tier 2 week, right?
Yes.
So it'll be a while, but I don't know. We've already, if we've agreed on the Vice Den, then we've already got a moneymaker every time our heat is lower than a fortune roll.
But
Yeah.
gold equals downtime actions, which can equal XP, which can equal healing,
Reducing
which
heat.
can equal reducing heat. So like having two of them, not necessarily bad for keeping us in.
Okay. Other than that was Secret Roots, which again is very on theme for the aesthetic that we say we are, even if that's not really how we're playing. Warehouse or surplus cash. Yeah, surplus cash makes a lot of sense if we just have stuff kicking around. I don't know. What do you think, Tiffany?
I like the Vice Den idea. Other than that, I'm just pretty ambivalent about anything else.
Have we heard from Cameron and Peter?
Vice Den's good with me. I think that sounds great.
We have another selection after the Vice Den.
Or you could forego it and get extra coin.
I like the idea of Silas likes the idea of the investment. He's not just about short-term gain.
So
Well-
both the Vice Den, Silas is voting for both the Vice Den and the side business.
Yeah.
Is that still your vote?
Yeah.
I mean, like
Charles?
I really like the Vice Den. I'm ambivalent on side business or whatever other things, but I'm cool with the side business.
So wait a minute. If we end up with a negative value, do we lose gold from our side business?
No.
We just don't gain anything.
I mean, I don't know. The secret roots might be a thing too, though, right? We got an underground cavern, right?
Yeah, but we don't do that much.
Yeah, true. So we would go with weird Vice Den and side business would be the two we pick. This is what you guys were proposing.
That's kind of what I was proposing, and the reason I think for it, like it's either side business. I'm also cool with the one Powell found, that the healing boost thing, because I think that's nice, especially because a lot of us got hurt this time. Warehouse could also work. Fleet could also work. My only problem with like Fleet or Secret Roots is Secret Roots, like we've all said, we don't really do it.
Are we
like-
sure we want to give up the ancient gate?
We
We're not
get the
giving it
ancient
up.
gate no matter what.
Oh,
We get the
okay.
ancient gate no matter what. Yeah.
So,
Oh,
So
okay.
so far we've got the ancient gate. We're pretty much
Okay.
agreed that we'll use one turf for Vice Den
Mhm.
because it's
Another turn
cool and
for
funny,
Black one.
and then the other one.
we could go turf. The only reason I don't necessarily want to go turf is because there are political implications of us taking turf in this other place, and we'd also have to try to cover it. And we're only a tier 2 weak.
We'll probably have to cover the claims anyway,
We
but
will
I do
100%
find things other than turf more interesting.
Yeah.
Is that Sacred Nexus resonating especially with anyone, or
What-
are we still kind of settled on the side business?
What's Sacred Nexus do again?
Plus 1D for healing.
Mm,
So you can how
I
we all just received a bunch of level 1.
yeah,
items.
like it's not the worst idea.
I don't know. Side business sounds like it would give us a lot of it would help
But
us
yeah.
to build up a bit of a cachet that we
Yeah.
could use for further expansion in the future. That means we're not directly related in the coin that our business makes anymore. Our side business is now enriching us as well.
Right. And to my point, the side business plus the Vice Den, because they're both coin generation things, we take that coin, and you can then also use that coin to heal. You can use that coin to train, because it gives you, because you can just spend that coin for additional downtime actions.
Yeah.
Yep, that sounds good. I'd be down for side business.
I ain't opposed to it.
Side
Cool.
business.
Sounds
Sounds
like
And,
the eyes
and
have it.
we'll just say that is like the smuggling of the mystical arcane book stuff that was
Yeah.
just banned.
Well, and
Yeah.
that we've now created. We are the marketplace for that. Not just that we're selling what's there, but we're getting a piece of what is bought and sold because it's going to be happening on those canals and in that old temple. I got a question though about this. The claims, it says anytime during downtime, roll dice equal to your tier. You earn coin equal to the highest result minus your heat. The whole crew is rolling for that at one time, right? We're not each getting to roll that during downtime, are we?
Yeah, correct. It is rolled for whoever as the crew. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
And even if it doesn't work that way, that's going to be how I'm going to run it. or else
Yeah.
Things could be just a bit intense.
Yeah.
Cool. So, who would like to roll a fortune to see how much coin we get from selling the random junk in the Dimmer's house?
I'll
My
do it.
role's been Garbo. Somebody else do it.
Yeah, Silas. That makes sense. You seem
Yeah,
like
I'm
someone
like,
who. It's
I'll
probably
get
going through Phantom imports or exports, right?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Makes sense.
So it's just one die.
Yep.
Yep, just a fortune die.
That's not how that works.
What? Okay.
You want to just take the first die?
Yeah.
I picked roll fortune.
Right, and then you have to tell it how many dice. If you say
I did for
zero,
the wrong. I did for crew, not for me.
That's
okay.
fine.
Doesn't matter.
We'll say we'll get 5 coin from the score.
Pretty awesome.
That's a reasonable amount of coin for a score too.
I mean,
Yeah.
we
How
got a lot
how
of
do you guys
claims.
want to divvy that 5 coin up while we're on it?
Let's see what we get from the Vice Den and the side business, and see if we can't get something more equitable to be divided by 7. But like the messenger is willing to take 1 fewer coin on this, willing to be one of the people who gets 1 fewer coin on this.
Do we roll for the Vice Den before, like, when do we roll for that?
So my
Downtime.
thinking was it would be take effect next game.
Okay.
At downtime
Yeah.
of next game, as you guys are setting it up right now.
Oh, we don't get it yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Cool. Cool. So if anyone else is willing to take 1 coin less, everyone else can just get 1 coin.
Yeah,
Or we can
I'll-
put all 5 in the vaults and just use it up as we go.
What sounds like Silas, you're good with foregoing a
Yeah,
coin?
Silence is going to be uncharacteristically generous this time around.
Well, don't we also have to pay up because we did a job technically?
Let
Secured.
Silence worry about that.
Yeah, that's Silas. Worry about this. I
Okay.
think honestly, like God knowledge here, I think you're fine.
Okay.
Because no one came to you asking for you to do something. This was just kind of an in-house settling of affairs. Emmeline will give her coin to Virgil to help repay what she knows Virgil lost in Baccarat.
Much appreciated.
Just like slides it to you when we're alone and just you know what it's for type deal.
Yeah.
When she finds out you're rich with a little on the side, I wonder if she'll be pissed at you.
Otherwise, while we're here on the crew sheet, we gain 2 rep, a tier 2 crew versus a tier 2 crew. All right, and then heat. So +1 heat for a high profile or well connected target. I don't think the Dimmer sisters were terribly high profile, especially having kind of been absent for past months. So I think you can probably escape that. +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. Taking someone else's claims is always considered that, so that'll be +1 heat. +1 heat if you're at war with another faction. You currently are not. And +2 heat if killing was involved, not by you guys. So that is only 3 heat.
Wow.
And we do have something that reduces that even further, right? -2 heat per score from our cover operation.
Wow.
Yeah.
So down to 1 heat.
Nice.
It's
As
like we
ambitious,
never even did it.
yeah, as ambitious and
Um,
violent as we are.
And then just real quick for my benefit for like future stories, because we have like turf and claims now. I think this is something I was thinking of before Charles mentioned it, but I would like to consider who is manning these things. Like I think we can already say like Cole is in charge of the roost, like he's been buttoning
Yeah.
that down. But and Silas, you're running your shop of Phantom imports. But we have Phantom exports, which was the Foghounds. We have the River Caves, which were the Vultures. And now we have our bed and breakfast.
I think the Nighthawks, like the my cult, and or those guys should be manning that. I can be in charge of that.
I don't think they're your cult yet, but maybe once they are. Right now, we kind of need them. They work bar.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they kind of work the bar. Yeah, I think either the Nighthawk or the Messenger being in charge of keeping the
weirdos,
the haunted house running would be appropriate.
Yeah, so
Uh,
my thought would be that the messenger, or the messenger or the Nighthawk could do it, and I think spend a downtime action to recruit a temporary cohort to do it.
I have to spend all my downtime actions on healing this time,
Fair,
and
fair. I mean, we have
the
coin.
level 2 harm are very
Could-
scary.
Could spend a coin to get to do one.
But yeah, what does recruiting take? That is just a downtime action to create a
Downtime
cohort.
action.
No, it's downtime action to restore a cohort. We have to buy cohorts as crew upgrades.
Yes.
You can if you're
or-
looking for a what is it? Acquire an asset,
Yes.
much like they did with Scovelanders early on. If you want a temporary, if you want to hire like a temp crew, but I don't think you necessarily need to be at the like the Vice Den all the time, but just to have a point of like whose responsibility is it, right? Like who's running the books on it, who's the point of contact for Vice Den things, much like we've had Cole kind of be the vice or the tavern's point of contact, right?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Picking up a temporary cohort of adepts to be the haunted house operators.
Yeah.
Okay, and
was my
that you
pitch.
are managing, Messenger.
Well, unless I don't want to step on Cameron's toes here.
Yeah.
If he wants the Nighthawk managing this place, remember this isn't real. This is a Vice Den. This isn't the actual cult stuff.
I was thinking I could have Alistair do it.
Alistair is not mechanically represented in the game.
Well, I mean, we could roll for something, right? Is there a way to do that?
You can create him as an expert cohort.
Does that make sense?
I kind of thought you need him running your house because this would
Yeah,
be his job.
he wouldn't be able to do both. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
This would be a full-time job.
Then, yeah, I'm fine with trying to recruit somebody. I can recruit somebody if you want for this.
Yeah, I guess what I was asking, do you want to manage that? Like, or do you want to manage the Vice Den, or do you want the Messenger to?
I'm fine with either or. I don't have a preference actually.
All right,
on that one.
let's put that with the Messenger then, and I'll see how much I have to spend to get myself put back together. And
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Like, since you're gonna spend that, I can spend on getting a cohort for that. So, like, that's fine.
Yeah, and that's fair. You can. The point of like I for long-term implications, right? I just want to know who's managing things, so I could be like, something happened at the Vice Den Messenger. Let's start your scene there, so you can see what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Does that just for my storytelling purposes? Then we have Phantom Exports, which is now operational. Silas, who do you want to put there? I feel like this could be like an appointment from you rather than.
oh, is that what we're calling the market? Phantom Exports?
Well, no, it's so we got the turf from the Foghorns.
The Foghounds, yeah.
Yeah, Foghorns, and I just turned it into another franchise, as it were, of my store.
Oh,
Except
I'm sorry, that's a turf. Let me label the map so I'll remember. Thank you.
So what do you mean by appointed?
Oh well, I think like it's your business, Silas. So I think you could be like, Nebra, you're running this, right, or whoever.
Oh, actually, since it's exports, I would have Nebra run it.
Is that something you're okay with, Nebra?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that thing is, it's probably
It'll be good on your resume when you graduate college.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah,
Like,
totally.
and I don't
The
do that
resume builder.
unpaid internship crap. You'll get paid.
And then we have
the heights.
we have the river caves, which were the vultures stuff. That is a turf as well.
I don't know. Do we have cohort to do that, or
We don't currently.
Do you
What are we
want?
doing with that
I mean, you
turf?
could have the rovers operate out of there.
Yeah. Also, it is a turf. It doesn't have other mechanical things. If the Nighthawk wants to turn that into his temple to a forgotten god, it's just
A
turf
literal
and-
bat cave. Or sorry,
Oh, no.
hawk cave.
that'd be cool. Like, I think that would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right. So the Nighthawk is in charge of the river caves.
Okay.
And we're gonna forget all about it, and then when we have to use them, we'll just be like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Great.
Wait a
So
minute.
we've got our Arkham Asylum, and we've got our no, excuse me, and the Batcave.
Exactly.
One game.
Exactly.
The lair is kind of Reese's because that's where his workshop is.
Yeah.
Silas has his cover. No, the cover operation is the Roost, and that's
No, that's a
Cool.
tavern. The cover operation is what Nebra's running.
the cover operation is Phantom Exports.
Yeah, Phantom Imports is mine.
Oh, okay. What's the roost then? Is that turf?
It's a tavern.
I didn't know
The
we had a tavern claim.
Yep, the +1 to consort and sway on site.
Thank you. That's my mistake, not losing track of that.
We hold all our meetings there because we get +1 consort and sway rolls.
And I think Emmeline will spearhead the side business. I think the idea of smuggling books is right up her alley.
Yeah.
So Reese has the grotto. Nebra's got the phantom exports.
I've got the bag
Um,
caves.
mhm.
The messenger's got the
Weird house.
weirdo.
What's our second turf then? We have one turf, which is the river
the
caves.
canals. The
Yeah, so
canals themselves.
the turf is the north and east city canal routes. So that's mostly the water routes. Now it extends from where Silas built our cover operation, which was the home base of the fog. Cool. I think that does it for me in that regard. So does someone want to roll our wanted level? Yes, please.
Just click wanted, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'll do it. All right.
A 1. Great. A 1 with 1 heat. This is the least entanglement you can have.
Yep. And so this will be the only unfortunate thing about staying at very low heat and little wanted get a lot of the same entanglements. But this can either be your guys' choice, gang trouble or the usual suspects. So with gang trouble, one of our gangs or other cohorts causes trouble due to their flaws. You can lose face, forfeit rep equal to your tier +1, make an example of one of your gang members, or face reprisal from a wronged party. Or it could be the usual suspects. The blue coats grab someone in the periphery of your crew. One player volunteers a friend or vice purveyor as the person most likely taken. Make a fortune roll to find out if they resist questioning. 1 to 3 +2 heat, 4 to 5 level 2 harm, or pay the blue coats off with 1 coin.
So they're burning arcane books, right?
Mhm.
The messenger's vice purveyor is the occult stacks.
Hmm.
Like, I don't know if how it works when that's your only vice purveyor, and we haven't really leaned on them for much in the way of narrative stuff, but them getting rolled over would definitely fit. Like, what's even happening with the place that books can't leave?
That will be a remains to be seen whether they like bar entrance to it or if they're seeing like who's going there and
Or they're paying off people lots of bribes to stay open.
or if this is just Preceptor Dunville's own kind of pet crusade and he kind of turns blind's eye when it benefits him.
Dickweed.
Thankfully, we have a weird vice den now, so you can maybe find another vice purveyor that way. But
Yeah, I mean, I've got that. I've got Moro. That's the other reason. I'm not sure it matters enough that the messenger loses access to the occult stacks, but it definitely is suitable for the story.
yeah.
Well, if we're thinking this is fitting the usual suspects, it wouldn't necessarily need to be that you lose them, but they get leaned on based on these new proclamations, and again, they either take heat or harm,
Yeah, it's either going to be
or
them
we
or
pay them off. We pay the blue coats off.
don't you have a contact with the ink rakes? Like they're trying to find out who published or where the person or the people are that published this book. Like that could be really interesting as well.
I have not represented the ink rakes thing. Just came from one of the starting questions. Did you work with another gang? I never represented them on the page.
You could add them to your dangerous friends list and have them picked up. Couldn't be terrible.
Dangerous friends list. Ah.
Yeah.
What do you think, Kyle?
I'm sorry. Fill me in on what the options were.
What happens if the occult stack? What is the mechanical impact of the person from the occult stacks being picked up? Versus, and then there's Cole's suggestion to create a new contact to represent the messenger's connection to the ink rakes and have them picked up.
Yeah, so I think the implication I don't think I'd tap you out unless you like engage in vice and roll that at this juncture. I think we just go with we do a fortune roll as per the rules of the usual suspect. On a 1 to 3, the crew will take some heat as perhaps they start spilling about their client list, maybe. On a 4 to 5, you would take level 2 harm as perhaps you get involved physically, or again, you could pay off the blue coats with a coin to look the other way. And then as far as what that story looks like, I'm down for letting you dictate how that plays out.
I think, yeah, let's roll that die. Let's make it the occult stacks. If everyone's okay with that, I'll hit a fortune roll.
Yep, do it.
Okay, so 4 or 5 is level 2 harm.
That's a level 3 harm for the messenger.
And then yeah, I'd love to hear that story of how that happened.
They came for the books. I heard him. I got a runner. A runner came to me and said that the blue coats were at the
It could be our
occult
orphans.
stacks. Right. One of the orphans came up, told me the blue coats were at the occult stacks with torches. I didn't even, messenger did not even talk to anyone. Just showed up and started a ruckus. Like there's a bunch of blue coats standing around in front of this thing. There's a conversation going on, and the messenger did what they could to start a riot. And the blue coats decided to leave the occult stacks alone that day, but the messenger got their shit kicked in.
Yeah, stumbles in a bit burnt, a bit bloodied.
Yeah,
Reese
But the
takes
books
care
are
of him real
safe.
good.
The
the
books
books are safe.
I got stabbed. What's your excuse?
I was saving books.
Right.
You
All
got
right.
stabbed because you've pissed off Ulf Ironborn and haven't done anything about it yet.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Only you knew how he pissed off Wolfine.
Oh, Virgil knows. The messenger, the
Mhm.
Nighthawk knows.
So do
Okay,
I.
I'm going to take us over here to reputation real quick. All right. So from that score, reputation, we are going to take a +1 with the Spirit Wardens, who thank us for ridding the city of a pox that they have been trying to deal with for a while. Likewise, we are going to take a +1 with the Grey Cloaks, bringing us to +2. As as the new precinct of 6 towers, they're happy to see the Dimmer sisters go away. And indeed, we're going to take a +1 with the citizens of 6 towers. These people were not well liked.
A lot of people breathing a sigh of relief with them
I mean,
gone.
that's better than our plus in night market. So
We're going to take a +1 with the Circle of Flame.
that's
Wait,
under.
We don't like those
friends?
guys, right?
No, we like them.
That's who we stole the car for.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay.
Where are
They're
They're
in the
under
Underworld.
Underworld. And we're going to take a +1 with Lord Skurlock, which will put us into an alliance.
He's under.
Like that, Lord Skurlock?
Like that, Lord Skurlock.
Oh.
Where's that at?
He is under Underworld.
Underworld. Okay. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Oh wow, so we're at +3 with him.
Yeah.
Because
don't know
he's
if that's good.
from Emmeline's backstory as well. It's one of her
Very cool.
friends, dangerous friends or whatever.
And I guess we can clear out the Dimmer sisters dead, right?
No, they're not.
No, we did not. So we are at a -1 with the Dimmer sisters, such as they are, which brings us back into war.
We're at a -1 or a -3? Oh,
We
okay.
took
Minus
another
one.
-1. We took
But
another -1.
aren't the Dimmer sisters gone?
No.
Nope.
Death is not
No,
the end of the city.
The funny part is they think they're going to meet up with their other sister, who the gondoliers told us they took care of.
Someone is mistaken.
Yeah.
Probably not the gondoliers. They seem trustworthy, I think.
I hope so.
We're going to take -1 with the Foundation.
Ooh.
The Foundation. The hell are they?
They're under Labor and Trade, I believe.
Okay.
Or
Ooh.
Institutions, one of the two.
Is that because we didn't burn the house down?
No, they've had historical ties with the Dimmer sisters that we're not privy to. But they're one of the few factions sad to see them go. And then we're taking a hefty -2 with the Forgotten Gods.
Oof.
Oh. So we're at -1 with them.
Correct. Yep.
Does that mean we're at war with the Forgotten Gods?
Nope. We're at a -1 with the Forgotten God.
Yeah.
Because we were previously in a friendly.
Gotta get to work there, Nighthawk. Get us back. Get us our rep back, man.
Yeah.
Okay. And at this moment, I think that is rep for us. So staying here, we did rep, we did entanglements. I think that moves us into downtime.
Do we do downtime first, or do we do
We do downtime
advance-
first because
Downtime. Okay.
it can impact the
The downtime. Okay. Or the
How you get
sure.
XP. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go first since I've got myself some level 3 harm. That means I want to heal.
I'll help you.
And Sawbones, I take it would probably help as well.
Sawtooth and Reese, I think that means I get 3 dice.
Correct.
Not great. That's filling 1 segment of the clock.
You're still at level 3 harm, right? So we got.
I'm at level 3.
Yeah, so we got to get you down to level 1, right?
Well, that'd be nice.
You can.
I'm gonna heal for my second one too. Thank you everyone for their help.
Mm-hmm.
No progress. Wait a minute.
No, you get
fours are
each
2
is one
seconds.
segment, so you've halfway filled your healing clock.
That's what a 4 gets you, is 1 segment?
Oh,
4 is
sorry, you
2.
got a 4. No, so yeah, you filled up 3 segments of a 4 segment.
All right, we are spending coin for another downtime action for more healing.
Oh, it'd be nice if it rolled over.
It does, I think.
Oh, it does? Oh, okay. So that would put you at 2, right?
Yeah, so you get 3 total, which would loop around and.
Yes.
All right.
This
So
specifically
all
rolls
of your
over.
level 1 is erased. Your level 3 drops to a level 2, and your level 2 drops to level.
Oh, really? It releases the whole line. It doesn't. You don't have to do one thing.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the whole point
That's
there is that
fair.
level 3 becomes 1 block of level 2. You can take
Mhm.
additional level 2, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm. Okay, that makes sense. Cool.
I'm
cool.
raiding the stash for more healing. We are doing what we can here.
You're not even getting a chance to deal with your stress.
I'll
Well,
raid
he's
the
gonna need
stash.
to because he has trauma.
Yeah. If
Well-
I did not indulge my vice, I would traumatize because I am
Um,
1 stress away.
So I'm calculating. I'll just give you my extra downtime action so you don't have to raid your stash.
I want to do 2 more things, so I'll still be raiding my
Okay.
stash at least once. But I appreciate that, not raiding the stash this time. As long as I get at least 1 4 out of 6.
That gives you one block down healing for the rest.
Cool.
So you got
I
one
will-
side slice. Now you just have level 1 harm, right?
I just have level 1, which is kind of level nothing for the because tough as nails. Okay. The messenger is spending a lot of money. We are now having so the healing, this was a lot of time with doctors is what this was. The messenger was basically like rooming with Sawtooth or Reese. Probably with Sawtooth. Reese probably needs a lot of space for the recklessness and other things Reese has going on. Maybe the Sawtooth is less traumatized of the 2. But yeah, basically living with a doctor while getting like put back together, more of the cauterizing the nose and other Reese treatments for what happens if your soul has been removed. What now? Pamphlet stuff, along with everything else. And now we are returning triumphantly to the occult stacks that we have so bravely defended, so violently defended.
Oh yeah, they're those in the know or give you a hero's welcome. Oh yeah, and you feel it. You feel so welcomed.
Did we figure out if
They open up the forbidden section.
Ooh.
Did we figure out if critting on vice indulgence meant anything?
I don't think it does. But
All right, I'm down to 3 stress. That's fine.
I can go next, I suppose. I'm going to be doing a lot of the same. So, all right, let's do. Want to try to get rid of this level 1 harm. So I'll do some healing. Should get +2 dice from this, right? Or +3 dice. Not 3 dice, right?
yeah, because you
Yeah.
can count yourself.
Yeah, I would think so. Alrighty, so that's 3, right?
Correct. Yep.
Cool. I will do another round of healing. And this will bump it off of there for me. Alright, that puts me back at 2. It's nice. And it clears out my harm.
Nice. I definitely feel like there's probably some triage first. Like Reese, you got yourself settled, and then
Mhm.
all right, now bring in the messenger and the others. So
And I'll spend the coin I gained on indulging my vice, which is going to come in the form of pestering the fuck out of Una about that item. Also, using my my analyst specialization, I'm gonna knock 2 more ticks into that downtime project I'm doing for my new schematic.
okay. So spending 2 coin.
No, that's just one of my abilities. So
Oh,
I
you
can,
just get a free.
yeah, I get 2 free ticks on any job I have, which means I'm done. Woo! We'll talk about the schematic in the downtime and what
Yeah,
it is. I have some ideas, and you and I can chat about it.
sounds good.
And then so then spending the coin to do is indulging my vice. Hopefully I get a good amount. And that's just okay, no bonus dice. Here we go. Whew! Alright. Drops me down to 1.
Nice. You get the sense like part of you knowing how insistent you are and your pestering makes you think like Una may like have like negative perceptions towards that. But you get the impression like she really does like talking about herself, and when the topic is her and her work, like she's all about it. Um,
Sounds
and
good to me.
yeah, fills you in with all the
Boop.
weird spark right knowledge you need.
Sounds good to me. Alright, that's it for me. Who's next?
I can go.
Alright.
All right. So I would like to heal my 1 harm. So wait, hang on. How much coin do we get this time? I got 2 coin, right?
Yeah, you got one from me and one just
Okay.
the score.
Okay, cool. Because I think I might spend 2. But yeah, I'm gonna try to heal my 1 harm. So like the line to the doctor and Reese.
Yep. Next.
Next. So I roll healing, right?
Mhm.
And that's gonna be
A total of 3 dice you get to roll.
3 dice. Sweet. Cool. Was
Yeah,
that
that fills up 2 segments of your clock.
cool? All right. I will go and try some more healing again.
Okay.
Let's see. Number of dice. 3.
Yep, and that fills it up to completion.
Cool. All
So all
right.
level 1 is erased, and if you have any level 2, it drops, and like
Yeah. That heals me up. Okay. Now I'm gonna spend a coin to indulge my vice a bit, and so this is indulge vice, and I don't. It's just a regular dice roll. So
oh, nice, very lucky.
oof. All right.
You skate by, you clear all your stress. So, yeah, explain how good this was. What happened there?
I like to think that like in that moment when like the throne of judgment, like you said, like he protected me like I was his like defender, his knight, that like I go and like return to honor the throne of judgment, and I like it's like I'm glowing in like this like ancient like armor while doing so, and it's just I am at one with my like purpose. Um, like I am vengeance. I am judgment. um, like kind of
I am
thing.
the Nighthawk.
I am the night hawk.
Cool. Yeah, and it
Yeah.
seems like I mean, it's always hard to know if you're imagining things or if this is real. Though in this town, you think it's probably the latter, but you do get like a sense that as you like recommit yourself, that the throne of judgment is there with you.
All right. And then thinking of let's see here. what else do we need? Because I'm thinking of spending one more coin on another downtime activity. I'm just curious if there's something I could spend on that would be good for the.
Well,
for
we
the-
only have the one heat. Like, I think the crew's actually doing
Yeah.
pretty good.
I've healed myself. I've healed up my stress.
You could
Oh.
you could spend a coin if you wanted to start looking into Nebra's
Oh yeah,
family situation.
that's right. Yeah, I have a clock going, don't I?
Oh, you do have one. You have the upgrade thugs with adept subtype.
Oh yeah. Ooh,
You
yeah.
do that as well.
I'd like to do that. Yeah.
Screw your family, Nebra. I'm making a cult.
I know, right?
I'll figure your family. We'll help your family later. I'm gonna, yeah. I'm gonna make a cult here. Feeling so high on the throne of judgment here. So, what do I roll for that?
Anything you want,
Uh,
or anything that makes sense, I should say.
I am gonna roll. I think I'm gonna roll sway here. This is like me preaching, bringing in those who seek vengeance and justice, and convincing them of
Yeah.
the
How about this? So you took ownership of the river caves, where
Yeah.
vultures old hang out, and you had some of the thugs help you move the stuff in,
Yeah.
get you situated, and it's like, great, now that we're centered, welcome to the dark mass.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, holding sessions. Yeah. All right. So I'll roll the sway here, and there's no position, so it doesn't really matter here. All right.
Right, that fills up 3 segments of the clock.
And isn't that all of it?
No.
No,
Oh,
it's an 8.
how
You
much?
had 3 on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sweet. So we're now 6 segments into it. I can spend another coin.
No,
Can I spend another coin?
I think you're one more segment because I thought it was 3 because he was only at. Oh, you're right. Never mind. I can't do math.
Where am I at?
No, you're
You
correct
still
there.
have coin to spend?
I actually do have some coin to spend. So I will spend.
But your poor stash.
I bet my poor stash. Let's see here. I will spend. Yeah, I'll spend one more coin to try to see if I can complete that.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's do that. Did that go through? No, it didn't go through.
Virgil's just spending all that money.
Oh, there it
All
is.
right.
Finally.
So that does complete it up. So our thugs will now have the adept subtype, and until Cole finishes clocks or someone else finishes Cole's clock for him, because we can all contribute to these.
Yeah.
So long as they're public knowledge, they will not be secular. They are leaning more towards the actual cult at this juncture.
Go, Charles, go.
Cool. Anything else?
I think I'm good. Yeah.
It all happened in the dark river caves. Should never
Yes.
leave you alone.
How are the river caves doing? Great. Fantastic.
What, you mean the holy temple of the
The holy temple to the throne of judgment?
Yeah, but did we decide the river caves were a side business? They're a marketplace. So your holy temple to a throne of judgment is kind of like the kind of church I grew up in, the kind of church that has a place in a strip mall, because that's where the rent works out for them.
Right. I can go next. So I spent one of mine on the messenger. I will spend my second one on healing for 3 dice. I'll go ahead and stick at that.
How much stash did we earn this time, by the way?
We
None.
don't earn stash.
None. Okay.
At this juncture, we only earn stash when we get crew
Yeah.
upgrades.
Gotcha. Okay.
We advance.
That's right. I remember. Yeah.
If Nathan would be so kind as to go out on the town between Cole and his fellow Silas, hit up the Saturnalia Club, etc. I'd like to take use of his functioning vice, but if not, I'm okay with that too.
Although actually, I earned 2 stash anyway, just because it's the downtime phase.
Yeah, I plan on indulging my vice. So yeah, we can do that.
I just think that in this case, Cole goes with you because you're not allowed to go anywhere alone now. That's how it goes.
Make sure you're clutching that Spirit Bane charm, Charles, because he's also
And while I'm
I've
still
haunted
I will end up spending time on healing. I don't think I'll fully heal, so it's going to be clear that I also just need help getting there.
And so with his functioning vice, that clears me to 0, which is nice. I'll go ahead and spend one of my 4 coin for another action.
Explain what made it so good.
I think we've had a lot of success recently, and so I think and I mean, I don't know how Nathan feels about this, but I actually think that this could be. Is there a private room that we could rent, like where we take like the whole crew and the extended gang and like the cohorts, and like we almost have a little dinner type thing. Like if Cole can
I'd say
trade,
normally no. It
Yeah.
is like a members only plus, like maybe a +1. But I think because Harvale Brogan is kind of so tight with Silas and his sister is kind of in the Scovelander movement, I think he'd allow something to happen. But it's probably like you can have like the kitchen, annex for like 2 hours.
Yeah, it's like it's an off night kind of thing, but like they're not busy then. But like yeah, we have like a big thing, which I think is fun. And yeah, it just makes it really good in that this is one of those like heartwarming moments of the crew, the family. We're all doing it together. Like we've had a lot of success so far. We've overcome a lot of things. We've taken out, bad threats, etc. And we don't know what's to come, but we'll face it together, type stuff. For that coin, I'm going to try to get the thugs to have a secular edge. The thug adepts, excuse me. Want to be sure to address them in their appropriate way. And I think this is very like militaristic, very like I'm gonna roll command for going through like making sure that they understand like what they do in their downtime is fine. Like they can worship whatever they want, however they have to have critical thinking, and that at the end of the day, if they anyone who puts us at risk is a threat, and those threats will be dealt with one way or another. And I expect the same from each and every one of them, right? Kind of thing. So it's a 5.
Fills up 2 more.
You have another coin that you'd like to throw at that.
I will throw another coin at it because we're here spending coin. Today's the day to spend some coin.
You can because no matter what you roll.
Oh yeah, I'll spend it to up it to success to just a 6. I will spend a 3rd coin to start gathering information on Nebra's family, or on one of the locations because we eliminated one of them.
Yeah, his ship, the Constant, is no longer at play. We have his personal Strangford house, and we have his vault at Salt.
Okay. Can I when rolling this, if I roll consort and I do it at the bar, do I get an additional die, or is that not how this works for this because it's downtime action? Or is this
you're doing it at the site? It does say you're doing it at the site.
Yeah, I think it would go in to play.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this as Nebra's picture just since we know it's like her story arc going. But which location are you looking into? Saltford's or Strangford's?
I'll look into his vault.
Vault, Saltford's. Okay.
So that fills up 3 segments, right?
Mm-hmm. I'll say so you talk when it comes to Saltford's, like much like Nebra, like new Strangford ship, just it's the big one on site. You hear a lot of stuff about how like it's one of the most notorious private banks in the cities. Vaults are impregnable. Faces a lot of, because of its location in the docks, you get a lot of like drunken and rowdy sailors who think they're going to make it big robbing them. So they've just taken to killing them and hanging them up on the street lights as a deterrent for anyone who thinks they could rob them. And it becomes a juxtaposition of this beautiful kind of classical architecture bank and just like rotting cadavers hanging from streets.
Okay. Gross.
Don't let it be you is the prevailing message.
I'm going to spend my last coin that I have right now. And I'm going to do another consort roll. in this one, I'm going to specifically open a soup kitchen during the lunchtime hour out the back of the tavern for our orphan informants.
Are
And
you
so
gunning for an award too?
I'm not gunning for an award. I am gunning for information for a potential score. And so I'm trying to identify how many people, what they looked like, and who they were that were the ones that snatched Silas.
Oh, so you don't. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
The orphans were reportedly around him when this happened,
Yeah.
and
So,
I am
and they told you
consorting
that.
with them.
Yeah. Um. Cool. I don't
I'm
think
trying.
this needs to be an overt downtime clock.
Okay.
Like, we'll say, like, let's call it maybe. This is kind of a weird ruling, but let's call it like an acquiring an asset, and that asset is information.
Yeah.
So you can spend the coin to do it, and then roll your sway or command or whatever, and we'll see how good the information.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll consort, because I'm still consorting with them on our grounds here. Do I probably don't get plus 1d because they're informants for the informants thing because of gathering information for a score.
No, I think you just get the plus 1d from
That's
the
fine.
tavern. Cool, a flat success. So like it takes a while to find someone who will give you this information because a lot were like
They scattered.
we weren't paying attention or like it happened so fast. But by the end, you do find you get some descriptions, and finally, like towards the end of your run at the soup kitchen, you do find someone who actually just flat out says because they know him from reputation that Karth grabbed him, the mercenary commander of the hive.
I give that kid an extra sandwich, and I say thank you and let him go. That's it for me.
The look on Nate's face, realizing how fucked he just became.
I think Nate is frustrated with his character not being dead yet.
No, I like being alive.
No, man, he has spider schemes that you guys don't even know.
Yeah, like I'm too pretty to die.
I just like that we're cool. We don't know anybody. I'm like, what did you do?
Oh, we still owe somebody. I just told y'all I'd take care of it.
What did you do?
So
find
Nebra
out.
or Silas, downtime.
I can go next.
I can go. That's okay.
So first, I would like to heal.
I think Tiffany was gonna go.
Oh, okay, then yeah, Tiffany. I'll go last.
If you're okay, like I can wait too.
No,
I'm good either
you
way.
go.
Sorry about that. So I have a question, Kyle.
Yeah.
Since I'm at this point cut off from my usual vice purveyor for reasons, I feel like story-wise, Nebra knows that her family is, even though they're held hostage, they're for the most part safe, being taken care of. So I feel like at this point she would focus more on trying to appease the demon Ixis and try to make up for all the damage she caused. So
I will
would it
say
be
too,
possible?
because I didn't mention before, while your family stayed behind, Alstera did come back with you.
Oh, she did. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm not sure if this will change at all, but would it be possible that Nebra ends up switching her face from obligation to faith, and that faith being towards the demon Ixis?
Yeah, good.
Is that doable?
Yeah, perfectly doable.
Okay.
I don't like how happy you were with that decision, Kyle.
Gotta have faith.
Gotta
I have faith.
Oh, God, you gotta have faith.
All right. In that case, Nebra would like to indulge in her vice. Well, I feel like at this point Nebra is just going to leave Velstera alone since a lot's already happened. I think she will try and see if she can make either a shrine or something along those lines at her house.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be extra faithful or whatnot.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out what role that would be.
So for a vice role is just
Oh, right. Sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry, indulge vice. Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, no worries. Glad to have you back.
Oh,
Ooh,
thanks.
nice. So this is like a perfect stress release. It almost like a puzzle piece fitting in. You go down to 0 stress. So could you give us a little story about like why it was so great, why this feels so right?
Yeah. First off, I'm trying to remember if so it's an apartment, so there's probably no way she would have a basement. But I guess she just picks like a like a steamy corner of either the kitchen or somewhere like the living room, and she decides to just put together, this shrine of like just random stuff that she knows that Texas would like. Maybe throw in something that Elstera bleh, like as well. Just add that little connection in, and it'll just be like a shrine that she'll visit at least once a day to pray to and start that journey, I guess.
Awesome.
Also do some healing as well if I like to think that Nebra is just sitting in like the makeshift raiding room of like Reese's makeshift infirmary and just like waiting for her turn to get healed. And if she can get help from Sawtooth as well, that would be great.
Yeah, I guess.
Reese being like, hello.
You're like, take a number.
Take a fucking number.
All right. Oh, that was good, Nate.
That would,
So 2 segments of your 4-segment healing clock.
okay. I think I'll spend a coin and do another heal. Assuming I can get help again.
Oh yeah. This is like
Okay.
You should have
phase
3
2 of
dice. You should have 3 dice for your recovery rolls.
Should I?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I was thinking it was extra dice, not number of dice.
No, you get a
proper.
base
Okay.
1, and then you get.
Okay. Let me.
Yeah, you could go ahead like throw a fortune in there for that first recovery. See if
Oh,
you
sure.
get
Yeah.
a 6. Yeah, we'll count the 2 first. So no, just the 5.
Got it. Okay. All right. Spending the coin to heal again.
Yep, but that fills it up.
All right. Cool.
All
And
your
that just
ones go away.
eliminates-
All your
Okay. Sweet. I am done.
All right, Silas.
Yeah, so firstly I'll indulge my vice because I was there when we had the little party.
I was there, man.
I was there 10,000 years ago.
must have been some party. They're still
That's what
talking
your
about it
cultists now
10,000
sound
years
like.
later.
Right?
Or did until Cole
Yeah.
got ahead.
And yeah, I'll use my functioning vice, so I'm at 0 stress, because of course I am. And then so I would like to heal as well. So I've got 2 level 1 things and 1 level 2 arm.
So if you
Hold the
complete a
fort.
clock,
Yeah.
then all your level 1s go away and your level 2 drops to level 1.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna go get in line at the infirmary.
3 dice, not 0.
Oh, not 3?
See, that's 0. 0 is the wrong number.
Oh,
3 dice.
3. Okay.
3. There we go.
6. So that heals up 3 of 4 segments.
Cool. And I think I will.
If you spend a gold,
No,
will
I
be-
don't have to do that shit.
I meant to upgrade the healing quality.
Oh, okay.
But that's
No,
okay.
I'll do this. And do healing again.
Just healed the whole damn crew, huh?
3. So you filled up your clock. Your level 1 is erased. Your level 2 drops to level 1, and you have 1 pip on a new healing clock.
Okay. And that was
And I
both
will
my
remind
level 1?
folks that
Yes,
if you take
folks.
damage before you fill up a clock, it does reset.
But Silas
Oh,
doesn't take damage. Only unless people come up on him in an alley.
Yeah.
Right?
Unless agents of Ulf Unborn or Ironborn.
Exactly. Exactly. Certainly not agents of Jerry Mafia. So I want to spend a coin on 1 more. And before I do it on healing, when is this award thing happening if it's real?
Wow.
It'll probably happen like next, like in the either the free play of next game, or it'll be mentioned on like the last time on Blades in the Dark section.
Okay. Then I'll spend a coin and heal one more time. And that will be... I think of sitting there being like, no, you're not done yet.
So if you wanted to throw another coin at this one, you could fill the clock and be done.
Okay, so yeah, might as well. I got coin for days.
Okay, so you finally clean up Maha's revenge.
All right, and that's Silas's downtime.
Silas,
Oh,
while I have you here, you have a project clock.
Yeah,
Is that something you're still wanting to work on, or have you kind of abandoned that?
yeah.
You
So
are,
I think I actually will spend one more coin to work on that.
okay. You didn't need to. I just didn't know if it was still.
Oh, yeah, actually, then yeah, not right now.
Okay.
I'll save that for later.
Gotcha. Cool. So moving on to Emmeline. Downtime activities. She is not traumatized, so she doesn't need to indulge her vice, and she doesn't have much stress, so she won't. So I think she's actually absent from the little team building party at the Centernalia Club, and I think like after her talk with Reese, and this might be a terrible idea for her, but she's going like cold turkey, like no, but is like instead jumping into like the weird, much like Reese said, like just find yourself a hobby. Um, so she is going to use her 2 downtime activities to train in resolve twice. The first time, I think she's going like when she's setting up this like our book exchange side business is gonna like start reading some of the creepy books, and then she's gonna be like, wait, was that girl flirting with me? And I think she's gonna go on a creepy date with Thorn and like read creepy books together.
Hell yeah.
Creepy reading.
And, it's crepe paper, and
Creepy paper.
with those 2 pips in resolve, that actually fills her up, allowing her to take her 4th dot in Attune.
Nice.
And because she is tough as nails, she's just going to leave her blisters and sores. Sorry, Sister Thorn. As
She's from the
you know,
Deathlands.
she's kind of into the whole pain thing.
Yeah.
This Emmeline. Cool.
Yeah, tough as nails is pretty great, isn't it?
Yeah. All right, guys. So that is our downtime activities. We've done heat. We've done payoff. I
XP?
think. Yeah, I think it is time for XP. Does someone want to start us off with fruit XP? And I will remind us we're going to take one pip of XP just from because you all had the RP moment of all taking harm.
Okay, so we get one XP to start with. Okay,
Yep.
cool. I can run us through it. Let's see. Do we execute a successful smuggling or acquire new clients or contraband sources? I think we becoming the sole purveyor of weird shit would account for that, right?
Yeah.
That's one.
Yeah.
Contend with challenges above your current station. I'd say no. The Dimmer sisters were equal to our footing, right? We're equal to.
Well, we're too weak. They're too strong. That's probably still equal, but
I
kick
think,
that up to Kyle.
yeah, I was gonna say I wasn't gonna think about that, but I was thinking about the whatever mollifying / transporting a god, and like avoiding that curse. That would be.
Oh, we tangled with a forgotten god, which is above our station.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. All
And
right,
took
so
a
we-
-2 to our reputation for it.
Yeah.
So
Um,
one for that.
All right, so we're at 2. Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one. I mean, we got 1 rep from this run. So.
I'd give us 1 because just thinking of everyone in 6 Towers being like, finally someone did it. Like we
Oh,
probably
okay, sure.
ingratiated ourselves with.
Yeah.
All right, I'll agree with that. Last one, express the goals, drives, and inner conflict or essential nature of the crew. I think this kind of counts just because it's well within it's leftover business we went back and cleaned up. So
I think there's
I
that.
would say,
I I think there's also the essential nature or the inner conflict of Silas lying to the crew that hasn't like come up yet, but like I think that it is kind of inherent in this crew.
Are we calling that 2, 1?
All right, that would put us at 6 total if we or at 5 total if we
We started with
including the extra credit.
1, and then we added 1 for RP, so I have 6
That's-
total. Yeah.
So if we were to get that extra one, that would put us at 7 if we wanted to go for that extra that last one for 2.
Yeah,
I
that's
think it
fine.
counts.
And then of course +1 for vengeful.
Yeah. This was vengeance.
Oh wow, so that means we have 2 pips until we level.
Yep, we will be picking up crew advancements next time. Charles and I may come with ideas already, since we've kind of been the kind to do that so far. But everyone feel free to prepare some ideas.
Sure. Since I'm already doing the XP thing, I'll jump into my XP real quick, and then if that's cool with everybody.
Mhm.
You addressed a challenge with technical skill or mayhem. I'd say at least 1, just the door, and maybe the bomb, but the bomb never went off. So we still have an incendiary bomb we never used. So, so I'd just count that as 1 probably. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I would say I didn't do a whole lot of Scovelander stuff here. I did partake in the champagnery, I suppose.
Well, there was the Scovelander talk at the beginning.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that was the champagnery. Yes.
Mhm.
I think also your beliefs drives, like you're the one that literally told all the people about the
sphere.
The sphere, yeah.
Spark-Right spheres. All right, I'll count that as 1, I guess. So I'm at 2. Let's see. And you struggled with issues from your vice traumas during the session. I would say at least twice. Being reckless, almost setting off the bomb on top of while we were all at the stop, and then as well as just how bananas he was at the beginning. So that puts me at 4. Let me put 2 into my tracker here, and the other 2 are going to finish out a level up in insight, and that gives me a 4th thought in tinker. Woo!
Congrats, man.
Did you have no desperate rolls?
None.
I think you were the only one this game who did, or you and the Nighthawk.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
was
that's
my
right.
way.
I had a desperate roll. I should mark that. Yeah.
Yep, make sure you do that. All right, I'm done. Who's next?
I'll go. So I didn't. The one desperate roll I made sure wasn't, because I didn't want to die. Address the challenge with calculation or conspiracy. I think by blatantly lying to
those you love.
those I love to
Everyone.
I mean,
cover
he
up
didn't
why I
love
got
us.
stabbed.
He loves the money we give him.
I also think that definitely expressed my background as well, because it had to do with covering up my past.
Yeah, I'd say that's 2.
And I never really struggle with my vice. That's a thing that the lesser ones do.
You could work
Wow.
on that.
Well, I mean, a struggle could be like you took time while you were bleeding to death to make yourself look good before stepping out into public. I would say that's a challenge with you are bleeding to death.
Yeah.
I still
like-
need to look good.
Yeah,
I would
like
give you that.
your challenges don't necessarily have to be you fail the roll. Like you actually literally were like, well, no, I gotta look good while bleeding.
All right, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
And that's me.
All right.
No leveling up? Ooh.
Not yet. I leveled up last time, and I haven't
Mhm.
picked my other ability yet because I chose veteran. But I still haven't thought about what I'll pick.
Tough as Nails is pretty nice as has come up recently.
Yeah.
It's not very Silas though.
No,
No.
Silas is not tough as nails.
It might be kind of Nighthawk at this point, though. But let's see. I might take one of Emmeline's for my next one, though.
Yeah, you should get a cultist.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just reading that. I'm like,
Yeah. I've been looking at a few different ones, and I'm like, I mean, Tough as Nails is nice, but this fits better with what I'm trying to do here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm willing to go next if that's if everyone's okay.
Go for
Sure.
it.
So you address the challenge with deception or influence. I mean, I would say in the opening scene there with the spirit wardens, it was definitely both a little bit of deception and influence. Presenting as Virgil Caesarian and not the Nighthawk, right? And not trying to drive
Well,
any suspicion.
you also rolled sway at a forgotten god. Like
That's
when you're
also true.
when you're trying to sway Cthulhu.
Not wrong.
You're willing to call that? Okay, sure.
I'm making the argument.
Would you
I'm
say
not
that's
the only
one or
one.
two then? Or
I think that makes you 2.
okay. And then express beliefs, heritage, and background. I believe I did that quite a bit.
Yeah, I'll give you
Uh,
one for that. Easy.
like I think multiple times. Like
Yeah, I would say
uh,
2.
with the statue, for example, like pulling that out in that situation, but also just trying to become the disciple of the throne of judgment there in that moment. I think was another good one.
Yeah, I'd give you multiple for that one.
And then struggle with issues from vice or traumas. I don't think I struggled much with my trauma, and honestly, I don't think I struggled with my vice. I think my vice was like all
I think your
about
vice was
this.
very useful this time around.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
but he's counting that as backgrounds and beliefs,
Sure.
and he was not held back because he needed to do something with his vice.
No, I think
Yeah.
Peter's agreeing and saying that
Yeah,
it wasn't
I'm
a
agreeing.
hindrance. It was
No.
helpful.
Pardon me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
it
worries,
was
man.
not a hindrance. I agree. Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, I mean, it was
that's
more if it wasn't a struggle, it was actually pretty awesome. So
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say that's fine. And that's 4. So I'll just put that in the think I'll put that in my playbook advancement for now because I'm working towards a playbook advancement.
Hey.
Yeah, I'll get that 4th dot later, but yeah.
Mhm.
Cool. All right, who's next?
I can go next.
Go ahead, Charles.
I was going to ask actually, would anyone be super against me spending a coin to do one more healing? Because I actually forgot Kyle's note that, and I'm at 3 of 4 on my healing clock. And so if I get hit again, I will miss out on that.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
But it would be taking it out of the cruise.
Well, that I'm
money,
less
so-
fine with. No, just
Go for it, man. I
Silas,
mean,
is like, wait a minute.
you're a tank, man. You gotta get healed up.
I forgot, and I was like, God dang,
You're definitely gonna get hit like in the opening scene of next game,
Right?
probably.
so I'm just.
do we have any in our? Oh yeah, we have 2 coin in our.
We got a new side business and a vice den, so I guess this is about investment in the future.
Sure.
Reese was busy
I
this
don't need to. I
downtime.
don't need to roll it because it's just
Right,
one
yeah.
thing. But so that is clear. Okay. So then I didn't do any desperate actions and addressing challenge with violence or coercion. I mean, we led an assault on a fortified, what we thought was fortified position. So I'm going to say there's some violence in there, especially the group action of skirmish. I'm trying to think if there was any other coercion or anything like that.
The cleanup you led, perhaps?
I'd give you that
I
one.
don't know if that was coercive, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it
I
was
mean, he had to roll
coercion.
for it.
Yeah,
did have
but
to roll.
I think it was more like coercion implies like a threat of violence, right?
Yeah,
Where
exactly. It's because my thing is violence or threat of violence, basically.
Alrighty. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
I don't. I'll just say with one. What's the next thing? Expressed beliefs, drives, heritage, background. I think to offset that kind of thing, like the cleanup definitely, or the like the negotiation, or like notifying the gray cloaks ahead of time. Clearly, there's Cole is a criminal, as discussed, but he's also this person that he believes all organizations are gangs, and that they're just more powerful. Like governments are just more powerful gangs, and that ultimately you take power. And like he's very much like Heath Ledger in A Knight's Tale of how did knights become knights originally. They took it by the end of a sword type thing. So I think that's going into his overall background and belief. As far as struggling with issue or trauma, I don't think he really he is haunted, and I enjoyed my role play around that. I don't think it was necessarily a struggle. I think it could be in the future, if the gang, if the cohorts stop respecting him or something, or start questioning his leadership, maybe. But at this point, I don't think he's struggling. So I'm just going to stick with 3 points, in which I'm going to drop 1 point into my playbook.
I think you get at least 2 for the background. Sorry, real quick, just because you also had the celebration of the Scovelanders' victory in Lockport.
I counted that. I was doing
Oh, you did.
one for
Sorry.
violence,
Oh.
2 for backgrounds.
Cool. Sorry, my bad.
No worries, but I appreciate that. Thank you. So 1 point into playbook advancement, which advances me. And I'm going to take a veteran advancement, expertise, which is choose one of your reaction ratings. When you lead a group action using that action, you can only suffer 1 stress at most, regardless of the number of failed rolls. And that action rating is going to be skirmish.
That's awesome.
Whose book did that come from?
That is... I closed.
I think that's the lurk.
A
Yeah,
lurk?
I believe it's a lurk.
That makes
It's a
sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and exactly. I saw that. Actually, that's what gave me the idea to run a group skirmish action, and I was like, oh, why should we do that more often? Saving the rest of the people here. And then I'll probably just drop the other 2 into my playbook to put me at 2. That's it for me.
I'll go next. The messenger. We had desperate action, so mark that for resolve. Addressed a challenge with tracking or violence. Both in the defense of the cult stacks and in taking out the 2 hulls. So I believe that's 2. Expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Yeah, because that's where that book comes in. Is very much about how the messenger believes that things should work. The Taikarosi or academia came up a little bit, but it didn't end up mattering, I don't think. No, yeah, it did, because that's how he was. That's how they were solving the problem in the end. That was still academia. Struggled with issues from your vice or traumas. We have not been. The messenger has not been sufficiently paranoid. I need to work on that. It has not started any fights about paranoia in a while, so we'll have to work on that.
Problem is that they are after you, messenger. You know they know.
But honestly, if you compare your crazy to Reese's crazy, it just looks like background noise comparably.
Yeah, I definitely need to up my game. I've got rookie numbers. I need to get those numbers up.
Join me.
And I'm gonna dump 3 of those into insight.
Oh, and of course, messenger vengeful. If you haven't marked that already.
Oh, vengeful. Thank you. That is a total of 5. I'm going to dump 3 of those into insight to get hunt to 4 dots. Probably should be study, not hunt. Yeah, let's go study to 4 dots, leave hunt at 3, and we'll put the other 2 in the playbook. As discussed before, I do need to pick up a special armor. The messenger stares into the darkness way too many times to not pick up warded.
I think that leaves me. So no desperate rolls on my part. You addressed a challenge with stealth or evasion. Definitely did some prowling around to investigate one of the locations for Stringford's map book. I think that's the only instance. So I'll just count that as 1. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Definitely the Iruvian heritage came into play. Holy crap, did it come into play? I don't know if I can also get another one with the whole demon Ixis situation, or I can choose that to be something else.
I think you could if you wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounded like 2 to me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do 2 for that. And then you struggled with issues from your voice or trauma during the session. Well, I did kind of switch my vice, but I mean, when I did have obligation to family as a vice, I mean, that obviously came up because of the situation with Nebra's family. So at the very least, there's one for that.
Mhm.
I don't think she was vicious at all this session, so she'll have to work on that one. It's 4 total. That actually fills up her resolve, so I'm thinking I'll take my first dot in a 2.
Woo!
For reasons.
Oh, nice.
Very thematic. I like it.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Cool. So, for Emmeline, no desperate actions. You addressed a challenge with knowledge and arcane power. The one I can think of is helping the messenger at the end with the Deathland maps, but that's the only one I can really think of.
This was a very arcane session. Like you also communicated with Fleta.
Well, that's true. I
And-
did some spooky ghost things. Okay.
Yep.
So we'll count that as 2. Express your beliefs, drives heritage or background. I think that ended up coming up a lot, both with like talk with Reese about trying to stop the Sparkrights from what they're doing,
Oh yeah.
and my consistent kind of rivalry with my sister. And then
Mhm.
with when we go in, could we try not to just kill all the Dimmer Sisters ghosts? Could we, catch and release or do something a little like I think her and even just the interaction with Thorn of like, no, once you die, she'll realize what's going on here. Just yeah, she likes ghosts. So I'll give it a 4. Um, and then struggled with issues from your vice or trauma during your session. I think 1 for that, just because I think Emmeline's she's a weird one. Like I love that she had that interaction with Reese and like going to him and being like, you seem to deal with this, how can I? But like also the fact that like she took that advice, but like, so I'm just not gonna do any vice now, is like T-ball it up just another bad time. Like Emmeline's just like, she makes bad decisions. Like the Nighthawk gets a lot of flack for like masking up and doing bad things, but Emmeline has avoided a lot of flack she deserves, I think. So that'll be 5.
Nice.
That'll fill up my playbook advancement and leave me with 2 remaining. And I'm going to use that to buy a little something on the side from the slide. And I think she and gonna use her budding relationship with Thorn to set up her own kind of smuggling operation out into the Deathlands with the Deathland scavengers, as kind
Ooh.
of her own little retirement fund, so she can start adding some stash, uh, much like Virgil.
Nice.
All right, guys. So moving into rounds, who would like to kick us off?
I can go. So for the world, um, uh, he's a little scared of the Demmer sisters now, seeing as how what they did to themselves and the lengths they're willing to go to get revenge. So, but that pales in comparison to the fear he's developed over what his girlfriend has built. Um, there's a good chance he's gonna be breaking up with her pretty soon, just because I don't see how this relationship could survive him destroying her greatest work, um, or at least defaming it, which is essentially what we're on the edge of doing. For himself, um, Reese gained a bit of confidence this time around. Like he's generally like kind of on loose footing as it is, but being able to stand up and help Emmeline definitely gave him some confidence. Like he thought he was doing poorly, and she's like, I'm doing real poor, and he's like, all right. So gives him a little bit of a confidence booster just because he's able to help someone he cares about. Um, in terms of other folks, Cole, it was really fun doing a little bit more military activity together. Like it seems like that's kind of like the one thing we really vibe on all the time is either the shared heritage or the military background. But it's always fun doing pseudo military stuff with Cole, and I like that little back and forth between the two of us in that regard, as well as the just the whole war flashback thing. Let's see, for Nebra. Um, uh, it was great seeing Nebra come back. Glad you're back in action. We didn't get to interact too much. But it was fun sort of, having that little scene in the beginning where everybody's sort of piling in, then all of a sudden Silas falls down the stairs. But he's a little worried about Nebra. Like, first off, her family's captured, so I mean that's awful, and he wants to get that resolved. But also he's just like, what's going on? What is going on? All right, next we're gonna go with Emmeline. Emmeline, it was a really good conversation that we had. I feel like our beliefs are definitely aligning more and more. I think we're both kind of on the same side of the fence in terms of spirits. Like he definitely doesn't want to see harm come to spirits because he believes his wife is a spirit and someday he might meet her again. So yeah, I mean he's kind of in the same boat. He's like, we don't want to hurt these spirits, and this thing is super dangerous. So I like that little bonding moment we had, especially like when both of us could sort of on top of the beliefs, also just the shared experiences of being addicts. So I like that little. I think there was a fun relationship builder between the two. Silas, he patched you up. He's never had to work on you before, so this is new ground for him. It was kind of fun, poking, prodding on your character, giving him injections and shit, getting to be doctor while you're, taking care of the physical harm on you while everyone else is dealing with the social part. So I think that was a fun little bit. Also seeing you like, in the thick of things, you're injured, you got stabbed 3 fucking times, and you still decided to roll with us into a cursed cave in the Dimmer Sisters' house. I mean, mad respect for that, man. That was great. The messenger. I mean, what can I say about the messenger? Messenger's awesome. I liked our little combo play together where we're working together in the caves down below. I liked our little military sort of skirmish our way through to break into the bottom layer of the Dimmer Sisters home. Just to find out the place is full of dead people. uh Also, I kind of like the little bit of a this is a little bit of a bleed over from last game, but I like the sort of shared experience of being freaked the fuck out by the future information. So like feel like that kind of resonated here as well. Just because uh what are the implications of all of that? Both of us are paranoid as hell, so and then the Nighthawk. Um uh we got to put a puzzle together. That was fun. Um I like that you came and helped him out with the statue and stuff like that. I think there was a little moment there where both of us are sort of bonded over vengeance in the past. But like, uh he was very surprised at what you were able to do to help the messenger quell the curse. He's also a little confused by it as well. Didn't fully expect that, but but also you're the Nighthawk, you do weird shit, so I don't know. That's me. Who's up next?
I can go. For the world, like I man, I'm still very much loving the apocalyptic considerations that are out there. The things that the books that some of our people have generated, and the ramifications of that, as well as just I don't know. Our crew it's very fun in a like narrative sense, that if I was reading this story of like, oh yeah, they did a job. One of their first jobs was stealing this gem. Turns out that gem is actually this ancient soul divining thing, and then they stole it again a second time, and then that kicked off this whole other thing. Like it just continues to do that, which I think is really fun. Thank you for running the game, Kyle. Always a pleasure. Cole, for Cole, like I said, I think it was interesting to have Cole experience not being able to see ghosts. Since we kind of unlocked this thing inside of him that apparently has been around for a while. That he attributes his survival in his many years of service to like listening to ghosts around him telling him when to dodge and when to take cover and all these different things. And that could just be him being crazy. It could be things he senses, like his brain interpreting his own senses, or in this world it could actually be that ghosts have done this and he is now capable of seeing them because he's haunted. But also I think that it's very practical that he uses that, but I think that there is probably some struggle on the horizon for what does that mean, especially with the fact that we did recover our ghost crew, and if we do put them in hulls and things, like gets back to how death is not the end, and I don't know that Cole's ready to face that yet, but we'll see. As far as other people, Nebra, it's great to have Nebra back. It's really funny that Nebra returned and also Silas came back into the thing at the grotto at like the same time, and they both had like Silas had just been attacked, in which case of course Cole is like, okay, let's go kill him, and then Nebra's family had been kidnapped, and Cole's like, okay, let's go kill them, like, and I think Cole's with Nebra having been gone a month or so, I think Cole's perspective is very much get the book, hand the book off to Aunt Lady Unkayat, see if we can get passage to Iruvia, go wipe out the family that has done this. I believe are his next plans.
And Silas chills out in the gardens.
Right. So yeah, I think there's that. Especially I think to not to a lesser degree, because Nebra's mom has been so sweet to Cole, and so Cole is pissed off about this in a way that probably doesn't happen in a lot of other cases, unless it's like someone related to the crew. As far as Reese, yeah, I agree. Cole and Reese have these shared connection points. But actually, the thing that really stuck out to me, like those are always really good, but the thing that really stuck out to me was actually our first conversation, kind of in the opening, where Reese was explaining what the implications were of this weaponized power source, and I think it demonstrated very clearly, like Cole, much like what Emmeline said in character, Cole thinks that Reese is probably one of the smartest people he's ever met, and that this is a legitimate like genius person. That Cole is like not that at all. Like Cole is not literate. I think Nebra was teaching him how to read a little bit before she left. So like, and Cole doesn't necessarily respect education in that way, but like Reese has always been like doctoring is like, that's very much like patch fix, at least in Cole's mind. It's very like, that's useful, and tinkering is also very useful, but like science doesn't seem useful. Like it's good, like you should, yeah, of course smart people should do science, but like he's never been friends with one before, and Reese is very much that person, and maybe that's not what Reese like always has shown, but like that's what Reese has definitely gotten into, I think, really since Reese stopped taking Quicksilver. So I think in Cole's mind, Reese was a drug addict who was dulling his own mind, and now that he has stopped that, at least he's unlocked a part of himself that he can do a bunch of cool things, and that's kind of neat. And like Cole's into that. Silas, yeah. Cole is ready to go beat down people that are gonna stab Silas. We'll have a conversation about the information that Cole uncovered, but ultimately, because like Cole was ready to go and I think is still very much ready to go. However, there's going to be a conversation and it's going to be interesting, I think. So it'll be something that I remember to do, because Cole, in that situation, I feel like I think Cole is looking for the identities of who these people are, so that way he can start building this like network map of Ulf Ironborn's gang. Because clearly Ulf has power now and has groups of people, or he just hired random hitters, but or did it himself, right? Like I don't know what all happened, but having it be Quarth is awkward, and I think Cole is like not exactly sure what that is, and he'll have to think about that for a minute. But at the same time, Silas got hurt for the first time, like really, was I think probably in this game, beyond any other time, was probably represented more of being the boss of the gang than any other time I've seen Silas operate. Which I think Cole would be very happy if Silas were to kind of be more directory kind of thing, and like help navigate where they're going. And then the messenger, I think Cole had has a lot of respect for the messenger, and seeing the messenger just day in and day out be useful every day, like grinding and doing the things that need to get done. The two of them have a very similar viewpoint on what do you do when someone threatens you. And so I think that not only do they get along really well, but I think that Cole is feeling very much in stride with the messenger, even to the point where like we didn't have a lot of scenes where we necessarily talked, but I don't think it actually detracted from our from the characters' relationships. It was very much a like, no, the messenger's there. The messenger's doing the messenger things. If the messenger needs me, they'll ask me for something, and vice versa. And then the Nighthawk. I think this was a really nice time to cool the animosity that Cole perhaps felt for the Nighthawk, which is this ongoing sine wave business where Cole will be really think the Nighthawk's doing great stuff, and all of a sudden be like, oh, maybe he's not so bad, and then the Nighthawk will do something and Cole will like, motherfucker, this guy's endangering all of us, and then it'll have to cool down and go back to, oh, okay, he's earning his keep, blah blah blah, and then he'll do something else. So like it's a fun roller coaster dynamic, I think, to a certain degree. Seeing how the thugs have become adepts and then also secularized, I think will be interesting. I think it was a good solution to our loggerheads situation of not sure where to go with that. And I do think that I think it'll be really cool, and hopefully you'll be interested in sometime of you should just recruit a cohort and like make ties with them, and eventually make yourself a mini gang that you run that is your cult, because I think having a cult is dope.
We're
I think
getting
it's gonna end up being which one of the three of us get the cult first: Nighthawk, Emmeline, or Nebra now.
right.
Right. No, I'm super
I need to
into
find
it.
out
As long as they
what's the Nighthawk Robin equivalent?
The day
I
Robin.
have
The Sparrow. No. The day.
Nighthawk and Kestrel.
Yeah. Ooh, Kestrel. That's good.
Kestrel.
And then for Emmeline, finally, last but not least, Emmeline, I think Cole very much sees Emmeline as like a sister, and wants to see her do well, and which is one of the reasons why when Sister Thorn came in and clearly had something and like was like weird about it. That could have been like, oh, I want to murder that person, but it was very clearly, I have a crush on them and I brought them a gift. Are they around? And so Cole was like, no, just come with me. Like, we're just gonna go do this. Like, you were gonna leave. You're too much of a coward. No, you're not gonna do that. Emmeline deserves better. So let's go talk to her, kind of thing. And then seeing Emmeline do all the things, like the moment they shared in right before kickoff of the actual assault, of like, you don't know that you'll miss it before until it's gone type thing, is interesting. And I think it just underpins the overall connectiveness of that, because where Silas has for a long time Cole has thought of Silas as like the head of this gang, the Nighthawk as like, shenanigans, but he's always thought of Emmeline as like the rock that holds it all together, or the glue that holds it all together. And like, that's one of the things he like believes in, I think, to a certain degree, of like, he needs Emmeline to be able to counterbalance the other two. And so it's just good. But that's it for me.
I'll go next.
Okay.
As far as the world is concerned, Silas seems to like love living in his own little bubble and isn't really concerned with the rest of the world unless it's having an effect on him. So when like the messenger gives like a thing about like, oh, they're starting to target Skullfinders and all this, it's like whatever, until someone like that comes after me in a way that's because I'm Skullfinder, not because I screwed them out of their own coin, then I'll be concerned. But he's not as concerned about what's going on in Iruvia. It's just more the world is there and he just needs to make coin in it. As far as himself, now this is where after getting stabbed, I had some revelations about Silas.
Funny how
straight away
experiences can do that.
Yeah. Straight away, like as soon as that scene was done, I was like, okay, like one, I'm lying about this, and here are all these other things that I'm thinking about with it. And so when I first made Silas, I was basing him off Gus Fring from Breaking Bad, who is this guy who's a business owner in Albuquerque, a pillar of the community, but he is like a ruthless drug kingpin. And I feel like it hasn't been that level with Silas. He hasn't been really a pillar of the community yet. And what I was realizing is that he's actually much more like Wilson Fisk from season 1 of Daredevil. And like, as my scene had finished, I looked up the speech that he gave when he first like came out in public, like to say what he was doing and like how he was attacked and like can't stay in the shadows anymore. And so like, then is now later in the game being this pillar rather than now. And I think given that he's going to get this award, that's his opportunity to be like, okay, now I'm going to go up and start putting myself out there. I am this pillar. Look what happened to me. This can't happen to anybody else. But yeah, I think also with Jerry Maha, she did give him a wake-up call in that, like, the truth is he and the Nighthawks are probably just pawns to Lady Slane, and we will be discarded when we are no longer needed, where we do have a much closer relationship with the Hive, and the Hive has always done right by us. And so he's like, okay, yep, she did what she should do, and she did it herself, so that's like business, but I'm going to use this to take care of something else. And I wanted her to know about that in case, like, it comes around and she's like, what are you trying to do? Throw me under the bus over this? And be like, no. I'm just spinning this. You just keep doing you. Yeah. As far as the others, this conversation upcoming with Cole is going to be interesting. And I don't know, he'll probably come clean, but like also with trying to rope him into the spideriness of like, now here's what really happened, but I'm using this so we can do this other thing. Like, this is what I need. And it, like, plausible deniability for the rest of you is kind of important. And so we'll see how that conversation goes.
You're going to talk to the Nighthawk as well about this.
Yeah. So then I'll skip down to the Nighthawk. I think for next game, there does need to be an earmarked, like, like gore scene where we talk, and I think it should take place in the river caves, where we kind of confront each other about what we both know about each other and how we're going to approach it.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a great idea. Yeah.
Because it's always something we want to do at the end, but there really isn't room for that.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk
yeah.
about it. So before next game, we'll have a
I'm
scene.
gonna have some conversations to have next game.
Yeah.
And then with Reese, he finally got like the last time I went to him for healing, it was just here, take these pills because of your, disease. This time was like, oh, he's working on the boss now. And I feel like I was a shitty patient too during that whole ordeal, whatever it was. Like, what are you doing? No, that's not how this would. Like, I was just an absolutely awful patient, probably. And so he probably made it hurt a little bit more than it otherwise should have. But Reese does his things, and he is a bit reckless. And I was worried about getting trauma this game myself, and I think I'll probably go reckless depending on the situation if I get trauma. But yeah, that whole I'm gonna say, whoa, let's step back here. It's like, buddy. It's good to see Nebra back. I think he was trying to play it off as like, she was only been she hasn't even been gone. Like just kind of just act as if she's still been there the whole time. There is part of him that's like, if you had the strength and the will to just disregard your family, this whole problem would go away. And if you could hold on to that and learn that, then you can truly embrace your life of crime and not have to worry about your family's gonna get killed. Yeah, my family's dead. You don't see me crying about it. The messenger does his job. He does it well. Kind of wishes he saw the investment opportunity in selling a banned book rather than just spreading the message for the sake of the message. But I think also in some of when he's listening to Messenger these days, sometimes he'll be saying all this stuff. Oh, this thing steals souls and all this, and is explaining. And I'm like, okay, you do you, man. Like, just you do you. I still understand all of those words individually, but once we have to go deal with that problem, he'll be like, okay, Messenger, you'll guide us through this, and we'll take care of it, and that'll be fine. And then Emmeline, I think there's probably I feel like in character there's probably a little bit of a gap between us right now since you came back, especially because you found out what I did with the Dimmer sisters, I believe, because I told you.
Yep.
And you had been gone, so I think there's been a little bit of a we've kind of been at arm's length for a little bit, just because of the whole how stuff's been, but not unkind with each other. I just think there's been probably some distance and maybe even needed. But yeah, we're still cool. I think that covers everyone because I talked about the Nighthawk already.
I'll go next if that's all right. So for the messenger. Oh, by the way, I figured out what we forgot. Two things. One was, did we want some rent adepts to run the haunted house, or does that get covered by the adept thugs now? So that's a thing. I can take the last coin out of the vault and use that for an extra action if we want, but I don't think it's that important. The other thing was our new Sparkrite. What is her name?
Irulin. That's Irelen.
Irulin, who is an expert Sparkrite, and I've added to my own version, or I've added her as a cohort on the crew mode page. Anyway, no. What did the messenger learn about the world? The messenger learned that these Skovelander rebels know how to run a dreadnought well enough to take out a destroyer. That's not nothing. And they're blockading their own port. They have ideas and they're dedicated to them. That's interesting. Also, hey, what you built an engine that steals souls? That's reckless, but okay, that could be a kind of trade-off. But it doesn't steal specific souls; it just steals from everyone. It's going to be difficult to make that work for you. Would really like to talk to the Sparkrite and Reese and Nebra about building an alternative version of this that causes problems for somebody else. We'll see. Got to finish the 3rd edition first, I think, but whatever. Anyway, Learned about the world. Learned anything about the Dimmer sisters? Like what they did was just crazy. Not clear exactly what they got out of the deal with the Forgotten God. Like anybody can just die, and if no one finds their ghost for a couple of days, their body for a couple of days, they're a ghost and they can run around. What did the Dimmer sisters get that they didn't have before? Not clear. What's phase 2? Yeah. Right. So, Nebra. The messenger is thrilled to have Nebra back. They so have been lacking her insights and her contributions to this project that they're working on, where they're going to patch up some mistakes that Nebra and the messenger made before. At least that's what the messenger thinks is happening. We'll see. Maybe these are just more mistakes. Isn't that exciting? Yeah, great. The fact that Nebra's family is threatened is really messed up. Like, what's going on back home? Okay, I guess everything's crazy everywhere. All right, that's fine. And the Nighthawk, really appreciated the Nighthawk's assistance with Forgotten Gods in a couple of cases. Definitely made things work in ways that they wouldn't have. Probably without that. Nighthawk being weird with the mooks is just like, well, all right, that's cool. He's not. It could be worse. They could be a polycule. It's just this, and Cole has a moderating effect on that, which also helps. But yeah, that's the Nighthawk. Cole, yeah, Cole has a moderating effect, which is great. The instrument of violence is bringing balance to the world. That's good. He also confronted his own unhappiness about the supernatural enough to accompany us into the Demmer sisters' house. The messenger was totally fine with getting and meeting the team upstairs and finding Cole not with him and being told he's outside holding the door. That would have been okay. Cole came in though. Good on him for confronting his fears like that, getting into it. Messenger really needs to talk to Reese about this engine and how it works, and their new spark rate buddy too, and see if we can't figure out some modifications. Reese, otherwise, very reliable. Move and cover. That's cool. Made a bomb. Did not set the bomb off when we decided maybe we didn't want to set the bomb off. Very much appreciated medical help from Reese and Sawtooth. That was important to very important to the messenger, who really needed to be put back together. Silas, yeah, move and shoot with him, but also why Silas comes in, says the agents of Ulth are Ironborn, jumped me, they've hurt me very badly, but we need to go do something else. It's fishy, but Silas is always fishy. How do we know that this fishy is any fishier than other fishiness? He's just a sketchy guy. Don't know what to make of that, but he was into combat. Combat didn't really happen much. There were the hulls, but other than that, that was all right. Silas didn't collapse. Good job, Silas. Emmeline. Yeah. So Messenger wasn't there for the beef with the sister part. Probably knows that's a thing. Emmeline's really reliable and out on the job. Making a bit of a mess of some of the other parts of her life, but aristocrats, what are you gonna do?
The aristocrats.
Yeah. Definitely essential to the job. We needed someone who could understand what the messenger spirits, what Fleta was saying. We need someone to deal with all the whispery stuff that's going on in there. I think the messenger might have just taken Emmeline for granted this time. Might have to work on that. And I believe that's it.
I'll go next. In terms of the world, Nebra's world's very messed up right now. More so in Iruvia, which she basically saw firsthand thanks to Elstera. And that kind of leads into about herself. Like, she definitely feels personally responsible for what's going on currently. So she really wants to work on fixing it as soon as possible. And yeah, the not having her family around is obviously an issue, but now she also has this other focus, which is, serving Ixis. So she's probably going to be leaning more on that to, keep her occupied, and probably most of her activities will be related to that specifically. In terms of other characters, Reese was already touched on already, but it seems like after Nebra's been pretty impressed with what Reese has done. It seemed like, after getting rid of the whole Quicksilver stuff, like he has like opened up this new path, this new level, I guess. Like he's basically leveled up, and she has little knowledge about all the spark right stuff and the plasm and all that. So it's for her, it's fascinating just to see an expert on that sort of thing, like in action. She wasn't there for the spear thing, but she'll probably to know more about that in the near future. In terms of Cole, Cole was doing the Cole thing, leading cohorts and thugs and all that. She was very touched to hear that, Cole was especially, concerned about her family and that situation. So she appreciates, at least one other person is just as concerned as she is about all of that. And I think Cole was the one that helped out with the investigation, right? Was that the Strangford stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so him helping out in his own way. Like, Bra definitely sees it, and she's very, very grateful for that. Messenger, we got to talk about a little bit, but it was a lot of like muffled with the nosebleed type of situation, so she kind of just got half of that. From what she understood, he's working on, or they're working on the new book, and it seems like this new edition is going to fix the stuff that happened with the previous edition. So of course she's all for that because she wants to, undo all the stuff that she kind of did already. So she's more than likely going to be on board with helping out with that, publishing that. And also she'll probably get more interested in all the weird occulty stuff. Again, the whole with her new alliance or obsession, I guess. I don't know, for lack of a better term, with demons and stuff. She might get more into the cult sort of stuff. So she'll probably ask Messenger at some point for a little assistance with that. That's the future.
If you want to get into the occult, there's others you can ask.
Maybe. For Silas, she did ask for money. It didn't work out. So I know Silas wasn't there, but he probably would be very proud of that. Having said that, she was not surprised to hear that Silas was attacked, and that in her mind it came from Ulf Ironborn. She just secretly wishes that the person that did it probably could have done it better. Maybe completed the job. But other than that, Silas is still being the head of this organization, and he does a very good job of that. So, nothing to sneeze at. Emmeline didn't really interact too much, but obviously she's happy to see Emmeline. And also seeing Emmeline sort of in action with being able to communicate with Fleta as a spirit. Like, she obviously Nebra can hear Fleta, but she can't see her, so she kind of feels like a little bit left out in a way because she can't really fully communicate like Emmeline can. So I think there's maybe some room to grow or to apprentice under at some. I don't know. She wants to learn, definitely, at some point. And then finally, Nighthawk. You didn't immediately piss Nebra off, so that's good. She's not sure about these little mini nighthawks running around. Like, that's a little bit creepy, a little weird, I guess. Probably more concerning now that she's trying to be more faithful to not a forgotten god, so I don't know. I mean, but again, you didn't do anything negative towards her, so she's kind of ambivalent at this point. But Nighthawk is doing, and she didn't have to interact with Virgil at any point, so she's okay. That's everyone. That's it for me.
So as
I
far as
haven't gotten it.
oh, you haven't. Go ahead, Cameron. I'm sorry to
No.
step on your toes. Go ahead.
Oh no. I was gonna say, yeah, no, I had a really fun time. So I've been sick, like I got COVID recently, so and everything. So thanks everybody it was a good game. If I was a little bit absent today, it's because I'm a little like congested and all that today. But no, I had a really fun time. And I think the Nighthawk. I think I love the progress of the Nighthawk's story or journey from seeking revenge for his family, and he has his connection to a forgotten god to I am the chosen of this forgotten god. I am his avatar. I am his hands. I will bring justice to the city. And recruiting cultists and all that. I've enjoyed that progress, and I think this was a very good game to see some of that progress a bit. Is really and I think the Dimmer sisters are old rivals from for previous jobs. I'm really glad to finally actually get a working gate. Which has been something that has been like a long project in the works. And then I think it's going to be there's just a lot of fun opportunities that we've gotten from this game. So I think the Nighthawk is particularly jazzed about that. We'll see. And because I can't work with Silas's functioning vice, this is the first time I've actually gotten all of my stress without actually overindulging like in the entire game. And I always start the game with 1 or 2 stress because I can't ever overindulge, or I can't take advantage of her functioning vice. No, this has been good. I will say uh, for the for everyone in the crew, I think for Nebra, I think it was great to break in through, just go in through the front door, swashbuckling, swinging, and it was good to finally have you back on the crew. It sounds like you are in some trouble, and he is perfectly willing to help because you're part of the crew. And he is happy to help out with that. And as far as the messenger, we definitely had a moment there in the basement with the forgotten gods and trying to alleviate this curse. I think in that moment, it was really good to kind of have that you're like, okay, if this is what it takes, it's this is what it's going to take. We agreed to take the harm and everything. I think that was a really good just cinematic moment that happened there. It was really kind of fun to play out, and I think he specifically has a lot of respect. The messenger is you can take a lot of punishment.
Some would say
demon
he's
in
tough
him.
as nails.
Yeah, this guy.
Or they
This
are
guy.
tough as nails.
Yeah. Oh, your face could take a lot of punishment. That's good to know. And Silas, yeah, we need to have our scene because I know, I'm looking at my things. I'm like, oh wait, looking into a mirror, you can always tell when someone's lying.
Does he
I'm
know
like,
you know they know?
yeah. So we need to have a talk at some point. It's I know you were lying, but I didn't say anything because I think we need to have that conversation about where we're at on things. I think I have some ideas and we can chat about that. But yeah, but I know something else happened. I don't know why you didn't tell anyone or everyone, but you probably have your reasons. Um, And for Cole, I think it was good to actually like fight side by side, through the things. I think it was surprising that after everything that you've done and everything, that this was the thing that caused you to just like lose your lunch. You're like, oh no, that's too much. 2-day-old corpses that like willingly like hung themselves and just littering the hallway. It's like, I think we've seen almost as bad before. I'm pretty sure you have done worse to people almost sometimes. Like, there's been a few really bloody incidents in the past, but this one, like, it's good. It's good to see like Cole is still human under all that like tough facade sometimes, right? But it was also really good to go through that, and I think yeah, like I think that, like you said, like this, like Cole has his like moments where he like seems to like or dislike the Nighthawk, and I think this was one where like, no, we worked well together, like we solved the problem and it worked out just fine. And the Nighthawk in his ways happened to be just what we needed. uh Reese, it was definitely good to work to get the statue together, and you are incredibly smart and brilliant and with your inventions and gadgets, and you always seem to have the right tool for the right job, which is an incredibly powerful thing. And like, I think we do need to talk at some point about gadgets, like a utility belt needs to be in the works at some point in the future. I mean, the Nighthawks and all the other, and some of our other cohorts, perhaps, and Nighthawks like need like the Nighthawk, utility belt, like the Reese branded, like gadgetry belt. That's like, oh, you got your like your 30-second lightning barrier, right? Like, it'll burn itself out quick, but just in a pinch, or things like that. Yeah. To ward off those angry spirits for a bit. No, and I think it was really good to, again, like, you are the right tool for the right job all the time. And as for Emmeline, we didn't get as much interaction, but it was I think you gave him some of the stash because of what happened, and that he knows, and I think yeah, I think at some point we should definitely talk to you about the occult and cults, perhaps as well. We might actually see more eye to eye. I'm beginning to wonder if we actually have some similar ideas. Although I thought you were potentially very opposed to the way he does things. We might not be completely opposed, or diametrically opposed, at least. Like, it might be more of like a 45-degree angle, maybe. Like, it's not like a 90-degree angle. And so I think there's some mutual respect there. Like, we do work well together, and like our goals are not misaligned. So yeah, I think it was good to kind of advance some of that. I think that's everyone. Yeah, it was good. All right, that's yeah. Thank you all for the game, and thank Kyle for putting on.
Yeah, cool. So the world. So I don't want to kind of put a number on it and say like this game was a halfway point in the campaign, but I think we are kind of at the top of a narrative arc and are kind of on our way down as we get some reveal. Like, as Powell said, we finally have a name to, or a face to the unseen, and we're finally seeing what Nebra's been hiding this whole entire game. Granted, none of the characters know this, but and we also get to see like Elstera and what's that about. I think there's still more to learn, but I think some of the storylines we've been carrying from the start of the game, where we're kind of taken over the hill, and we'll see where that roller coaster takes us. Um, as far as the world, like, I think Emmeline was in this game, I think, was a bit of a wake up call for her, in multiple reasons. One, like, as she told Reese, like, her philosophy is like, all we are, like, it's almost opposite of the church, right? It's like, all we are is spirits. We're just like riding around in a meat suit for a little bit, then you'll go off and live as a ghost. But then seeing what the Dimmer sisters did was like, I'm not sure I'd do that. I do like I do like being in this meat suit. I don't want to be a ghost right now. Uh, don't like that. And I think, I'll save that. No, I think I'll jump into characters. So, starting with Reese, since we had our first interaction, like that scene. Thanks for rolling with me on that, of like really helping her out. And I think like she's not being facetious when she's like, "You're the smartest man she's ever known." I mean, let's be fair, she doesn't know many people. Most of them are ghosts. But regardless of that, I think she does view you as someone who's really smart and like has overcome something that was hindering them. And then I think like the only thing that she was kind of like she didn't like about you is that you like were involved with her sister. But I think like there's a level of like validation one feels when like someone's like, no, this person is bad, and like you finally are like, wait, did she know this the whole time? Is she bad? And like, see, yes, he gets it. Like, yes, she's bad, everyone hate her. um and so like that was fun. And then like I think like as much as like there have been moments of you being reckless, and we still saw moments of it, of like, cool, flipping on the bomb, like, whoa, 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 no, don't, not yet. um I think like it was kind of tempered, and maybe it was kind of tempered because Reese has like tangible goals he's working towards. Like, okay, we have this thing. We need to warn the people. It can't get into the wrong hands. We don't want it to use as a giant weapon. We don't want cities full of holes. And it's just cool. Like you found a major problem, and it was like it seemingly unfazed Reese. He just like was handling it. He was like, I got this. Here's what we'll do. We'll come up with plans. We'll do this. And I think from Emmeline's perspective, she thought that was very a reassuring, and then just b impressive. Um, Coupling that with the messenger, so like based on our interactions in the previous game when we went to go see Sister Spooky together, Emmeline was like, I really don't want anything to do with the book, but I feel like I will because I feel like you're bringing about ghost apocalypse or something. Um, but then I think when you started realizing, like, wait, well, what if we use this orb to suck out, the forgotten gods that are, and was like, dang, like, you're really smart too. Like I said, Reese was the smartest man I know. You're the smartest demon. Um, because like you're taking a major problem and you're repurposing it to something that can solve all of our problems. And I think like it's very interested in you doing that, because if that works, whoo, uh, don't have to worry about the implications of the book anymore. And that would be nice. Um, and yeah, I think that's kind of it. We didn't have much interaction other than that. I thought you were kind of solid as always, leading. Didn't know what happened down below, but you got people up there, and change of plans, but we did it. Um, Silas, I think briefly. Yeah, so you get stabbed. I think Emmeline's not surprised, to a certain degree, of like, we all saw it coming. Like, you can't piss everyone off and then expect not to get stabbed at some point. And you're like, it's old Ironboard, and Emmeline's like, yeah, that checks out. He was one I had money on stabbing you. Um, but I think like I found it interesting that like where people were like, Nebra's in trouble, we'll deal with it right away. People were like, the boss got shanked. Well, we can't let that, for PR purposes, we can't let that slide, but we can handle that later. Silas, we're but I mean, I think, as you said, I think Emmeline does like you, but like I think she's also coming to her own a bit, maybe, and maybe this is part of that rift, and like seeing how maybe she would run things differently. And I think as she's getting involved in this, like a little something on the side, she's being like, maybe I do things differently, maybe I should do things differently, and see how they work. And this could be like, we'll see, like talking about like Breaking Bad stuff. This could be her like a Heisenberg moment of like, if you just didn't let pride get the better of you, but we'll see how Emmeline handles it. As far as the Nighthawk, yeah, like you said, we didn't have much interaction. Hard as a kind of a DMPC, but I think you're right. I think we're not terribly different, and I think like even though Emmeline is kind of in Cole's camp sometimes, of like, make sure you're not doing stupid things for stupid reasons in her mind, right? like does care about you as a member of the crew, and knowing that you were Virgil, knowing that like you were trying to help in the casino heist and you ended up getting screwed, is like I do want the crew or me as a representative of the crew to like recognize your efforts even if you're not ready to share that. And I think if ever we have like a one-on-one at some point, Emmeline might like Emmeline, it's your business and Emmeline would never tell your secret, but like I think Emmeline, if pressed, might be like, maybe it's time. Maybe let people know, you know. I don't know what extent, because she's been off doing her own thing, she knows about the cults you're forming. And like, yeah, she wants cults. Those would be cool. But like, look what we just encountered today. Let's make sure, let's take pains to make sure it doesn't become that, right? So keep it under control. Um, and then with Cole, save Cole as one of the last ones, because I think there was a lot for us to discuss. So I think the first thing is like, again, when Nebra's like, my family was taken, and you were like, drop everything, we'll deal with this now, we will kill them all. And he's heard it, if not seen you do this before with her. Like, Emmeline was taken, I'm not letting you, like, I'll go to the Deathlands with you, you're not going alone, no one's taking you. And so like sees a level of protectiveness, but also just with Nebra of like, oh man, like I've heard the rumors that you guys are like, something's going on. Ooh, is something going on? You were fired up. um and then I think when she realized that, oh wait, Thorn likes me, like appreciated your assist, because otherwise we would have been ships passing in the night, nothing would have ever happened. But I think the major thing is like when we were at the Dimmer Sister Manor, and we both had that reckoning of, we can't see ghosts anymore. And I think for Emmeline, like the ghost field's so ever present, we know that she uses substances to try to block that out and get a moment's peace. But I think like more so than ever in her stupor, like now with this curse, was a time when she saw what a world without the ghost field was like, and realized like how much she does enjoy the ghost field, like how much those ghosts were her friends and how much she did care about them. And then to have them gone was kind of disturbing to her. And I think maybe that will help her in her journey to overcome her vice of like, is like, I may have started this for a certain reason, but am I still using it for that reason? Because I kind of like this, you know. I like having ghosts in my life. And then finally, for the first time, seeing what the Dimmer sisters had planned for her and how they were going to use her in that way, I think like she, as much as she can, is going to kind of avoid that house. I think she doesn't want to be in there anymore, knowing about it, other than her work with like the book trade. But I think like there was no saving grace for the Dimmers. Like she was like, yeah, let's end them. You know, like let's, and like now their ghosts. I think Emmeline is confident of like when they had the note of like, I hope your one whisper is enough. It's like, I'll do training, I'll go overtime. This is probably why she trained and resolved to get that fourth thought of a tune of like, you know what, come at me. We're gonna end this one day. If you want to do it as ghosts, we'll do it as ghosts. All my crew's learning a tune. So you know, so yeah. And then with Nebra, Nebra's a tough one to talk about because there's so much like that Emmeline doesn't know in character, right? I think like obviously so glad to have you back. Like missed having a fellow lady on the team, right? Um, and then like you and I have just kind of grown close. So nice having a friend back. Missed you. A little worried like about your family getting taken hostage. Like her relations with her family notwithstanding, she realizes your family is important to you, and why is is your family that important that they could just be taken hostage in Iruvia? Like what is going on? And I think we'll be very interested to learn more about people like Lord Ixis and your new religion and all of that. But I mean, I think in her mind it's obvious. Like, yeah, look, the only reason Lord Strangford is throwing his weight around town right now is because he had that map. So sure, and Kayats didn't get it the first time. They're gunning for it again. Makes sense. Let's do what we need to do and get your parents back. But um, yeah, I think that's it. Cool, guys. Well, again, thank you all for playing. Always a pleasure to play with you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.